will depend exactly on each student specificity, and we are also trying to have more simulations and creating these more immersive environment for our student, which is bridging between theoretical education and the practice part. But for you, Dr. Faye, I want to use your experience in the university as professor to see how AI can help to be more creative. Because when we speak about students today, we will use AI to improve the learning path, to improve the way that we are teaching them. But what we want is to bring in the society new people and new students that will be able to be creative, to be innovative. So how AI can be used to improve this creativity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fatiha. First of all, صباح الخير جميعا. And please do excuse my voice. My sinuses and asthma lost the battle to humidity in Bahrain, like the rest of the country. A month ago, and I'm still trying to win the battle. So AI and creativity in education, it's a very important topic. Now, when we design our curriculums, our courses at the university, usually we design them based on the Bloom's taxonomy, which basically tells us that we need to start with lower skills and abilities like remembering and understanding, and we build up our students' abilities to reach to higher levels of thinking and analysis, like synthesizing, hypothesizing, and so on. So AI is really great in the lower levels of thinking. So students no longer need to remember information because they can just ask the AI and it tells them the information, recalls the information for them. It helps them in lower level skills like tabulation, brief analysis of information, and so on. But when it comes to higher levels of thinking, of hypothesization, of designing, of analyzing information in more depth, on synthesizing the information, if you are able to do the lower level of thinking in a much faster way, then you are able to reach the higher level of thinking in a faster way. So the way we design our curriculums usually is we give each level on the Bloom's taxonomy a year. I think in the future this will change. We will no longer need to spend so much time in the lower levels of the Bloom's taxonomy, and students will be able to accelerate their learning much faster to the higher levels of the Bloom's taxonomy. So I think in terms of how AI can help, AI can aid to reach higher levels of creativity much faster than before, in my opinion, in the future. So that's one way. Personalized learning is one thing that you've mentioned, Dr. Fatiha, and I think that's the future. We no longer have the same methodology of teaching to the entire batch of students. Rather, we now have the means and the technology to enable us to customize learning for each individual student according to their pace of learning, according to how much support they need. So it becomes more of a mentorship rather than a one-way spoon-feeding exercise like we do now in our universities and schools. So I think the whole education spectrum is going to change in the future based on this ability of AI to help us in lower levels of thinking, to enable us to reach higher levels of thinking much faster.
Thank you. I think also that you know, before, when we can see today where we were and where we are and the limit that we are pushing, because we are doing today things that we thought it will never be possible. Students are now starting their curriculum with this idea that everything is possible by using new technologies.
Yes.
Not putting limits, let them go very, very far, right?
Yes.
Let me now ask a question to...
Okay.
So the question will be for you, Sir Chen. I want to use your experience on industries. You know, industries were the first area where IML changed the way that the industries works. we had a lot of use cases in the past before seeing the AI coming to, you know, everywhere in the city, smart cities, educations. AI was already adopted in industries for to improve process, to like procurement, supply chain, predictive maintenance. And I want to use your experience on the industry part and also from Shenzhen. I want to be sure that I'm saying the city as it is. Shenzhen, how do you think that from the education perspective, not how AI can transform the education, but how we can leverage and use the education to prepare for an AI-driven future or AI-driven world? I mean, do you think that we can create more dedicated and business-oriented curriculums and certifications?
OK， 这个大家上午好，我是来自中国深圳的陈代新。深圳也是从40年前的一个小渔村发展成为今天的国际大都市。那么深圳和我们的麦拉麦也是友好的城市。那么所以说，我觉得今天非常高兴在这里来和大家一起探讨 AI。应该说，那个 AI 啊，我觉得是一个来自未来的好消息。那么我们常说，与其被人取代，不如自己取代自己。AI 不仅可以更快、更高、更强的工具，它更大的能力是跨越原来我们以为的边界。那么我想首先刚才主持人讲到从教育领域，那我觉得从教育领域的话，我第一个我们应该是在自费教育的体系建设方面去加强。那比如说我们在深圳，从2017年开始，便着手建设我们的1体2翼的自费教育的服务，通过我们的未来教室，那么在我们的区域内进行全面的覆盖。那么并且我们广泛的应用了5G、4K、大数据、云计算等那些新技术。那么我们也进一步的完善了我们人工智能的设备和课间的资源，建立了很多人工智能的实验室，为学生提供了前沿的创新学习环境，实现了我们人工智能课程的全覆盖。那么第二个就是我们的个性化学习。AI 技术能够通过大数据分析和学习行为去建模，为学生提供个性化学习的路径和资源，实现因材施教。我们在我们的福田就进行了 AI 教育计划，就强调利用 AI 技术进行个性化教学，而且现在已经取得了非常好的成果。那么第三一个就是我们高校自费的课堂教学。我们在深圳的所有的学校都已经利用 AI 的技术进行高校智能课堂的教学改革。那比如说我们的双精准高校自费课堂教学改革，通过数据和证据支持精准教学和精准的评价。那么在第4一个方面，应该就是在学生心理危机的干预方面，我们用 AI 的技术在学生心理危机干预方面发挥了重要的作用。我们通过学校利用 AI 的技术进行学生心理健康的评估，及时发现潜在的问题，并提供精准的干预和支持。然后，所以说，我觉得这个在未来啊，我们通过 AI 的应用，那么我觉得不仅是提高了我们的教育的质量和效率，它更多的是推动了我们教育的创新和变革。谢谢。
Thank you. So when we look to all progress that AI is making on we have seen on education, we can see also on healthcare. AI is used to do accurate diagnostics, personalized treatment, predictive analytics for prevention also. A lot of evolution on healthcare, on education. But it's the thing that we want to focus on right now is the shaping of the fabric of our society. Because this is what AI is doing. AI is transforming the way that we are connected with each other and the way that we create opportunities for us and for the others. So we know that we hear a lot also about use cases related to smart cities, right? We hear about, smart cities, improve public safety, make more informed decisions, efficient transformation. And when we hear about all those use cases, we have the feeling that it's easy and we can do it. And we start asking why we don't have this kind of smart city here in Bahrain or where we live. I want to focus on your experience on smart cities, Dr. Faye, and focus on the challenge that you are facing. Just to present to our audience here that behind the scene, we have big challenges related to all those use cases. That can you please share with us?
Thank you, Dr. Fatiha. طبعاً يعني we need to go back to what is a smart city first. In order to understand what are the challenges associated with it. So if we're thinking of a smart city as only one that adapts technology, then we should have a different perspective. But smartness is not necessarily the use of technology, to say. But other things. I'm sure you've heard a lot about the challenges of smart cities, one of which is data. Dr. Aisha Boushagir is here. She's the head of data analytics in Bank of Bahrain Kuwait, one of the very few institutions in Bahrain that has a dedicated unit for data analytics. And the reason why institutions are doing that is because of the challenges associated with data. First of all, availability of data, quality of data, management of data is one of the great challenges, in addition to privacy of the data and ethical consideration and so on and so forth. So that's one thing. Infrastructure readiness is another thing that is associated. Are we ready? Do we have the right infrastructure? Alhamdulillah, we're lucky in Bahrain to be in a very small urbanized country. That makes it much easier to adopt smart city solutions. Skills gap is another challenge as well, and that's where we fall as a Bahrain Smart City Society to try to help in the skills gap. Awareness, public awareness about the importance of smart cities, the way that the public can participate, and to enable smart citizens. Because what is a smart city if it's not about the smart citizen and enabling smart citizenship? So these are amongst the few challenges. So Bahrain Smart City Society is a very young society that was established in 2017 in December, so it's about 7 years old. We aspire to help the government and the private sector to achieve smart, sustainable city objectives. So it was established by a few members who were really enthusiastic about the implementation of technology in the built environment and how this can be accelerated in Bahrain. As an NGO, we are a non-profit organization, so we try to help with the skills and abilities of its members. So our mission is to utilize the expertise in Bahrain of smart cities development to push forward the wheel of development into smart cities. So in our current strategy of 2023-2025, we're focusing on 3 main objectives. The first is to build the members of the society and to enable them to help the government and private sector by bringing them together, brainstorming ideas, coming up with solutions. So that's the first objective. The second objective is capacity building. So we do have a few training sessions, workshops. We are starting in March, inshallah, a new mentorship program where we pair young, enthusiastic students or recent graduates who are interested in implementing smart city solutions with people who are more established in the field. To give them coaching, one-to-one coaching on how to proceed in such a career path to reach to have that skill force that enables Bahrain eventually to reach to smart sustainability in our urban environment. The last of which is to share with the public sector, with the private sector, to form cross-sectional teams that could actually do the work. And we are now members in the governmental Smart City Committee that has representatives from all of the government. We work with various embassies as well. We worked with the UNDP, we worked with the French embassy to do some training programs to reach not even only in Bahrain, but also beyond the border. Yes.
Mashallah, what I love about your experience is that you are like bridging between, the smart society and the needs, the real needs in the field, and the education. So you can prepare the resources that you will need, use on the smart city. So yes, really nice. Thank you very much, Dr. Faye. I will come back to you, Mr. Shan. So I want to, staying in the smart society, I want to know the ways that, the way on which has AI transformed Shenzhen in the society part.
我们在深圳我们的智慧城市建设，然后首先我觉得是从我们城市加 AI 的这么一个应用场景开始的。那么我们也积极的探索我们各个行业加 AI 全域、全市、全场景的这种应用我们有发布了很多城市加 AI 的这种场景的清单。那我们这些清单当中，场景涵盖了我们的政务、教育、医疗健康、养老、企业服务、城市的运行和我们重点行业的赋能等这些领域。那么第二个一个呢，就是我们在比如说 AI 加地铁，那么通过我们的数字人的这种交付的场景，那么我们的乘客可以自助的处理我们就是票务的业务，那么查询它站内导航及其我们公交接驳的一些信息等等。而且我们还支持普通话、粤语、英语等多个语种的这些东西。那么第二个就是我们 AI 加公园。那么比如说我们在我们的笔架山体育公园，那么我们有很多那种互动的显示屏，那么有 AI 的太极互动，那么切果达人、扫病毒、消垃圾等那些小游戏，那么以及我们智慧交付的大屏、智慧打卡的这些设施，我们为我们的游客提供一些贴心的那些服务，贴心和便利的服务。第三一个就是我们 AI 加医疗，那么我们运用了 AI 的这个就医平台，那么我们的市民就不需要去现场进行缴费，通过信用模型评估就可以直接进行医疗和检查化验等等那些东西。那么所以说，我觉得这个 AI 应该说在我们的城市的治理过程当中，给我们提供了很多便利。那么我相信，随着我们 AI 技术的下一步的深入的发展，那我相信我们的 AI 对我们的城市治理和对我们城市人的生活应该会带来更多的惊喜。所以说，我觉得 AI 是我们未来的一个好消息。
Thank you. And I want to come back to you, Dr. Faye, and ask the question. We started by the devil and the angel part, so I want to hear about the potential risk and ethical dilemma you are facing, and in the integration of the AI with the education, but also smart city, because we are manipulating a lot of personal data, and we can manipulate a lot of personal data. So I want to hear from you. What are the challenges related to this area?
Thank you, Dr. I think we over-focus on ethical considerations in AI, to be honest, because there are ethical considerations in everything that we do, not only in AI implementation. But since it's a new technology, we are often put to the test to think about what are the pros and cons of using it and how can we manage it well. Now, when we talk about ethics in the use of AI and sensible usage, we often think about students cheating in education, which is not only the only factor. Yes, students can misuse AI in the development of their assignments, whether writing or coding or whatever it is. But also we need to think of other ethical considerations. The beauty of the education sector lies in the relationship between the teacher and the student. So if we put the machine in between, then you're sort of losing the human aspect of teaching.
Of course.
Which relates to empathy, relates how well the educator can adapt to the social needs of the student, to the emotional needs of the student, which the AI cannot do. So I think we need to think of that in terms of our ethical considerations. There are other things as well in terms of the administrative side of education. If we overly utilize AI in curriculum development and sorting admission applications and things that relates to the educational administrative processes that also were related to the social needs of the students, to having empathy, to understanding the particular needs of each individual learner. So I think, in my view, we need to look at the ethics in education in such a holistic way. The few things that we can do. First, students need to learn about ethical considerations in their curriculum. So we need to embed that within the curriculum. Students need to learn. Believe it or not, Dr. Fatiha, we have courses in ethics in which students cheat. So this tells you something, right? So if they're cheating in a course that relates to teach you about ethics, then what are we doing? Yeah? So we need to maybe look at other ways of embedding this into the curriculum. Perhaps maybe with the new generations that are coming, Generation Z, Generation Alpha, we're looking more into gamification, into simulations, into simplifying information in a way that the students can understand, not in the traditional modes of education that we have spent our lives learning in the classrooms. Yes. So we need to think of ethical considerations in a completely different way that adapts to the new generations that are coming and how they understand life in the future. So yeah, let's not put a negative twist on AI. So there's ethics considerations in everything, in every dealing that we do, including AI.
Yeah, that's true. I like to say that AI is just a tool, just new technology as the others, and the way that we will use it will define if it's good or not. And the future of AI is not about technology. It's all about us, the way that we will use AI and the way that we will adopt AI in our life day to day. I heard something very interesting. You said at some moment you said sustainability. When we speak about our planet, we speak a lot about resources, about how we can manage well our resources, energy, water, waste management, because this is not our resources, but the way that we will manage the waste will have impact on the resources, water or other things. I believe, and I have seen a lot of use cases related to those areas that can improve really our life day to day. So I don't want to keep you longer because I know that you have to go. So thank you very much. Sorry for everyone because we started late, but if you have any question, you can ask it. We wanted at the beginning to have something interactive, but as we started late, it was not possible, but we can take a question. Yes, please. Of course. Sorry.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Baria Alamuddin. I'm a political journalist, unfortunately, so I do not understand a lot of the language you've been using, although I enjoy using all the facilities AI and others give us. I'm intrigued these days by the titles that people have. So I'm not sure, Dr. Fatiha, what is exactly your job? Senior Solution Architect, what does that mean? And also, Dr. Sheikha Faye, if you can tell us also, because I think when you tell us exactly what your job title is, maybe we can understand a little bit more about the insight you give us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. You are welcome. So to explain my job, I work for Amazon Web Services. And as a solution architect, I work with customers to build the right solution to resolve their business issues or business requirements. We come back, all is not about technology, but how we can use technology to resolve real issues and real life problems, depending on the customer works. It can be banking, it can be industries, it can be whatever. Sure. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. I have several roles. So by profession, I'm an architect. I am an associate professor of architecture and urbanism, and I specialize in smart sustainability at the University of Bahrain. But I'm also directing quality assurance and compliance at the university. I'm a member of the board of Invita Bahrain, a company that is owned by Bank of Bahrain and Kuwait. And I also chair Bahrain Smart City Society's board.
Yeah, but this is the point I want.
Yes.
What is smart cities?
What is smart cities?
Yes.
Oh, there are many different, I could spend half an hour, 1 hour talking about what is smart city. But anyway, smart cities are urbanizations that capitalize on the utilization of technology to build more sustainable environments for human beings to live in.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one here.
Thank you very much. أسعد الله صباحكم جميعا. Thank you for this beautiful, informative session. My name is Aisha Bushagar, and I'm the head of data and analytics in Bank of Bahrain and Kuwait. Previously, and the head of computer engineering at the University of Bahrain. I would like to elaborate on what the panel here has been discussing with regards to AI and the data for AI. I believe in order to have a solid, robust AI solution, you have to have AI-ready data. So we always get involved in preparing the fabric for AI, but in reality, it's the data that runs in those pipelines. So in addition, or I want to shed the light on the struggle that we have been facing when we come to deal with AI solutions. You have highlighted ethics, you have highlighted quality, but I need to add to it governance. So we struggle a lot when it comes to making the data ready to which AI framework that would actually help us have the data accessible to our end users, but at the same time with high quality and security within. In addition to that, ethics has to deal with privacy and transparency at the same time, and here comes the complex again. So we like to use solutions like generative AI, where all of us know ChatGPT today. And this brings to my mind a very old joke that we used to have in IT, which is simply, where do you bury a dead body? The best place to bury a dead body, which was the second page of Google search. Today, nobody uses Google search, so you can bury it in the first page. Yeah? So once upon a time, Google search was our engine, and today nobody uses Google search. Everybody goes to ChatGPT and whatever generative AI solution in there. So today in BBK, we are having a generative AI solution to boost employee productivity using generative AI and have all the policies in there to make them look for their answer directly, not through a search engine. AI is evolving really rapidly, and we need to take into consideration, now this is my question, how to balance between governance, between empathy, and ethics. Thank you very much.
Do you want to?
Briefly, very quickly, because they're signing to us to end the session. Yeah, I think very beautiful contribution, Dr. Aisha. I think that's something that needs to be really looked at. I'm very happy. I was speaking to one of the audiences before to learn that there are Bahraini companies that are specialized now in that, seeing that you are doing that in BBK as well, thinking about all of these ethical issues within a company, whether they have the in-house ability or whether they want to utilize someone from the private sector that can enable them to bring this into their organization, to think of how can we balance, as you rightly have said, ethics, governance, availability, and quality of the data to enable them to come up with solutions that help the company or the organization if it's in the private or public sector. Thank you, Dr. Aisha.
Thank you very much, because you are 200% right. The AI and the use cases is only the part that we can see of the iceberg. Everything is related to data. The quality of the data and the governance around the data. Having the data, the right data, the quality, and the governance on the top of it, this is the most important things that we need to take in consideration when implementing AI use cases. We started about devil and angel. This is all about the data and the way that you will use the data. Thank you very much. Thank you.
شكراً على هذه الجلسة المثرية. دقيقة واحدة. We will be honoring the speakers. أدعو للصعود إلى المنصة السيدة أحلام جناحي رئيسة جمعية سيدات الأعمال البحرينية. وهناك تكريم للمتحدثين. ندعو أولاً الدكتورة الشيخة في بنت عبد الله آل خليفة رئيسة جمعية البحرين للمدن الذكية، عضو مجلس إدارة شركة انفيتا البحرين ومدير ضمان الجودة والاعتمادية بجامعة البحرين. الدكتورة هالي دونر تاسلي، مستشار أول للذكاء الاصطناعي بأرامكو الرقمية. والسيد شين دايكسينغ، الأمين العام لاتحاد شنزن. كما ندعو مديرة الجلسة الدكتورة فتيحة أبو عباشة، كبيرة مهندسي الحلول في AWS لمنطقة الشرق الأوسط وإفريقيا. شكراً لكم. ننتقل وإياكم إلى الحلقة النقاشية التالية بعنوان النمو الشامل، مالية، استراتيجيات مالية لنجاح رواد الأعمال. تسلط هذه الجلسة الضوء على أهمية الإدماج المالي كعامل أساسي في تعزيز ريادة الأعمال، وتناقش كيف تسهم الاستراتيجيات المالية المبتكرة في توفير التمويل والدعم الضروريين لتمكين رواد الأعمال من النجاح. كما تستعرض الجلسة أمثلة ملهمة عن ممارسات مصرفية شاملة وفرص استثمارية تعزز التنمية المستدامة وتساعد على تجاوز التحديات. تقود هذه الجلسة السيدة لما كنعان، المدير التنفيذي في AFG وعضو مجلس إدارة هاوبريك كابيتال بالإمارات العربية المتحدة، بمشاركة نخبة من الخبراء الملهمين. ندعو لاعتلاء المنصة كل من معالي السيد خالد حميدان، محافظ مصرف البحرين المركزي، الدكتور وسام فتوح، الأمين العام لاتحاد المصارف العربية في لبنان، السيدة دلال القيس، الرئيس التنفيذي لمجموعة بنك البحرين للتنمية، الدكتورة إيبوكون أوسيكا المؤسسة والرئيسة التنفيذية لمجموعة The Chair Center ونائب رئيس GSG Impact وعضو مجلس إدارة X2 Global ورئيسة مجلس إدارة IWEC. All the best.
Are we done? Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Actually, Dr. Wissam, he called this morning. He had another commitment. He might be a little bit late, but we will start our session as we have guests. They need to move. Dear distinguished guests, I'd like to thank you for being here with us today to attend our panel on inclusive growth, financial strategies for entrepreneurial success. This to listen, share, and benefit from our esteemed panelists who are bringing a wealth of knowledge and experience. Here together, we aim to uncover strategies that can enhance access to financial services for all segments of society. Also, we are going to discuss this between governance and providing crowdfunding. So we want a little bit of interacting also from our audience. I would like to introduce our distinguished panelist, His Excellency, Mr. Khalid Hamidan, Governor of the Central Bank of Bahrain, Her Excellency, Dr. Ebikon Owosika, former Chairman of the Nigerian Primer Bank, and Mrs. Dalal Al-Qais, Group CEO of Bahrain Development Bank, DBD. I'd like to start first of just a few statements on Bahrain as a financial hub. Bahrain recognized as a financial hub in the GCC and a home to robust, progressive financial sector with over 400 licensed financial institutions, includes a mix of international region, which is offshore, onshore, covering a broad spectrum of commercial and Islamic Sharia compliant financial services, ranging into microfinance, business loans, VC, crowdfunding, and others. Allow me to start with His Excellency, the Governor of the Central Bank of Bahrain. His Excellency, Mr. Khalid Hamidan, was appointed as the government of the Central Bank of Bahrain, CBB, in February 2024. Prior to his appointment as a governor, His Excellency served as a chief executive of the Bahrain Economic Development Board, EDB, and head of global market, MIA, at BNP Paribas. Ahla wa sahla, Mr. Excellency. The first question to you. Would you please explore the central bank's strategic vision in fostering a robust, inclusive financial ecosystem that aligns with Bahrain's economic diversification goals?
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to start off by thanking the organizers. These are very, very important topics, and I'm very happy to be part of this discussion with my distinguished panelists. I think when we want to talk about inclusion, growth, diversification, it's important to start off with financial services and what it means for the economy of Bahrain. Financial services is the largest sector in our economy. It's the largest source of foreign direct investment in our economy, and it's the source of the highest paying jobs. In terms of size, financial services contributes 17% of the country's GDP. And financial services overtook the contribution of oil and gas and became the largest sector in our economy at the end of 2022. And we still believe there are good growth prospects, even for the largest sector in our economy. In terms of foreign direct investment, it's worth noting that 2/3 of foreign direct investment in Bahrain is in financial services. More than half of the capital in banks in Bahrain is foreign. And we want to continue to attract more and continue to develop this sector because it's very important and it's the right way where institutions that are based in Bahrain provide services locally, regionally, and internationally. When it comes to pay, a job in financial services on average pays double the pay in the rest of the economy. It's a very good source of jobs for locals. It's a very good source of jobs for women. 40% of all the employees in financial services are women, and that number and that percentage is expected to continue to trend higher. I think next I'd like to talk a little bit about the Central Bank of Bahrain. We're unique for multiple reasons. Number one, we have a dual mandate. We have to focus on growth and we have to focus on stability. And we think you can do both at the same time. There are avenues where we can continue to grow the sector without compromising stability of the sector. I think that's important. Interesting point is the scope. The Central Bank of Bahrain has one of the widest scopes when it comes to a regulator. As a regulator, we're responsible for banking, for insurance, for everything related to investment, for capital markets, and all aspects of conduct. It puts us in a unique position because when we're engaging with our licensees, they're less likely to get contradicting regulation. There's only a single regulator and we're responsible for the entire sector. Another thing, from that vantage point, we're able to see all types of activity, a holistic view of the financial services sector. We're able to detect a problem before it happens because of the ability to see all the different licensees as a single regulator. I think our priorities are clear. We've communicated this to the industry. We've started executing on it. And just to summarize the themes of what the priorities are of the Central Bank of Bahrain, it is digital, it is talent, and it is being close to the industry. Digital is straightforward. Yes, clear. It is, we have to lead by example. The world is becoming digital. Financial services, the future is digital, and there's multiple aspects of digital that are important that we have to focus on, and we want to be part of that transformation. When it comes to talent, Bahrain has been very successful in supplying financial services with the skill set that is needed and the quantity that is needed. We're very good at training people to be credit analysts, to be risk managers, to be compliance officers. Now, as the skill set is evolving, there has to be a focus on the digital skill set. We need more coders, we need more data analysts, and we need people who are able to better utilize artificial intelligence and the tools of artificial intelligence in their daily work. And being close to the industry is the only way for us to find the right avenues between growth and stability, engaging with the industry.
And this how would reflect on entrepreneur, on the funding, on the crowdfunding, engaging all the financial ecosystem in Bahrain?
Precisely. We're engaging with multiple people who want to get licensed in Bahrain. Many of them want to offer those type of services. It's crowdfunding, fintech when it comes to crowdfunding, when it comes to inclusive growth, when it comes to being able to offer more and more banking services to different segments of the population and to different individuals. The people that are less banked, we think fintech is going to be the solution. And us engaging with fintech companies will find the right regulation that will help them identify market gaps and start to address them.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Allow me to go to introduce Dr. Ibikon Owosika. Dr. Ibikon, she's an African real entrepreneurial author, international leader, and global culture shaper. Dr. Ibikon, they call her that the Mrs. with many firsts. She is the first chairperson of the Nigerian National Advisory Board for Impact Investment, the first female chairperson of Nigerian Premium Bank. Yesterday, she was telling me in 130 years, she was the first chair lady for a bank in Nigeria. And Dr. Ibikon will going to speak to us today about how as a former chairman of First Nigerian Bank, one Nigerian biggest bank, how you can introduce the progression for women's entrepreneurial role in emerging market, mainly in Africa or Nigeria, and the inclusion of empowering women entrepreneurial and fostering their growth.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me. First, I'd like to start with the reason why we must include women. Because if you don't understand your reason, then you're not driven to do what you need to do. If we look at global statistics, half the population of the world in most cases is made up of women. And if we're going to have increased productivity in the world, there are two latent assets of the world that we must use. One, women. Two, young people. And I come from a nation that is largely made up of young people. In Nigeria, 70% of our population is under 40. So we have a growing and emerging population, and that cuts across most of Africa. And when you think about women being 51% of the population of most countries, then you realize that if you really want to have increased productivity, you have to have a sustainable strategy for investing in women and revealing and unfolding the value that women bring to the table. Now, I was saying to someone yesterday that one of the things I love most about Bahrain is that the Bahrainian women are very forward-looking, very entrepreneurial, very giving, and very contemporary in many ways. And I love that. Now, how do we intentionally and deliberately facilitate the empowerment of women in terms of the things that they seek to do? First and foremost, I believe that there is no field or industry that women cannot participate in. That's the first thing. So that starts from how we educate the women and how we change the mindset of women as well in terms of wanting to build, not build businesses as a pastime or as hobby, but build businesses to scale and change the landscape of economic activities. Now, with that in mind, then financial institutions, and I'm very happy about what the governor of the central bank has said, in terms of their focus, in terms of diversity and inclusion. In my role as the first female chairman of First Bank of Nigeria in 130 years history, I realized that one of the responsibilities I had was to find a way to engage my very patriarchal institution to understand the real asset and value of the Nigerian woman, and to create systems and products that enables that woman to unleash the value that she has for a country of 220 million people. And in doing that, what we did was start first with the mindset of the woman. So my first engagement was about engaging the women to think about building wealth, not consuming wealth. Building wealth, not depending on the spouse to build the wealth for the family. It's the woman also having a sense of responsibility that she can build her business with a sense of sustainability for the long term. When you have that mind shift, the way you handle capital is different. So we had a season of doing that. And then there were a number of products that came into our market, some with IFC, some with other different organizations that I'm part of. I serve on the board of 2X Global. If you know what 2X Global is, 2X Global has been responsible for the last few years around the world at mobilizing capital towards women-led businesses. And they have been extremely successful at ensuring that the owners of capital and the allocators of capital think about women as a strategic asset
Awesome.
and engage in diverting assets towards women businesses with the same opportunities that we will give to every other business, knowing that the returns are extremely high and also the discipline of paying back is higher with women than it is with everybody else.
We all aim to this goal.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Next, we have here on board Dalal Al-Qais. Dalal, she's the Chief Group Executive Officer for Bahrain Development Bank. She has been known as a leader to lead the digital space over her career. She has introduced digital branch, online digital platform, online sales with instant approval. She's been recognized in the 4 most 100 powerful business ladies. Welcome, Dalal. I would like to ask you the first question. How does DBD address the link between financial and non-financial services?
Sabah al-Khair, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity to speak here among the esteemed guests and speaker. Bahrain has established a very comprehensive ecosystem to support the entrepreneur and startups, and that's comprising of Bahrain Development Bank, Temkeen, the Labor Fund, Ministry of Industry and Commerce, and many other governmental entities who is dedicated to support entrepreneur and startups. At BDB, we do offer different range of financial and digital solution. Really start from basic financing, which is led by subsidies of interest rate just to help entrepreneur at their earlier stage. Beside that, we do offer a groundmaking product called Riyadat. It's probably very known for Bahrainis who's here. And I can see some faces who has actually used the product. Riyadat is one of the unique products. It's purely designed to empower women. And it's one of the products which is back on 2023, won an award by international body for most innovative product designed to empower women. Personally, this product is close to my heart for many reasons. This product is the most performing product in my book. Just to add to Her Excellencies, really women know how to use the product, use fund and finances very well. They have the ability to double it, and they have ability to really repay it very much earlier than we see it with the other gender. At Bahrain Development Bank, back in 2024, in the beginning of the year, we introduced a product called Tijara Digital Call Account, and the aim of it is to enable entrepreneur, startup, or business owner to open their account digitally with a special feature of an interest rate of 3.5%. If we look at, for people who's in the financial sector would understand offering an interest rate and operating account is a bit expensive on the book of the banking. But however, the idea of it is just to encourage the beginner and the entrepreneur is to open a banking account for their business and start separate their personal account from their company account. This is very crucial in their beginning stage. Later on, they understand the importance, and when they are an investor, this is the right decision to understand the financial and the ability of the business and how to scale it really in a bigger way. Toward the end of 2024, we introduced an invoice discounting program. And the aim of it is to have a better cash flow for companies. Today, the normal payment term is approximately 90 to 120 days. 90 to 120 days for a small company or entrepreneur is a very tough cycle. They need to wait for 120 days for their cash flow to come back. So what we did, we came up with a product where we actually pay the entrepreneur or the startup on day 5 to create a better liquidity and better cash flow to be able to manage their business very well. At BDB, we are very committed to support the SME and the entrepreneurial ecosystem. We are a partner with Bahrain Startup for the last 2 years. We have great graduate. We have seen 5 of them today that has an investment on their equity, and they're going to grow and go beyond Bahrain. And I'm confident that we're going to see some unicorn coming out of them. We are partner with Bahrain Export to make sure if there are businesses who would want to go internationally, we are there to take Made in Bahrain out. We work closely with Tender Board to make sure to offer letter of a credit or a guarantee, especially for a startup or entrepreneur. It's very difficult. There is a risk in offering them letter of a credit, but then this is the possibility that we enable them to tender on a government tender as a subcontractor and make them learn as well throughout the way. So there are many different products, not really financial, even digital solutions that we do offer to make sure that we are part of their growth from the beginning.
Thank you very much. Amazing. Actually, this is a reality example for one of the Bahraini bank under the umbrella of the CBB to introduce the digital transformation, this Tijara platform. I heard about it. I read many about it. It's amazing. Thank you. Please, I need to move to Dr. Wissam. Welcome on board, Dr. Wissam. Sorry to start it before your arrival, but you informed me in the morning that you're going to be late. Dr. Wissam, he's the Secretary General of the Union Arab Banks, the Chairman of MENA Financial Crime Compliance Group. هاي بتخوف شوي. Member of the Board of Trustee of Arab Open University. أهلا وسهلا Dr. Wissam. We'll start with the first question. If anybody like to have a translation, there is mics in the corner. Dr. Wissam will speak in Arabic. Yeah, okay. Of course, it's gonna take like how many minutes? Okay. Okay, please. Please.
يعني باتحاد المصارف عندنا مبادرات كتير ل women empowerment، ولكن أول مؤتمر بحضره فعلا هلقت في وجود نساء حاضرين، وربما بعد هذا المؤتمر وبعد نجاحه يقلب الاتحاد لنعمل شيء اسمه مان امباورمنت. معالي محافظ البنك المركزي البحريني، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة والسيادة كلهم باسمه وصفته ومقامه، ودوا أولا شكر المنظمين لهذه الفعالية على دعوة اتحاد المصارف العربية. في جوهره يدور مفهوم النمو الشامل حول ضمان استفادة الجميع من التقدم الاقتصادي، وخاصة أولئك الذين غالباً ما يتم تهميشهم مثل أصحاب الأعمال الصغيرة ورواد الأعمال الطموحين والفئات المجتمعية المحرومة. تواجه الدول العربية مجموعة متنوعة من التحديات عندما يتعلق الأمر بالوصول إلى التمويل والموارد، وتتجذر هذه التحديات في التفاوتات الاقتصادية بين الدول والعقبات التنظيمية والتعقيدات الجيوسياسية، وتزيد من تفاقم هذه المشاكل قلة الشمول المالي في بعض الدول وضعف الأسواق المالية وعدم كفاية التعاون الإقليمي. وتشير الإحصائيات أيها السيدات والسادة أنه نحو 35% فقط من رواد الأعمال في المنطقة العربية يتمتعون بالوصول إلى الخدمات المالية الرسمية، مقارنة بمعدل عالمي يبلغ 51%. وتشكل هذه الفجوة عائقاً أمام تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة وتعزيز الشمول المالي في المنطقة. علاوة على ذلك فإن 31% فقط من النساء في المنطقة العربية لديهم إمكانية الوصول إلى الخدمات المالية الرسمية مقارنة ب 48% من الرجال، أي من الفجوة تبلغ 17 نقطة مئوية، والتي هي ليست مجرد إحصائية بل تمثل ملايين النساء المحرومات من فرص بناء أعمالهن والمساهمة في النمو الاقتصادي. لذلك ولكي تزدهر ريادة الأعمال يجب معالجة الحواجز النظامية والتشغيلية والاجتماعية التي تمنع العديد من الوصول إلى الموارد والدعم الذي يحتاجونه لتحقيق النجاح. وهنا بطبيعة الحال يأتي دور القطاع المالي والمصرفي. خلال العقد الماضي أدركت المصارف العربية بشكل متزايد أن دورها يتجاوز الخدمات المصرفية التقليدية من خلال حيازتها وإدارتها للجزء الأكبر من مدخرات المواطنين العرب، حيث تحمل حوالي 3 تريليون دولار من الودائع، وهي إجمالي ودائع القطاع المصرفي العربي تعادل تقريباً 87% من الجي دي بي أو من الاقتصاد حجم الاقتصاد العربي. فهي في موقع فريد يمكنها العمل كوسيط للتغيير الإيجابي وتعزيز النمو الشامل من خلال تمكين رواد الأعمال من النشأ. خلوني استعرض بشكل سريع 3 نقاط المصارف العربية قدرت تعمل خلال هذه الفترة. أولاً توفير التمويل لرواد الأعمال أو access to finance بغياب منصات كثيرة وتشريعات ضمن الدول وضمن الحكومات اللي ممكن تعمل تمويلات أو من خلال صناديق فيها تعمل access to finance. لاحظنا أنه المصارف هي انفردت بهذا الموضوع بشكل عام عم نحكي، خصوصاً في المناطق النائية والفئات أقل حظاً مثل النساء والشباب. وبطبيعة الحال التكنولوجيا المالية عبر الخدمات المصرفية عبر الهاتف موبايل بانكينج ساعدت كثير للوصول إلى المناطق النائية ولا سيما التمويل بمتناهيات الصغر والأسامي والستارت أبس. تشير البيانات إلى استفادة أكثر من 20 مليون فرد في المنطقة العربية، منها غالبيتهم من النساء. الأمر الثاني المصارف العربية قامت فيه اللي هي استفادت طبيعة الحال من الفنتك والتكنولوجيا المالية، وتجد الإشارة اليوم أن البحرين رائدة بهذا الموضوع بخلال البنك المركزي لابتكار حلول جديدة مثل منصات الإقراض الرقمي وآليات التمويل الجماعي أو ما يعرف بكراوند فاندينج. وبطبيعة الحال استخدام التكنولوجيا المالية يمكن أن يقلل تكاليف الإقراض بنسبة تصل إلى 20%. الأمر الثالث وهو بناء القدرات وتعزيز المعرفة المالية أو financial literacy. هذا أمر كتير مهم. كتير نحن بنحكي على financial inclusion أو الشمول المالي، ولكن ما بنتكلم على موضوع الثقافة المالية لدى الشعب. يعني حتى المصارف ترتاح أكثر تتعامل مع رواد الأعمال إذا هيدا رائد الأعمال عنده فكرة عن الثقافة المالية وعنده بيانات مالية واضحة بيقدر يقدمها ليجيب قرض. فإذا financial literacy تعتبر هي prerequisite للفاينانشال inclusion. وتظهر الإحصاءات أن 70% من رواد الأعمال في العالم العربي يفتقرون إلى المهارات المالية. هلا النتائج اللي فعلا لمسناها من خلال هالثلاث مبادرات اللي قام فيهم المصارف العربية، أولا خلق فرص عمل، عم بيمولوا الأساميز وبالتالي هذا الموضوع كتير بيخلق فرص عمل. ومن المعروف أنه تمويل المشروعات الصغيرة والمتوسطة تؤمن حوالي 90% من الوظائف في القطاع الخاص، وبحسب التقديرات يمكن أن تخلق 15 مليون فرصة عمل جديدة بحلول عام 2030 للنساء والرجال بوصول بعام 2030. موضوع التنوع الاقتصادي كمان هذا مضبوط. يعني بعض الدول عم تشتغل جاهدة على التنوع الاقتصادي وليس الاعتماد فقط على البترول والغاز مثل الإمارات البحرين ودول مجلس التعاون الخليجي، وبالتالي هذا الموضوع بيعمل استدامة للاقتصاد بشكل كبير. الأمر الثالث الإدماج الاجتماعي، وهذا أمر جدا مهم، social integration، اللي هو الفرق ما بين الكابيتال المدن والمدن النائية. ولكن لما نبلش نعمل تمويلات بالتالي بيبطل في أو بتشجع المصارف المساواة بين الجنسين وتمكين الشباب ودمج السكان في المناطق الريفية ضمن التيار الاقتصادي الرئيسي. بالرغم من كل شيء حكيناه بعد في بعض التحديات، منها النهج المتحفظ في إقراض الشركات الناشئة اللي بتعملها المصارف وقلة البيانات لتقييم الجدارة الائتمانية. مثل ما ذكرت المصارف عندهم مشكلة يعملوا تقييم للجدارة الائتمانية، وهذا من أمرين: أمر من المقرض أو اللي بده الإقراض يمكن ما قادر يقدم فاينانشال ستيتمنت مضبوطة، وربما بعض المصارف كمان المفروض عليها تكون عندها وعي أكثر بمواضيع بتتعلق بالبيئة مثل إقراض شغلات يمكن هي بعضهم ما عنده اطلاع عليها مثل جرين انرجي وجرين ايكونومي وغيرها. بضل فينا نقول بنهاية الكلمة ما زال بكل شيء عم بحكيه في فجوة مالية لتمويل الاس ام اي تعادل مع 200 إلى 260 مليار دولار as we speak. اتحاد المصارف عنده مبادرة إذا صح إذا وقت بيسمح نقدر نحكي عنها كيف فينا نسد هذه الفجوة المالية. وشكراً.
Thank you. It's very nice information. It's good to take notes. Thank you very much. I'm going to move to His Excellency for the second question. Mr. Khalid, please let's discuss the role of the central bank in introducing advanced regulatory framework and financial instruments to facilitate capital access, which is our subject of today, for startups and SMEs, and ensuring resilience and sustainability in Bahrain financial sector. I believe you mentioned about sustainability, but we need to focus on how to access to funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for a very important question. I'll address the question from two aspects. Is number one, let's try to define or discuss what is inclusive financial services. And the second aspect is all the efforts that we've done in Bahrain in order to increase lending and financing to small and medium enterprises, the smaller corporates, the entrepreneurs, the starting corporates. In terms of inclusive, I think it's important to start off with why is that important? Is if we want any economy to grow closer to its potential, all segments that are participating in economic activity, legitimate economic activity, need to have access to financial services. And one thing is clear when we talk about individuals or corporates, it's all individuals. And this means it doesn't matter what nationality, what location, what income, what gender, what age. To the extent possible, anybody involved in economic activity should have access to financial services. And the same is for corporates. We're trying to get to a point which is ideal, which is all corporates, which means size is less relevant, small have access, large have access. Corporates with all their sectors and all their different levels of sophistication. That's the type of inclusive financial services that we like. And then the other aspect of it is there's an entire spectrum of financial services. Probably the most simplest thing is to make a payment or to transfer. But then the next is to open a bank account, deposit money, and being able to borrow money.
Benefit. We have a benefit.
Precisely. And the level of financial services, we can continue to get more sophisticated. It's access to capital markets, the ability to manage market risk, it's the ability to invest in all the different spectrum of investments, all of that level of sophistication. So we want as many as possible to have the right type of services that are appropriate for them. Our journey with lending to SMEs, we came up with a target after extensive study, which is 20% of all business loans should be directed towards SMEs. And right now in Bahrain, we are in the low to mid-teens. And we're moving progressively towards that. What's interesting is the research that we've done is when we compare ourselves, what would the equivalent ratio be when it comes to OECD countries? Many countries have 30-40% of all business to SMEs. Okay, and we've asked many experts, why are we in the teens while others are significantly higher than us? And the answer is relatively simple, is in the OECD countries, most large corporates go to capital markets for financing. So if large corporates don't rely on banks for financing, a larger portion of business loans go towards SMEs.
Secured finance.
And I think this is important. The other aspect of it is we asked regulators all over the world. I did extensive traveling last year and spoke to multiple central banks, and I was asking one very important question, which I thought could help us, which is everybody says banks are reluctant to lend to SMEs because of the lack of data. My question was, what precisely is the data that they're trying to ascertain or assess or evaluate in order for them to feel comfortable to not ask for collateral and be able to extend financing? And a conversation with a very prominent governor from Asia, he said, from our experience, they want tax information.
Tax information.
Tax information. Is we don't have corporate income tax to most corporates here, to only for a small segment, but we do have VAT.
Yes.
And VAT will give you almost a real-time sales figure of what SMEs are doing with access to financials. Obviously, this is with the consent of the business. That could be one of the things that will materially increase lending to SMEs, where banks will have more information and they will be more comfortable to lend based on data rather than based on collateral. And I think that's very, very
Excellent.
important. We've incorporated that into the credit bureau system that we have here, where if consent is given, that information is accessible, and we're hoping that will make a material difference in the ability of banks to extend financing, and it will free up collateral and other things, whether it's personal or business, when it comes to the pledge that is required in order to access financing.
Awesome. So financing against real data instead of real collateral. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you. It's well noted. I'd like to move again to Dr. Ebikon with my second question. Sorry. Dr. Ebikon, as the chairwoman of the International Women Entrepreneurial Challenge, what do you foresee the future and what is needed to ensure women financial inclusion in a nutshell, please?
Okay. Women's financial inclusion, I think we can only continue to have improved inclusion of women, because the statistics and the numbers are showing that when women get the opportunities, they deliver on value. And that when it comes to financial lending to women, that women can be trusted in terms of returning the money back. What is key that makes it important eventually for everyone, whether it's the financial systems or whether it's the economies, is because women represent the growth potential in most economies. And in order to do that, as long as we are intentional about investing in the financial education of women as well, so because women are a large pool of MSMEs, and when we want to move them up to larger corporates to build more sustainable businesses, we also need to invest in entrepreneurial education and financial management education. And in doing that, we make the female entrepreneur a stronger customer for the bank that allows us to then invest more in their businesses. And as we invest in the businesses, we generate the growth that our economies need. And we're able to increase job creation for our economies as well. So it's a value chain of intentionality. And the actions based on policymaker decisions, I like the thinking of the governor in terms of deliberate and intentional action to remove the limitation of collateralization for financial inclusion, which is very key to unlocking financing to SMEs. And what the fintechs have done is they've created a lot of alternative options for being able to lend to women in particular and to younger people. And as long as we continue to build institutional systems and national scale support from regulators like central banks, we will be able to unlock the entrepreneurial potential of women for most economies.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Dalal, my second question to you, what innovative financial strategies has the Bahrain Development Bank in particular implementing to entrepreneurial growth?
Sure. So probably to understand what entrepreneurial need is, probably we need to understand what their challenges is. To be able to cater a product or solution that work and suit for them. And through our research, our market analysis, we totally understand each entrepreneur or SME or a company, they have a different need, and that's purely due to their industry, their size, type of a client that they serve. But there is one common character for SME and entrepreneur. They are small in scale. They are limited when it comes to human resource. So they really need a different alternative solution on a digital era, on a market that's evolving very fast. Digital become the first solution and innovation that the banking sector or any other company that need to come and close the gap. I think digital is something very crucial in terms of financial digital solutions. Another area that is we believe
any crowdfunding are you thinking of provide to the market?
So if you've noticed, for the guests who were here yesterday at the opening remark of His Excellency Her Excellency Abdullah Fakhra, throughout his note he talked about SME fund. So back in November, we, as a government of Bahrain, we launched the SME fund worth of 265 million. Bahrain Development Bank will become the fund manager in association with other financial industry like Bank of Bahrain in Kuwait. We've got National Bank of Bahrain with us, all Bahraini banks. And the aim of it is to support the SME sector and the growth, and especially on the priority sector that is aligned with the 2030 visions. So this is stuff that is actually done, which is in Bahrain, just to make sure we boost the economy and access to finance.
Awesome, thank you very much. Dr. Wissam, I know we heard for a very nice note, but there is one question about this shocking number. The Union Arab Bank have pledged targeted a 1 trillion by 2030 to strengthen the Sustainable Development Goals financial in Arab region, focusing on key transitions like security, climate change, energy, and education. How can entrepreneurial access to this fund? Thank you.
Would you please allow me to continue in Arabic, or you want to speak in English? Go ahead. All right. فعلا بقمة الاس جي سامت اللي صارت ب 2023 في نيويورك، التزم اتحاد المصارف العربية أمام الأمم المتحدة بالعمل مع المصارف والمؤسسات المالية العربية لحشد $1 تريليون ليكونوا تمويل بتصب بأهداف التنمية المستدامة. من المعلوم في 17 هدف من أهداف التنمية المستدامة، منها التعليم، الصحة، الإدوكيشن، قلنا التعليم، الجرين ايكونومي، البترول. منها 17 احنا التزمنا بستة في الكونيون هلا، وتأمين هذه التمويلات من القطاع المالي. هلا مش معناتها حنجيب $1 تريليون من برا. أنا ذكرت بكلمتي إنه ودائع القطاع المصرفي العربي هو تقريبا $3 تريليون. إذا بتسمحوا لي بس أعطي هيك شوية فيجرز. بنهاية 2024 إجمالي موجودات المصارف العربية بلغت $5 تريليون، بودائع تقريبا $3 تريليون، وبقروض تصل إلى 3 حوالي $2.9 تريليون. طبعا هذا بيقول أنه المصارف العربية القاعدة الرئيسية لتمويل الاقتصاد بالعالم العربي. حتى حجم التمويلات أو حجم الودائع هي أكثر من الجي دي بي. السؤال المهم، إذا عندنا قروض تقريبا ب$3 تريليون، طب أين تذهب هذه القروض؟ وليش هالقد عندنا ما زالت نسبة البطالة عالية ونسبة الفقر عالية، ونسبة كمان تمويلات لريادة الأعمال منا كتير عالية؟ هون الاتحاد عم يدرس، عم يعمل دراسة مع منظمة الإسكوا اللي هي تابعة للأمم المتحدة ليشوف هذه التمويلات أين تذهب. هل هي فعلا تذهب بتمويل الاقتصاد الحقيقي، ولا ربما تذهب بشغلات مثل depreciation loan؟ يعني واحد مثلا اجى واحد بده يشتري سيارة، هذا ما اسمه بيساعد الاقتصاد. فإذا هن $1 تريليون هن عم بيمولوا اللي عم نحاول نحن نعمله، إنه 1 تريليون out of 3 by 2030 يصبوا فعلا بتمويلات تعود إلى تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة، وبالتالي خلق فرص عمل وكل اللي ذكرني. طبيعة الحال نحن بدنا نشتغل بشكل أساسي مع المصارف الأعضاء لدى الاتحاد، وهم 400 مصرف، وأكيد مع البنوك المركزية العربية، لأنه هن الأساس. البنك المركزي هو السلطة التنفيذية الأولى والأخيرة بالمصارف، لا نحن فينا نعمل شيء ولا حدا بيقدر يمشي. البنوك المركزية هي اللي بتراقب، هي بتتابع، هي تضع السياسات النقدية، هي طبعا السياسات الائتمانية، وهي أيضا تنسق مع الحكومات بالسياسات المالية. وبالتالي طبيعة هذا الإقراض وطبيعة السياسات والاستراتيجيز تأتي من البنوك المركزية العربية، وبالتالي هن أساسا يعني فاهمين هن المرشدين لنا كمنظمات قادرة تشتغل مع القطاع الخاص لا فعلا نوحد الجهود لنقدر نعمل تنمية بعالمنا العربي. فإن شاء الله باي 2030 نوصل لهالمبلغ.
إن شاء الله. Thank you very much. Amazing. Dear audience, to conclude, we can say, in a world striving for equity and innovation, financial inclusion is no longer optional. It's a necessity for sustainable growth and to share prosperity. Let's hope all together we can make this vision a reality. Thank you very much, and we'll open for questions. Thank you all.
صباح الخير. شكرا ست لما، جلسة جدا ممتازة. سؤالين إذا بتسمحي لي سريعين. Your Excellency, the Central Bank of Bahrain. What's your position in Bahrain regarding the Bitcoin blockchain kind of thing, the digital kind of currency? What's your position on this? I would like to understand more Bahrain, because Bahrain is entrepreneur and very important in the Arab region concerning the financial sector. دكتور وسام، شكرا لملاحظاتك. اليوم احنا في عندنا تحدي في المنطقة العربية، خاصة في منطقة بلاد الشام بخصوص سوريا. وإذا بنحكي على النمو الشامل، كيف ممكن سوريا بالنظام المالي والبنوك والفاينانشال سيكتور الموجودة اليوم بعد مرور 2011 لليوم، كيف ممكن تشوفها تدخل في المرحلة القادمة في الاندماج أكثر تجاريا واقتصاديا. بنحكي على قانون قيصر، بنحكي على المعاملات التجارية. أنت أقرب للحدث هنيك، بنحب نسمع منك عن الموضوع هذا. شكرا.
شكرا ريم.
Sure. Thank you very much. Very interesting, important and pertinent question, and the timing is obviously, this is the right time to have a discussion about how should a regulator look at crypto and digital assets. And we've licensed people who operate here, and it's the same principles that we use when we are evaluating any type of technology. We know what our first principles are. We know that consumer protection is important, we know governance is important, managing systemic risk is important, and as long as new technology is abiding by key principles for us, we think it's something that we can collaborate with the industry and we can engage with them, where we believe that with all the recent events that happened when it comes to digital assets, there is a need for that activity to be regulated. And we have had a successful track record so far finding the right balance between stability and growth. As long as we know what we will not tolerate. We will not tolerate lax compliance or bad corporate governance or consumers that risks are not disclosed to them, or where systemic risk is at a point where it could be compromised. These are the things that we will not tolerate. And as long as new technology, new activity is in line with our principles, we can have what we think is a very constructive discussion. And we have many big names that started off their journey in the Middle East from Bahrain. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. دكتور.
شكرا على سؤالك. بداية لازم نهني أول محافظ امرأة بالبنوك المركزية العربية، اللي هو محافظ أو حاكم مصرف سوريا المركزي الدكتورة ميثاء. حتى أنا اتصلت بدكتورة، أعمل لك واقع وهي أول مرة بحكي هالكلام. اتصلت بالدكتورة ميثاء، واتحاد عنده نية ليعمل 3 years program 3 سنين، اللي هو بيتعلق بالتدريب والتأهيل وإعادة الهيكل capacity building training development reconstruction للقطاع المصرفي بشكل عام. وتحدثنا مع شركائنا الأوروبيين بهذا المجال، يمكن الإيو وبعض البنوك المركزية الأوروبية. هذا الاتصال تم على أساس ناخذ خبرات من عندهم، وبنفس الوقت أعتقد يعني ما بعرف إذا في إعلان هيك ممكن يكون في تمويل لهيدي الخطة بخلال ها3 سنين. هلا طبيعة الحال في عوائق اللي هي السانكشنز، اوكي؟ حتى اتصلت بالبنك المركزي الألماني مستعدين، ولكن حاليا هلا طالما بعد في سانكشنز على البنك المركزي وبالتالي ما بيقدروا يتدخلوا، قانون قيصر اللي يمنع انه يقدروا يتدخلوا على امل رفع العقوبات. ولكن باكد لك انه اتحاد المصارف ومركزه الرئيسي لبنان وقربه الجغرافي من سوريا حيكون عنده دور كثير كبير لرفع القطاع المصرفي السوري ووضعهم على السكه المضبوطه فيما يتعلق بجميع اعمال القطاع المصرفي، ليس فقط مكافحه غسل الاموال او مكافحه الارهاب او كل هالتفاصيل كومبلاينس، عم نحكي بالريسك والهيومن ريسورسز والاكاونتنج كل هالمجالات لفعلا يكون هذا القطاع بشكل جيد. وعلى فكره عم نشتغل مع القطاع المصرفي العراقي بنفس الاسلوب يعني ان شاء الله.
Thank you, Doctor. Actually, as a Swiss banker, they moved Syria from the red to gray now.
Yes.
So, inshallah, the sanction will be removed soon.
ان شاء الله. لكن نحن بالاتحاد حتى بخلال السانكشنز دربنا القطاع المصرفي السوري وخاصه المصارف العربيه التي تعمل في سوريا. حتى انا سئلت من وزاره الخزانه انه عم تعملوا هذا التدريب، انه يا اخي في 4 مصارف لبنانيه، مصرف قطري، مصرف اردني، ما فيك تتركي هذا صحيح. القطاع، وبالنتيجه هذا اللينك. فعندنا امل كبير ان شاء الله انه يصير جميع القطاعات المصرفيه العربيه ضمن المستوى المطلوب.
Thank you very much. سوري لضيق الوقت رح ناخذ بس كمان 3 اسئله. ست خلود.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the distinguished speakers for their wonderful, valuable insights. Thank you very much. My question to His Excellency Mr. Khalid Hameidan. In your long journey, I don't know if you consider your journey as long as ما بكبرك يعني that's but in your journey you have moved through mainly the private sectors into so many posts and positions where you see and develop and work and touch and have opinions about things. Maybe sometimes you have agreed, maybe you disagree, or maybe you have a complaint. You wish if the regulator has different rules or regulation, but at your post at that time you have to follow. Moving through all these become now as a regulator, what do you see different? Have the principle changed? Have you worked on things that you thought earlier that needs to be changed? Tell us about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a very challenging, interesting question. It takes some introspection. You have to look inside and think about it. I think it is clear what I see happening here. Financial services is a very, very important sector. And looking at the numbers being in the central bank, one thing that was clear is it's been somewhat growing, but in not all the aspects. We know that the number of people working in financial services is a decent number, but it hasn't been growing for the last few years, and the number of licensees hasn't been growing. And the question is, where should we find the right avenues for growth and stability? And also reflecting on it, what we see in Bahrain is more or less the dominant case. There was a global financial crisis in 2008. Many very bad things happened there. And the natural knee-jerk reaction of all regulators around the world was to overregulate. And now, me speaking to other officials in central banks, everybody's beginning to have we overdone it? Do we need to start to find the right balance between engaging with industry, between regulation, between growth? And this is what we're seeing, and now the most common version of that is we're moving from a rule-based to a risk-based to a principle-based to where proportionality matters more. And I'm seeing this exercise happening not only in Bahrain or in the GCC, but all of the world, yes. Because, and many people are here who work in banks. the cost to operate a bank has gone up significantly in terms of compliance risk, in terms of operational risk, and we want them to invest in digital. We want them to do many things, and we need to find the right balance, and I think engaging with the industry is going to be part of that. And very confident, very optimistic. I think the next few years we are going to be able to identify, this is not just us, but working with the industry, the right opportunities where, without compromising our stability, we're going to find the right avenues to grow. I think it is possible, and if there's one theme that is key, the future is going to be digital. The chances are for us to be able to position ourselves to take advantage of that, we need to invest in digital.
And less regulation.
It's
over-regulated, actually. Sorry, but anyway.
We need the right regulation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Actually, many people, they like to have more questions, but we should stop. I've been asked to stop and end the session. Thank you for your attendance and for your patience. Thank you, my distinguished guest. شكرا. أعطيتنا أكثر من وقتك. شكرا. أهلين دكتور لازم to catch up. شكرا دلال. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we will be honoring the speakers. نبدأ بمعالي السيد خالد حميدان محافظ مصرف البحرين المركزي. الدكتور وسام فتوح الأمين العام لاتحاد المصارف العربية في لبنان. السيدة دلال القيس الرئيس التنفيذي لمجموعة بنك البحرين للتنمية. الدكتورة إيبوكون أوسيكا المؤسسة والرئيسة التنفيذية لمجموعة The Chair Center ونائب رئيس GSG Impact وعضو مجلس إدارة X2 Global. Thank you very much. شكرا جزيلا. نعم. ومدير الجلسة السيدة لما كنعان فلتتفضل. Next. Yes. Okay. شكرا جزيلا. الحضور الأعزاء، جلستنا الحوارية القادمة بعنوان القيادة في تكنولوجيا المعلومات والاتصالات، تشكيل مستقبل الاقتصادات الرقمية. يدير هذه الجلسة الدكتورة وجيهة عوض الرئيس التنفيذي الرقمي للمجموعة في مجموعة البركة. كما يسرنا أن ينضم إلى الجلسة السيد عبيدلي العبيدلي رئيس اتحاد تكنولوجيا المعلومات والاتصالات العربي. الحضور الأعزاء، نتمنى منكم الجلوس. Ladies and gentlemen, please seated. تفضل.
Okay, done.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our today's fireside chat on leadership in ICT, shaping the future of digital economies. We are honored today to have with us Mr. Abaidly, Chairman of the Arab ICT Union, a visionary leader in the ICT sector in the Arab world. Before we begin our discussion, I would like to start with some context about this topic, which actually shows how critical it is in today's economy. According to Forrester, and I would like to start with some statistics around digital economies here, the digital economy will see 7% compound annual growth rate from 2023 to 2028. Which is capturing 17% of the global GDP and reaches around $16.5 trillion by 2028. On the other side, based on the World Economic Forum, it estimates that more than 2/3 of a new value creation over the next decade will come from digitally enabled business models. Ladies and gentlemen, we are expecting a very significant growth in the digital economy, and this is a global movement and trend moving forward. And before we jump into the discussion with Mr. Abaidly, I want you, Mr. Abaidly, to give us some context in your word on what is this economy that we're talking about.
Thank you, Dr. Wajiha. I'm glad to have you as a moderator. But before I speak about digital economy, I think I'm trapped because I didn't expect bankers, young bankers, Latifa, Layla, Hassa, and where's Noura? So whatever I say, I'll assume that nobody will challenge my figures. So you have to accept whatever I say as granted. Agree? Okay. First of all, I think there is a misconception when it comes to digital economy, digital transformation, and blockchain. I mean, people keep repeating it, and sometimes they misuse it. So let us agree, what do we mean by digital economy? What do we mean by digital transformation? What do we mean by artificial intelligence? Once we agree on this, I think the road will be less hectic. For me, digital economy is where you convert any process. It's a process where you convert any physical, traditional process into digital. And this is not only moving it from a human being to machines, it is making sure that a human being is interacting with the machine, and the outcome or the final product will be digital economy, be it in health, be in transportation, logistic, or even in banking. Now, this is as far as digital economy is concerned. Digital transformation even worse, because it's a process. And it starts, for example, with very simple thing that you're moving from your, let's say, handwritten manuscript into mobile applications. And when we see young generation, they are not anymore dealing with any traditional. So on a personal level, we have digital transformation within every single, let's say, human being that decides to go digital. Artificial intelligence is moving from, let's say, search approach, looking into the index content using Google, into a dialogue with a machine language coding. So you have to assume once you go to ChatGPT that what you are talking to is not a machine, it's a human being. And you have to figure out what this machine is thinking in human terms.
From economy perspective, Mr. Abaidly, when we talk about digital economy, we see that 2/3 of the digital economy globally come from few countries only. These countries are considered leader in that. So who are these countries, and what makes them leader actually?
Now we are, I mean, especially in the Middle East, we are the victims of the, let's say, Western media. Because we are controlled by Western media, be it CNN, be it BBC, and, or even AFP, which is French. To me, the leading country is China, both on quantitative and qualitative. And if you see the Chinese, when they talk about, for example, artificial intelligence, they mean it. And they are converting every single process, whether it's in manufacturing, healthcare, or logistics, they're moving it from traditional into digital. And when they do this, in this process, they focus on human being. Because once you change the mindset of those who are involved, then you can guarantee the future. Definitely, the US is very advanced when it comes to security, yes, agree, and military. Europe mainly in healthcare, but the leader is China.
And what is the learning from these countries?
And what's this? Politically or technically?
Digital economy.
I think first of all, we have to believe in a human being. If you believe in a human being, that means this is your first step. And also you have to get rid of all this, let's say, self-inferiority. I don't believe that the West have better minds or system than we have. The only thing, we need a leader to convert this movement, horizontal movement in the Arab world, into a vertical movement with a very specific objective.
And I mean, speaking about the digital economy overall, there are a number of components that actually these leaders following to actually become a leader where they are today. And you've mentioned the human element aspect. So speaking about the talent, today when we speak about the capabilities of the current talent we have versus the future talent we need when it comes to digital economy, what's your perspective on that?
First of all, the decision makers has to move from their traditional mentality, traditional mindset, into digital mindset or digital mentality. i.e., for example, they forget that digital, let's say, transformation or digital economy is what is the power of your machine, what is the speed of your internet. No. What is the understanding and the mindset of the human being you are approaching? It's a human being. And when I talk to a human being, I immediately move to educational system. Our educational system is unfortunately, I'm talking about the Arab world, 19th century, this is best case scenario, otherwise Middle Ages. And people will talk, what is the, let's say, if I want to change the mentality, I have a supercomputer, a very fast internet, and the latest software. No. First of all, you have to change the mindset of the one who will use these machines or system, which takes us back to education. Until now, all our education is old-fashioned, obsolete education system.
In your opinion, what type of education system we need to actually match this requirement in the digital economy? Or what the leaders have actually?
Okay, number one, first of all, we have to move from slavery, that is inferiority complex toward what is coming from the West. And instead of that, we have to look east rather than going west. China, Taiwan, India, these are the places. Singapore, Malaysia. And these people, I mean, Malaysia moves from a poor country into a digital country. And we can do it. Now, when you ask me about the, let's say, the element factors, the human factors in the Arab world, I do believe that we have the mentality, the capacity, especially among women. I'm a great believer in the Arab women, and I'm proud to have, and if you see the second row, these are the leaders of digital transformation in Bahrain, and they are all women. And I learn from them, though they are in my daughter's age.
Yeah, I do agree on that. So when we speak about the digital skills, what are the exact skills or capabilities that we need to focus on? I mean, is it technological? Is it critical thinking? What are these major skills that the digital talents need to have?
Readiness to change. And believing in and everyone will have to believe in his or her capacity And there is no limit for human being capacity and imagination. And I do believe in the young generation because it really, I mean, we have a good project with benefits. And I'm seriously learn every single day we meet. I learn from Layla, Hassa, and Latifa. These are my mentors.
Clap, clap for them. So I think one more aspect when you speak about digital economy is the trends. So what are the trends that we're currently seeing in the market or in the future when it comes to digital economy? Definitely there are technological trends and non-technological.
Yes.
But overall, what are the key trends?
I will say it's a resultant or a combination of human factor, raw materials, and education system. If you combine these three, you can have a futuristic approach to what digital economy is. And definitely in the heart of this or in the core of this, you have artificial intelligence.
And what does the AI role when it comes to digital economy? Are we going to shift of our understanding of digital economy because of AI, or AI going to just complement the existing understanding of the digital economy?
Whether it's Dr. Wajiha, whether it's AI or supercomputers or sophisticated system, it boils down to a human being. For me, to a human being. Invest in a human being. And if you are able to convert let's say, the mindset of the young Arab generation from, let's say, obedience or slavery to machines or slavery to different civilization, then I think you are on the right track.
Say that AI will be replacing a lot of jobs, but when we see some statistics, it says that in the digital economy, in the coming years, we will have almost 30 million jobs because of digital economy. So how we can use AI, yet we have a new job being created?
First of all, let's agree that AI will take the donkey work from a human being, the repetitive operations, not the talented, smart operations.
Actually argued you to Gen AI. How would you address that?
Amazon, after they use AI, yes, they fire about 7% of their employees, but they created about 15% new jobs. So this is a dilemma. I mean, as much as artificial intelligence will eliminate human being interference, it will create a new scope for interference of a human. At the end of the day, machines are slaves.
So they will not be running banks, they will not be running future business models?
No, I don't think so. And I think the more you invest in a human being, in human brains, the more you can control the trend toward artificial intelligence. And you are a good example. I mean, all what you've done in the bank, actually you are moving slowly with a good vision from just traditional banking into digital banking.
But still, I believe AI can play a major role in actually redefining what we understand today of digital economy. But let's leave this to time, and it will show us how it impacts the digital economy.
And I know anything you do is mixed blessed. I mean, you can have the positive and the negatives. It is you where you raise the positive side and you lower the negative side. And it's all if you believe in a human being. If you believe that, changes will happen only and only by human being interference in doing the qualitative plus quantitative, let's say, changes, then you are there.
I think I want to conclude this with a very beautiful question about our beloved Bahrain. So where we stand today when it comes to digital economy, we've seen a lot of initiatives, strategies being discussed. His Majesty recently talked about importance of AI. So where we stand and what we need to do to actually, let's say, become a leader.
First of all, I'm proud of the Bahraini young generation. And you will be surprised that if you know that the one who Arabized Windows is a Bahraini. 1984. All what you see in Windows today, Alt shift or left shift, all this is done by a Bahraini. And Microsoft admitted this. That's number one. Number two, definitely Bahrain. Let's talk about the public sector, the government. They've done good work during COVID. Yes, they moved digitally slowly, but they've done something which helps the citizens to be able to use the mobile application in order to control the COVID. Definitely, we have the IGA or EGA, which is trying to more or less implement digital transformation processes in the education system, which I believe will materialize in good terms.
What about the digital infrastructure?
I think you have good infrastructure in Bahrain, good infrastructure, I mean, for digital transformation, if we know what do you want to be in the future. I mean, do you want to be, for example, human resources digitally ready? Do you want to be the India of the GCC, for example? Yes, you can. Do you want to be the Taiwan of the GCC? You can. All what you have to do to have a crystal clear vision with determination, and you have to depend on your people, not on your money.
Okay, so I think we are concluding with very interesting statement about the digital economy and its future. It only depends on the human aspect and the talent of human potential. Any final words in this, Mr. Abeidly, with regards to the digital economy and its future?
My slogan is invest in a human being. Any other investment, more or less, is a bleeding channel for you. If you have well-equipped, let's say, trained people, then you can easily penetrate different markets, especially the GCC. Bahrain, yes, is small. Bahrain is not very rich, but Bahrain is very rich with its people. When you see the young generation, you are sitting on a fortune of wealth. The only thing, how do you guard these young generation in order to go to a very, very, very crystal clear objectives, no deviation from here or there.
So I think digital economy is no longer about technology, but I think it's more about a human, how to use technology and leverage its potential in the future of the digital economies. I want to thank you, Mr. Abeidly, for your valuable insights. We had a very limited time, but I think it was useful insights shared. Thank you very much, everyone, and have a great day.
Now, to end this, I am digitally expired. So the young generation is the one who do the revolution, but we have to watch and bless them, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, and now we will be honoring the speaker. ندعو نعم دقيقة من فضلك. ندعو السيدة فيكي معوض للصعود إلى المنصة لتكريم المتحدثين.
Shall I expect the check, يعني?
Kinda. نعم. الأستاذ عبيدلي العبيدلي رئيس اتحاد تكنولوجيا المعلومات والاتصالات العربي. نعم. الدكتورة وجيهة عوض الرئيس التنفيذي للرقمنة بمجموعة البركة. شكرا جزيلا لكم. حضورنا الكرام، ننتقل وإياكم الآن إلى جلسة نقاشية بعنوان الاستثمار في الأمن، مستقبل المشاريع والمعاملات السبرانية. تتناول هذه الجلسة كيفية تأثير التمويل الاستراتيجي للحلول السبرانية المبتكرة في تقليل المخاطر ودفع التقدم التكنولوجي. سنتعرف سوية على فرص استثمارية مربحة في الشركات الناشئة بمجال الأمن السبراني وكذلك الشركات القائمة، مع التركيز على الدور الحيوي للاستثمار في حماية الاقتصاد الرقمي. حضورنا الكريم، يدير هذه الجلسة السيدة نورة النصف، رئيس الشؤون المؤسسية والعلامة التجارية والتسويق الشرق الأوسط باستثناء الإمارات العربية المتحدة في بنك ستاندرد تشارترد. فلتتفضل. كما يسرنا الترحيب على المنصة بكل من الدكتورة روبن ريميكي، مدير التعليم العالي لشركة تمبلر إكزيكوتيفز المملكة المتحدة. الدكتورة هارجندر كور تالوار، سيدة أعمال ورئيسة فريق عمل الشمول المالي للشركات الناشئة في قمة العشرين الهند. الدكتورة شنكول قادر، رئيس مجلس إدارة منظمة الإخاء الأردنية العراقية، رئيس مجلس إدارة منظمة تحالف بنك الغذاء، عضو مجلس شعب عراقي سابق. كل التوفيق لكم في هذه الجلسة.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Noura Nassif, and I look after corporate affairs, brand and marketing for Standard Chartered Bank for Bahrain, Iraq, and Qatar. I'd like to start off by thanking you all for taking the time to participate today. We'll be here for about 40 minutes, give or take, where we'll be exploring how strategic funding and innovative cyber solutions can mitigate risks and drive technological advancements. I'd like to introduce our esteemed panel speakers before we get started with the questions. First, we have Dr. Robin Remke to my right. She's the Director of Higher Education at Templar Executives in the UK. We also have with us Dr. Harjinder Kaur Talwar, founder, MD and CEO of ComVision India, Chair G20 Startup Inclusion Task Force, member of the National Board of the Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises at the Government of India. We also have the pleasure of having Dr. Shangul Qadir. She's the chairperson of the Jordanian Iraqi Amity Assembly, president of the Food Bank Alliance Organization, chairperson of the Banos Group of Companies for Tourism, Logistics, Import and Export, and Visa Center. She's also the businesswoman for plastic artistry, as well as her being a social activist and an artist. Thank you all for being here. I'd like to start off with Dr. Talwar. Dr. Talwar, great having you here. We've all experienced cyber fraud happening to us either at first hand or through people we know. And they range from emails to links and calls to many other ways fraudsters seem to be innovative in finding and creating. Can you talk to us about security guidelines? Why is online fraud happening and why is it on the rise? Where does it come from and how can we stop it?
Very interesting question. So, hi, good afternoon. My name is Harjinder Kaur Talwar and I'm from India. I just heard the previous speaker talking about the expertise of India in cyber payments and digital economy. So, I'll be talking to you in an introductory session as to what it is. Every one of you has gone through some cyber fraud or an attempt of a fraud. So what is it? Why does this happen? And what does it mean? You know, every bank which is existing has some guidelines given to them, security guidelines, and each one of the bank who has the core banking application goes through those guidelines. They adapt to them, which are mentioned by the National Ministry of IT or whatever is the regulatory body. Once they've done this, still you know that their data is leaked or you are, your data is hacked and a fraud happens with you. Why does this happen? To tell you in very simple terms, you know, if you look at World Wide Web, it is this much. And you have another thing called dark web, which we don't see, and that is this much, all right? Now these security guidelines that the banks adapt, and they are given the regulation to be complying to these security guidelines, they have these security guidelines and they do it, but fortunately or unfortunately, they are also available to hackers because it is publicly available. And once it is publicly available, they know how to crack it, and they do it beautifully. And that's how the cyber frauds happen. Now, second thing is, you know, the banks have the encryption sort of regulation that they have in their core banking solution, but it's also the responsibility of an end user to be smart. You know, somebody hacks my phone and reaches out to me, share the OTP, and if I am sharing that OTP, then I need to be questioned. I need to be smart enough to know whether this is a real transaction. I mean, it's something like somebody asks you a credit card usage OTP and you share it. Then it's sorry, but it's your stupidity that you're sharing that OTP with that person and he's hacking into your phone. I really don't know how the hacking of phone is done, but I'm sure once you share an OTP, there is a third-party software which is installed on your phone, and then they hack the information out of your phone and they misuse it. So you have to be smart. I would like to talk to you also about the encryption and you know, what are the forthcoming technologies which can be used in banking solution, because that's the core. That's the core how we can, you know, probably take care of the consumer or take care of the security guidelines in each one. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Talwar. I'll move on to Dr. Shango. دكتورة تشرفنا أن تكونين موجودة ويانا اليوم. ممكن من جهتك تعرفين لنا الأمن السبراني وأهمية الاستثمار فيه وأسبابه؟
Now, okay. مساء الخير، أسعدتم جميعا. طبعا أنا بقدم شكري وتقديري للمنظمين والقائمين بهذا العمل الجميل الرائع، وخصوصا المشاركات كلهم سيدات. هذا إن دل على شيء إنما يدل إنه نصف المجتمع هم النساء، وبالتالي هم يكملون مسيرة الحياة. فهذا شرف لنا، لأن المرأة خلقت لأن تكون المجتمع، فهي الأم والحبيبة والزوجة والأخت والصديقة. وبالتالي نرى في ظل الظروف الراهنة وتطور التكنولوجيا الحديثة واستخدامات واللجوء إلى كثير من التقنيات الحديثة، أصبحت مجبر الإنسان إنه أن يلجأ إليها. لربما كانوا الأمهات والنساء سابقا ونحن أيضا كنا غير مهتمين بالتكنولوجيا، لكن ظروف الحياة والعمل أجبرتنا على مواصلة هذه المسيرة. وبالتالي هذه المسيرة كل ما تجددت التكنولوجيا الحديثة كل ما زاد المخاطر، لأن هناك هجمات كثيرة وخروقات كثيرة، وبالتالي هذا يؤدي إلى التأثير البيانات الخاصة سواء كانت فردية أم شخصية أم حكومات، وهذه البيانات لابد من اللجوء إلى حمايتها. إذن الأمن السبراني من هذا المنطلق نتحدث عنه مجموعة من البيانات والإجراءات الوقائية كدرع يستخدم لحماية بيانات الخاصة بالفرد والمجتمع والحكومات، وبالتالي يؤدي إلى وقف الخسائر المادية والاختراقات اللي بتسبب إنه نخسر حتى المعلومات الخاصة فينا يعني. فإذا هذا هو تعريف الأمن السبراني. نرجع نقول ليه نستثمر؟ أسباب الاستثمار. أول شيء حماية البيانات الحساسة ولاستمرارية العمل، وبالتالي أيضا نقلل التكاليف المادية الناتجة من خسارة كثير من المعلومات. ثاني شيء نعزز الثقة بين العملاء والشركات والمؤسسات، لأنه إذا أنا حماية بياناتي كلها بتتعرض كل يوم للاختراقات والسرقة والاحتيالات، وبالتالي أفقد الثقة التعامل مع أي مؤسسة ثانية، خصوصا البنوك والمؤسسات الكبيرة والصغيرة. وبالتالي من واجبنا أنه نلجأ إلى الاستثمار في هذا المجال، سوف نتطرق عليه بعد قليل. وبالتالي لأنه الأمن السبراني هون بيكون ضرورة لحمايتها. نرجع بنقول كيف نحمي وكيف نستخدم. أول شيء الحماية الشخصية. الحماية الشخصية استخدام بيانات ومفردات مرورية قوية، وبعديها لابد أن نسعى إلى تحديث البرامج. سابقا أنا كنت ما أحدث تليفوني، وبالتالي أصبحت الآن أنا واحدة من الناس ألجأ إلى تحديث البرامج باستمرار، وأتابع كل شيء جديد، لأنه هذا بيخليني أنه أنا أحمي حالي. بعدها التدريب والتوعية. تدريب والتوعية، توعية الموظفين والأفراد بهذا المجال حتى أعزز الأمن الوعي عندهم، كيف حتى يلجؤون إلى استخدام التقنيات الحديثة الخاصة الجريئة للمحافظة عليها. وبعديها هناك تقنيات اللي طرقت عليها زميلتنا، التشفير مثلا والنسخ الاحتياطية لابد اللجوء إليها، لأن هذا بيحمينا ويخلي نسخ موجودة من عندنا في حالة اختراق أي مجال منها. بعدها الشراكات مهمة جدا مع مؤسسات خاصة بالأمن السيبراني. ليه؟ لأنه هم يوفرون مختصين لتدريب كوادرنا، وبالتالي يعطونا أنظمة اختراقات تسبق الاختراق، يعني أجهزة تسبق الاختراقات المسبقة حتى نحمي حالنا. من هنا نرى أنه التجأ الأمن السيبراني إلى عدة أمور، منها مثلا تقنية الذكاء الاصطناعي والتعليم الرقمي، لأنه أصبح هذا مهم جدا في هذا المجال. هذا بيحميني كثير من الأمور. لما أنا بكون مؤسسة أسعى إلى تدريب أفرادي دائما، ونحث الوعي حتى بين الطلاب والجامعات والشركات والمؤسسات إنه ندرب حالنا، لكن بنفس الوقت نواجه المؤسسات الصغيرة خصوصا بتواجه، لأنه الأمور المالية بتكون كبيرة، وبالتالي ليس لديهم المقدرة إلى اللجوء إلى استخدام تقنيات حديثة. لابد هناك تشريعات وقوانين من الحكومات أيضا في دعم وتعزيز العلاقات، وأيضا دعم هذا الجانب وتوفير كل المستلزمات الحديثة. أعتقد هذا شيء مختصر إنه حبيت أقدم عليه من غير اللجوء إلى قراءة ملف كامل بهذا الموضوع. أرجو إنه استفدت أنه وصلت الرسالة بالشكل الصحيح. إذا كان عندك سؤال تاني أنا مستعدة.
شكرا دكتورة.
أهلا وسهلا.
شكرا تسلمين. Dr. Robin, thank you for being here in Bahrain. We're happy to have you. Dr. Shangul talked briefly about partnerships and the importance of reaching out to experts to train and to educate. Can you share with us more on investing in the job market as well as upskilling the cybersecurity workforce and leadership?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for the privilege of speaking with you today. It's been an incredible morning of learning about various business entrepreneurial enterprises. And thank you to my esteemed panelists. You've set me up so beautifully to sort of build on what you said around cybersecurity. As we all agree at this point, digital isn't just the future, it is today, which means we have to take cybersecurity seriously. Old perspectives on cybersecurity sort of assumed we could just sort of protect the perimeter of our organizations, and that meant we were safe. But as we've agreed, it's no longer sustainable and it's no longer sufficient in terms of security. We have to think about an engaged workplace, an engaged society, an engaged civilian population. When we do take security seriously, security then becomes a business asset that can help us strategically grow our businesses. So this has a lot of importance to us as entrepreneurs and as business owners and as government officials. However, taking cybersecurity seriously is challenging, in part because cybersecurity is evolving. There are new threats every day with the increase of AI, with new cloud technologies, with other aspects of technology expanding. The threat landscape is expanding every single day. We need professionals who understand the cybersecurity landscape to help guide us as leaders in our organizations. The challenging bit is finding those professionals. Last year, there were over 3 million cybersecurity vacancies globally. That's a lot of opportunity for us to sort of step into. And this is where I think partnerships are so important. When we think about partnerships, we can think about it two perspectives, one in terms of education and one in terms of upskilling. First off, in terms of education, I think driving more of our young people towards careers in the STEM industries is important. Bahrain is a leader in this area, and I'm so excited to read that over half of these students in STEM are women, which is incredible. But I think before students even get to university, we can encourage our young people to think about technology in new and exciting ways. Programs like Girls Can Code and a program that I'm involved with called Cyber Champions is a great way to bring cybersecurity to young people so that they think about security from a very young age. They don't think about digital and then security. Security is always already a part of their digital world. We also have to think beyond computer science. Cyber is not just technical. We need to think about integrating security, particular cybersecurity, into non-technical areas, such as HR and supply chain management. We need to integrate those concepts into curriculum so that HR directors, supply chain managers also have a security mindset from the very start. And one of the great ways of doing that is to enhance our internships and apprenticeships, encouraging those who are studying these areas, including leadership, to think about security from the very start. In terms of upskilling or reskilling, I think there's a lot of opportunity to build in continuous learning into our workplace. There are a lot of ways that we can train our workers from very basic training all the way up into advanced degrees, such as a cybersecurity MBA, which will give our leaders and our managers the tools they need to develop a strategic security mindset. That essentially helps them to build security into their strategic orientation for their organization. We can also be creative, and I think this is especially relevant for women who might be re-entering the workplace. They can use their skills, which may not involve security, but if they are coming back into the workplace, perhaps after a break, giving them some skills, some technological skills especially, can be a great way to open up the workplace opportunities, maybe to address some of those 3 million vacancies that exist out there. And finally, I want to think about upskilling from a slightly different perspective. When we think about training and upskilling, we often think about providing technical skills, but I think we can also look to our technologists, those who have a background in computer science or computer engineering, but think about upskilling them in management and leadership skills so that they are better able to integrate their technological mindset into the larger organizational strategy. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there that we can build on when it comes to education and upskilling through various partnerships.
Thank you so much, Dr. Robin. Dr. Talwar, innovation and investment. Where are we within the cybersecurity world?
When I'm talking about India, and I just spoke about dark web and how the data leakage happens, you won't believe that India, as a country which is taking care of 60% of global payments digitally, that consumer data was available on dark web as early or as latest as in 2024. And this is not only about India, this is about every other country. Their data is just available. I told you the reason. The standards and the protocols are available on World Wide Web, and that is equally available to hackers. There is one technology called elliptical curve cryptography, called ECC digital security, which is even being used by US for digitally signing their data and hashing their data. Now this technology is also being used in blockchain. And by far blockchain is the most safe way of building up the applications. It can't be broken. How does blockchain happen? I mean, if you would like to know, I'll tell you in a very simple term, how does blockchain work? In a simple system, you have an API and you have a server. It's two-node system. The request goes from API, and on the server you have your information. In a banking application, I just have to go and change in the database my balance. If it is 15 rupees or 15 dinars, I just say 15 million dinars. After all, it's a number in your database. And I go and withdraw it from the ATM. Unless reconciliation happens, I won't even know that this fraud has happened. But the fraud has happened, and that's how cyber frauds happen. Now, what happens in blockchain? It doesn't work on 2 nodes. It works on minimum of 3 nodes, and maximum it can be any number, 500, 2,000, 1 lakh, 2 lakh, millions and billions. How does it work technically? That each information which is written to one server by the coders is written to all the servers, and it is replicated. If there is any one server which is hacked by a hacker, the other servers, or at least 51% of the servers, have to vote for the authenticity of the information. So if the other servers say, no, this is not the information which was written, the information is discarded. And that is how your data is safe. It is so safe that even US military uses this data, and each data is hashed and encrypted. It's a very sophisticated way of doing things. I don't know why, but when we think of blockchain or we think of cryptography, we think it as a criminal category of payments. It's not that. It is much beyond that. When the country's databases are based on this technology, why are we saying no to this in our core banking solution or our requirements? You know, this is the future which will hold the digital security of the citizens. You know, when we think about cryptography, just one word we think is, or one word which comes to our mind is Bitcoin. It's much bigger. Why can't we create our own private blockchains? Why can't we have our own private system based on ECC cryptography or ECC digital signature? We can do it. And that's very, very important. You asked about the investment also. Okay, so coming back to my country, because you know, we have been doing some mobility data and the settlement of those mobility transactions, and we do some 4 million of them a day, which is by far the biggest in the world when we do mobility transactions settlement. We do settlement, we do dispute management, we do reconciliation. And how do we do it, and how do we safeguard the information? In India, we have the latest security guidelines being met by a bank called State Bank of India, which is here in your country also. I saw them. They're the biggest bank. They have the best UAT teams and the best ISD teams. And they have mentioned on their website that in case you hack into my system, I'll reward you for the equal amount that you hacked. Nobody can hack into their system. We comply with those guidelines. How they achieved it? They achieved it using ECC guidelines, and they achieved by investing and innovating how the mindset works. Can you believe that they stopped their mutual fund product for 6 months because they had a probable digital threat? Probable. So that's the kind of security guidelines that we are talking about. As on date, nobody can break ECC way of cryptography. I mean, you need the computing technology which is so high that current systems cannot break into it. But if quantum computing comes, and you know that works at the billion speed of what currently we are, then we may be able to break into it, and then we'll have to think of something else. So even ECC cryptography was introduced somewhere in late 90s, and that's the latest we have as on date. And my suggestion is, and my take is, and my experience is of working with digital payment, settlement, and talking about security, making sure that data is secure, is that invest in technology, invest in compliances, invest in thinking a step ahead of the hacker, what he has publicly available to him. Maybe invest in blockchain, that's the way forward. You know, the banks have to have a trust on the banking partner. I would also like to say there's so many banks here that, you know, each bank has a core banking solution today. You have it. No bank works without a core banking solution, and 90% of the banks use Infosys Finacle. It's a 20-year-old technology, but still they use Finacle. They still use Infosys. Why? Because there's a trust factor with Infosys. They feel something goes wrong, bank has a huge concern of their reputation loss. If something goes wrong, it's a bank stock value which is going down. And they feel if something goes wrong, Infosys is there to back them up. I may be a startup today, you know, and I may be a 2 billion funded startup. I may have the best of the solution. But no bank will trust me. Why? Because they feel, one, I have no experience in banking. Two, I don't know what this industry will throw at me. If something goes wrong, again, it's a bank at risk. So that's, I think, but still we can't say that we are not investing in the latest technology, or we're not trying to check the new technology or core framework, we are not ready to do it. We have to do it. Maybe we fail or we're not successful in the beginning, but that doesn't stop us from trying. Maybe you can send a message to the world, look here, we've done it. This is our private blockchain, and we've done the core banking, and now this is secure enough. Your data is safe with me. It is, even if it is available on dark web, nobody can break into my data, and that's the way to go about. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Talwar. That was very insightful. And you're absolutely right. There needs to be, for bigger organizations such as the banking sector and MNCs, there is a lot to risk if they don't invest in technology and innovation. Reputational risk, loss of customers, and therefore loss of business. دكتورة شنقل، إذا ممكن تخبرينا أكثر عن أهمية الاستثمار في الابتكار والتكنولوجيا.
أحب أضيف أنا نقطة مهمة في هذا الموضوع من خلال حديث زميلاتي عن الموضوع الأمن السبراني، وهلا عرفنا أمن السبراني وبعديها فكرنا بالاستثمار في الأمن السبراني، وشو الأسباب اللي يخلينا إنه نستثمر في الأمن السبراني، شو هي التحديات. في نقطة مهمة جدا من واجبنا نحن من هذا المنبر إنه إحنا نبدأ بهذا الموضوع تعليمي، نبدأ من المدارس ومن ثم الجامعات من خلال التوعية، توعية الأفراد، وبالتالي عمل شراكات مع منظمات دولية محلية، وحتى نختار هناك فئة مهمة من المجتمع هم الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة لتدريبهم على هذا الموضوع، لأنه موضوع مهم جدا كي لا ننساهم، لأنهم يكملون المجتمع وجزء من المجتمع. فهؤلاء الأشخاص لابد تدريبهم. وكيف بيتم التدريب إذا كانت هناك إمكانيات قليلة؟ لابد من اللجوء إلى التشريعات العليا وإلى الحكومات والمنظمات من خلالهم المطالبة بتأسيس مراكز مختصة بالتدريب لهذا الموضوع لحمايته. لربما هناك أشخاص ذوي الإعاقة يستخدمون هواتفهم النقابة والكمبيوترات والأجهزة الذكية، فلكن هم يفتقرون إلى كيفية الوقاية من التحديات اللي تواجههم. شكرا.
شكرا دكتورة. And she's absolutely correct. I mean, financial education, financial literacy, that all needs to be, we need to start that at a very early age so that it becomes part of the culture and part of the DNA of our younger generations. Dr. Robin, so from your experience and after listening to Dr. Talwar and Dr. Shankal as well, how do you see education and companies' investment in both cybersecurity and AI? I know AI has been, AI has been the wave or the hot cake nowadays, and there is a whole aspect that AI is taking over a lot of jobs and a lot of fields as well. Where do you see, from your experience as an educator, the integration of cybersecurity and AI?
That's a great question. There's about 3 questions in there, so forgive me if I don't quite get to all of them. But first off, I think from an educational standpoint, AI is here. And as an educator, I think it's prudent of us to embrace it and to really think about it critically, how we can use that. And there is a lot of talk about AI replacing jobs, replacing workers, and that is something we need to take seriously. But again, instead of shying away from that or pulling away from that, embracing that and thinking critically and creatively about how we can use AI to enhance our work experience will really help us to shift away from that sort of panic perspective that we have. Importantly, though, as we've discussed already, we have to do this in a secure way, and we have to do this in a critically reflective way. We cannot just jump into AI because it's exciting and it's new and it's sparkly. We need to think about what AI is accomplishing for us and helping us to do. there are all kinds of interesting studies that demonstrate AI can help us work better. We mentioned financial industries that help us transact much more quickly. It can be very useful in helping to detect fraud, and it can actually keep us safer. We are using AI in the health industry quite widely to help detect cancers, for example, much earlier in faster, better ways than the human eye can. But that doesn't mean we are replacing doctors or financial experts. We need to be able to partnership with that better. I think this is where education comes in. Funny enough, our young children get this. They're already used to this. They are already sort of interacting with AI in a way that I think most of us wish we could. They have a level of comfort with AI that we envy. But we can learn from them. And I think part of what we can learn is that we just need to engage with AI. We need to engage critically, but not be so fearful. We need to really practice and think about how we can actually use AI in our daily practices. We need to think creatively. We need to think about how this might actually influence how we define work, how we define financial transactions, how we define healthcare, for example, and really sort of use that to inspire us to work smarter, to work better. And this is where, frankly, organizations, businesses, governments have to partner with educators, whether they be universities, schools, or training experts, researchers, to really understand how AI is not only shaping how we work, but also shaping how we learn. AI can be a wonderful tool to help us learn in new and exciting ways. You mentioned disability earlier. AI is a wonderful mechanism that includes more individuals in that process. And I think it's wonderful to embrace that so that we can be more inclusive in our workplaces, in our universities, and in our schools, and in our government. So I think we need to step out boldly, but critically, and most importantly, safely.
Thank you so much. And this brings us to the conclusion of today's panel on cybersecurity. If there are any questions from the audience to any of our esteemed panelists, please feel free to. Doris.
And basically, you wanted to invest in R&D, research and development. It's very important for the university. Do you agree or disagree?
Sorry, can you just say the first part of
Yeah,
that?
you mentioned about education and how the role of the private and the government sector in partnership with the education sector. So do you agree that we should actually invest more in R&D in the university sector?
Absolutely. And I think historically we had tend to think of research and development as separate with education, and universities sort of sit in that in-betwixt position. What we really need is to sort of break down that dichotomy and think about how we can use research to influence our education, as well as learn from how we educate and what we learn through our education to influence how we research. When we can when we can partner and marry those together, I think we have the best results. But we need to do that much more, much more. And I think a lot of that would come if we could fund some more interesting and empirical-based research.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've got one question here.
Thank you. My question for Dr. Qader. How do you see شلون تشوفين الأمن السبراني وتطور الأمن السبراني بالوطن العربي؟ وشنو تأثيره على الجيل الصاعد؟ طبعا احنا قاعدين نتكلم اليوم عن الإديوكيشن، قاعدين نتكلم عن التعليم، عن التطوير، عن شلون نستعمل حاليا النظم الحديثة والاي اي في عملنا بشكل يومي، ولكن شلون تشوفين هذا قاعد يتطور في الوطن العربي؟
حقيقة سؤال رائع جدا. انه بالنسبة للجيل الجديد التكنولوجيا الحديثة يعني بيبدأ الطفل يطلع إلى الدنيا عمره 6 أشهر سنة، يبدأ بالآيباد والتليفون، يعني بما معنى هو عنده إلمام بهذا الموضوع، ويتطور على مرور الأيام والسنين. نرى بالوطن العربي الآن بالشرق الأوسط بشكل عام يعني هم غير بطيئين، لا عم بنتواصل احنا مع التطور الحديث اللي حاصل معانا، لانه المدارس ما شاء الله عليهم، لكن نطلب المزيد. نطلب المزيد. كيف نطلب المزيد؟ لانه احنا المفروض يكون التنسيق مع وزاره التعليم، مع وزاره التربيه ومع منظمات الدوليه والى مجلس النواب لتشريع قوانين تحث الى دعم هذه المؤسسات ولتاسيس مراكز تدريبيه. أبلش أنا بتدريب الطلاب من خلال مدارسهم دورات صغيرة على مستوى عقولهم، وبالتالي طلاب الجامعات أيضا هم بحاجة إلى هذا الشيء، لأن هناك تفسير خاطئ لبعض الطلاب من كثر الذكاء اللي عندهم، لربما يدخلون إلى مواقع وإلى أمور كثيرة يؤدي إلى إفساد أخلاقهم، إلى إفساد هواتفهم، يعني إلى لجوء إلى طريق منحرف. فإذا أنا لابد أيضا أوعيهم من هذا الجانب، لأن تعزيز الأمن الرقمي والوعي لدى الأفراد من الصغر إلى المؤسسات الكبيرة كالبنوك والحكومية والصغيرة وهكذا، يعني لابد. وبالتالي يبدأ أيضا التدريب من البيت. البيت هو الأساس، إنه أنا أدرب واحد يدرب الثاني، لأن هناك أيضا كبار السن هم أيضا بطيئين في هذا المجال، ولا بد إنه بتكون التوعية من البيت، إنه نفهمهم شو التطبيقات اللي ممكن يدخلوا، شو لما يدخلوا.
السؤال الثاني،
نعم.
شنو تأثير اللغة؟ إحنا اليوم معظم التطبيقات اللي قاعدين نشوفها والتكنولوجيا الرقمية باللغة الأكثر شيء شيوعاً اللي هي اللغة الإنجليزية. فطبعاً إحنا عندنا اليوم جيل كامل عارف اللغة الإنجليزية
ما شاء الله عليهم. طبعاً برافو.
ولكن شنو تأثيرها على هاي المعلومات باللغة العربية، خصوصاً إن إحنا عندنا بعد الترجمات ما بين العربي والإنجليزي ممكن أقول إن هي لحد الآن شوية ضعيفة. فشون إحنا ممكن نعرب هاي المصطلحات، وشون احنا نقدر نوصل المعلومة؟ مثل ما تفضلتي، احنا عندنا اليوم من الطفل أبو سنة إلى الجد يستعمل التليفون ويستعمل اليوتيوب. فما بين الفروقات الأطفال اللي قاعدين يتعلمون اللغة الإنجليزية والكبار السن اللي هم ما عندهم أي معلومات عن اللغة، شلون أن احنا نقدر نوصل الحلقة ما بين الأجيال واللغة العربية؟
نعم، سؤال رائع أيضا، لأنه هذا من وحي المجتمع اللي نعيشها في حياتنا اليومية اللي نواجهها كلنا في هذا الموضوع. هذا موضوع مهم جدا. كيف إنه أنا أبدأ بهذا الموضوع؟ أولا التوعية، البيت، الأسرة، الأم والأب، الأخ، هذا التوعية من البيت، سواء كنا نعلم صغار السن أو الكبار اللي يتعلمون الإنجليزي. يعني الجيل الجديد ما شاء الله عليهم يبدأون كله إنجليزي، وبالتالي يفتقرون إلى اللغة العربية. هنا يكمن دور الأم والأب، الأسرة، البيت مدرسة. إذا أنا لابد إنه ألجأ لهم، بلس إنه هناك ذكاء الاصطناعي ما شاء الله علينا. يعني بدي أحكي مع الذكاء الاصطناعي، أسأل من عنده سؤال أقول له احكي عراقي، يحكي وياي عراقي، احكي لي هندي، يحكي لي هندي، يعني اتطور. يعني هذا الموضوع ما صار صعب. إذا أنا أعلمه كيف يستعمل هذا التطبيق، وأرجع أيضا أستخدم تقنيات حديثة من خلال مراكز تدريبية. أي إذا بما معنى إحنا بحاجة إلى مراكز تدريبية والتنسيق مع وزارة التعليم، مع وزارة التربية، حتى نضمن تعليم الطلاب أيضا للغتهم الأساسية اللغة العربية قبل اللغة الإنجليزية، حتى لا يظل الطفل هو يكبر إنه عنده لغة واحدة. فلغة الأم المفروض المحافظة على لغة الأم. وبعدها أيضا ما ننسى الفئات المستهدفة من الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة اللي هم أمس الحاجة لهذا الموضوع. لابد توفير الأجهزة المختصة لهم لاستخدام التطبيقات الذكية في هذا المجال. شكرا.
Shukran, Dr. Jungle. I wanted to ask Dr. Talwar, actually, we were talking earlier about the impact of applications in English on Arabic. Do you think that exists? Do you have the same issue in India in terms of teaching, or ensuring that the national language or the Indian language is not overtaken by English?
Of the language you're talking to me about? I think in, India by default is now an English and a Hindi speaking nation. So people know, and it's a very global country in the sense that people are globally connected. And every child also in India knows that if he doesn't know English, then he cannot connect globally. India today, I call it a land of opportunities, and it's land of rising sun. So if they'll not do this, so that really I don't see as a problem. Maybe the rural public where the education level is very primary level or very nascent level, maybe there is a problem that would be there. You also spoke to me, if I can take just 1 minute more, you also spoke to me about investment in. So just for the audience information, the King Fahd Causeway application which runs here, which is taking toll from you, and the whole application which is digitalized, that has been done by us, and we enabled the mobile payment, enabled the digital payment also there. We do some 20,000 settlements in a day, transactions in a day, compared to what we do in India is 4 million transactions in a day. And unless we invest in the technology, again coming back that taking this kind of settlement of transactions is not virtually or physically easy. So that's my claim to fame in this part of the region, KFCA, and now I'm doing a very innovative project for ELBA. We just signed a deal with them this month, and it's again an R&D project which we'll be doing using RFID and other things. You know, when you cross KFCA, a very interesting thing that you don't even come to know, we have sensors under the road which classify your vehicle automatically. While you don't know that you're paying this much, it is automatically computed and given to you. So that's the kind of, I'm happy to talk to you if anybody wants to talk more about technology. Thank you.
السلام عليكم. سؤالي للدكتورة شنقول. دكتورة، عندنا نحن طفل، يعني مو طفل، هالحين ريال يعني، وهو معاق، بس يكتب ما يعرف، يقرأ ما يعرف، بس ما شاء الله ما شاء الله ذكي إلى درجة. برافو. فهذا الولد يعني أعتمد عليه في وايد أشياء أنا، بس كيف أقدر أنا يعني أوصله إنه يعرف يعني يكتب أو يقرأ أو هيك شيء، لأنه ذكي إلى درجة. هذا خلصتي؟ وبعدين ساعات يعني أشتري أنا شغلات من برا، مكاين، أجهزة، تصوري هو يجي يقول لي ماما سوي شي سوي شي سوي شي. برافو. أنا هذا الشيء اللي مزعلني على هالولد.
إذن أنا لما اتطرقت على هذا الموضوع، لأنه هذا موضوع مهم جدا جدا، لأن هذه الفئة المستهدفة من الأفراد المجتمع الموجودين، هدول الأشخاص هم بذلك الأهل والمجتمع كلهم يعانون. أنت كأم تعانين إنه هذا ذكي، هذا بحاجة إلى رعاية خاصة. إذن ألجأنا إلى دور المؤسسات الحكومية في توفير الأجهزة الذكية الدقيقة اللي تناسب مهاراتهم. مهارات مهمة جدا، هدول بحاجة إلى توعية وتدريب وتوفير الأمور اللازمة ليتمكنوا الوصول إلى التقنية الحديثة في استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي. وكيفية، يمكن عندك سؤال، تفضلي.
بالنسبة يعني دور المدارس عندنا في الإمارات قوية.
برافو.
ما شاء الله يعني وايد، حتى أخذته وسافرت فيه.
برافو.
يعني بس الدكاترة بعد خبروني هذا الولد يجي يوم على غفلة، يعني يشوف شيء أو يخاف من شيء راح ينطلق. ألمانيا هذا كلام،
هذا كلام الأطباء. إذن أنت في هذا الموضوع بحاجة إلى توعية هذا الطفل، أو توعيه، تضلي توعيه وتوصي المدرسة اتخاذ الإجراء اللازم، لأنه هذا يحتاج إلى معاملة خاصة وإلى رعاية خاصة، وبالتالي تبحثين إلى مراكز متخصصة لتدريبه.
أنا وديته وايد، الحين مش صغير، الحين عمره تقريبا 35
ممكن
سنة.
أقترح يمكن بعد الجلسة لأن لازم ننهي الجلسة. سامحيني.
عفواً.
لا معلش حياك الله، بس بعد الجلسة ممكن
مو مشكلة.
تتواصلين مع الدكتورة أحسن. يمكن.
شكرا لكم.
Shukran. And just wanted to thank everybody, Dr. Robin, Dr. Talwar, Dr. Shangul. Thank you so much for attending and for giving us your time.
Thank you very much. And now we will be honoring the speaker. ندعو السيدة فيكي معوض للصعود إلى المنصة لتكريم المتحدثين. نبدأ بالدكتورة روبين ريميكي مدير التعليم العالي لشركة تمبلر إكزيكوتيفز بالمملكة المتحدة. الدكتورة هارجندر كول تلوار سيدة أعمال ورئيسة فريق عمل الشمول المالي للشركة الناشئة في قمة العشرين الهند. الدكتورة شانكول قادر رئيس مجلس إدارة منظمة الإخاء الأردنية العراقية، رئيس مجلس إدارة منظمة تحالف بنك الغذاء، عضو مجلس شعب عراقي سابق. ومديرة الجلسة السيدة نورة النصف رئيس الشؤون المؤسسية والعلامة التجارية والتسويق الشرق الأوسط باستثناء الإمارات العربية المتحدة في بنك ستاندرد تشارترد. شكرا جزيلا لكم. شكرا. Thank you. أعزائي الحضور، تناقش جلستنا الحوارية القادمة والتي تحمل عنوان الابتكار الاقتصادي، دور الصناعات الإبداعية في التنمية. كيف تساهم الصناعات الإبداعية مثل الفنون والتكنولوجيا والإعلام في تحقيق النمو الاقتصادي، حيث ستسلط الضوء على تأثير الاقتصاد البرتقالي في تعزيز الابتكار وخلق فرص العمل وإثراء الثقافة. حضورنا الكريم يدير هذه الجلسة السيدة بارعة علم الدين، صحفية ومذيعة حائزة على جوائز عديدة، محررة الشؤون الخارجية في صحيفة الحياة، محررة نقابة الخدمات الإعلامية، كاتبة عمود في صحيفة ديلي تيليغراف البريطانية وعرب نيوز. كما يسرنا أن ينضم للجلسة كل من السيد راسموس وينسترند تشيرنينغ، مؤسس ومدير شبكة الأعمال الإبداعية بالدنمارك. السيد ماسيمو تشيبولوني، مدير العلاقات الخارجية والدولية في أكاديمية الموضة بإيطاليا. السيدة تامارا هوستل، مؤسسة ومديرة مدرسة إسموند بدبي. السيدة جين بيرسون، مصممة أزياء مستدامة وصانعة أفلام أزياء، الرئيس التنفيذي والمدير الإبداعي لشركة جين بيرسون المحدودة، محاضر زائر في كلية كوندي ناست للأزياء والتصميم، أكاديمية لندن للأزياء. بالتوفيق. I wish you all the best in this panel session. Please.
السلام عليكم. مساء الخير. I realize that this is time for you to probably have lunch and to rest and to relax. So this session is going to be about waking you up again and having fun and enjoying ourselves. I'll be honest with you. By the way, I'm Bari'a بالعربي, not Bariya, not Bari'a.
and I'm Lebanese British, and I think ladies here serve our purposes and the subject we're speaking about, you will realize. Excuse me, ladies. Excuse me. خلاص? Can I also ask you to please put off your phones and engage with us, not your phones, okay? Thank you. So, when I've been asked to speak about the subject, it's called the orange economy. يعني ما فهمت شيء orange economy, لبست orange مفروض. So I'll be honest with you, I didn't understand exactly what the orange economy, so I went to Mr. AI, to Mr. Google, and I learned a lot. And I think here, ladies, every one of us really likes the subject because this is about very much linked to our cultures, to our daily life. The orange economy is basically about art, about music, about fashion, about media. So you will understand it and you contribute to it. I look at the ladies, you're all beautifully made up, you have the best clothing, so it's a good audience I think we have, right? Okay, so I'm not going to waste my time by introducing each of my speakers because I realize we need time to also ask questions. So I'm going to ask my speakers, with ladies first from there, to introduce themselves and to speak very briefly about what they do, and then I will kick up with asking questions, and then I want to come back to you for you to ask questions. Okay? Good. So I'm going to start with my compatriot, Jane. We're both British. I'm British Lebanese, so I have an extra thing, but we're the same. So Jane, if you tell us very briefly who you are.
Hello, I'm Jane Pearson. I'm a British Fashion Council designer. I have Jane Pearson fashion brand, a sustainable fashion brand that's bespoke and couture, established in 2008. I've been showing on schedule with the British Fashion Council at London Fashion Week since that time. I've also collaborated with Jebji Oram here in Bahrain on a jewellery collection which launched at London Fashion Week in September of last year. I'm also an academic and I teach at university, both BA and MA courses at Vogue Condé Nast College of Fashion and Design in London and also at the Jimmy Choo Fashion Academy. Thank you.
Wow, that's impressive. Okay, Tamara, would you tell us where you're from originally and what you do?
Good afternoon. I am Tamara Hostal. I am French, and I have been in the region for now more than 25 years, and I have opened ESMOD Dubai, which is the French Fashion Institute, and we did that in 2006. Answering to a fabulous question of ladies at that time who were saying, we want to study fashion, what can you do for us? And this is how it did start. And today we have more than 75 different nationalities, hosting ladies, men's as well, but most of them are ladies from all different countries in the world. And today supporting the creative orange economy, which we believe in it. It is a must, and this is the future in terms of market, in terms of economy, and in terms of a future of ladies, for sure.
Merci beaucoup. Massimo?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Massimo Cipolloni. I am the International Relations Manager for Accademia della Moda, the Academy of Fashion and Design based in Milan, Italy. Our academy is an historic academy founded in the 60s in Naples. And we are very much involved in the orange economy, not only because we are an academic institution, but also because we have many projects in many countries, also capacity building projects focused on the creative industries.
I love Italian fashion. Wow, great to have you here, Massimo. Rasmus, please tell us about you.
Thank you.
I think you should.
Thank you for the invitation. Indeed, my name is Rasmus. I come from Denmark, and I'm the founder of CEO of Creative Business Network. Our purpose is to bring creative ideas to the world, or creative solutions to the world, because creatives have a harder time finding finance, access to finance to grow. They are more international usually, so the market access is an important part, and also the IP part, protecting your intellectual property. And then last but not least, business development can also be difficult if you're working in fashion or music or movies or gaming. So we're in 85 countries, so although we're out of Denmark, we are present pretty much globally, and we have some fantastic female entrepreneurs from the region, from Bahrain, Butterfly Technologies, Allah, also from Saudi Arabia, Lebanon, Sikasok. So it's really fantastic to be here.
Fantastic. Okay, I think Rasmus brought us back to the area where we are in, and we are interested to see how do you engage with the nationalities you spoke about. But first, if you could just tell us, why did they call it the orange economy? I mean, we all know that all economies of the world are linked together, and we know that this economy, the orange economy, is more than $1 trillion around the world. So it's a huge economy. But this is why I personally didn't understand, because the economy is linked. Why do we take it out and say this is the orange economy? So why? And also tell us about your engagement with the area, please. Thank you.
Yes, the orange economy is, you probably also have this expression that a sweet child has many names. At least we have that in Denmark. And the name also goes by the cultural and creative industries, or the cultural and creative sectors. So it was actually a person called Felipe Buitrago who, at the Inter-American Development Bank, developed a concept called the orange economy to cover the cultural and creative industries. So on one hand, it is some sectors. It is fashion, music, movies, publishing. You could even say gastronomy, tourism, cultural heritage, museums is part of that. So some are hyper-commercial and some are much more supported by governments. For example, in Denmark, we are such a small country, and if we didn't give support for the movie sector, we wouldn't have a Danish-speaking movie sector, because the market is so small that a movie could never make the money it would need to make a movie. So that's why the film sector is a huge business in the US, but not in Denmark. But on the other hand, San Pellegrino, is that a creative company? I can tell you, San Pellegrino is member of Alta Gamma, which is the Italian Creative Industries Association. So this is a design project, just as Ducati and Ferrari are design objects. You don't buy it to get somewhere. You buy it because you want to tell a story about yourself to others and to yourself. So that's another important aspect of the creative industries, is this horizontal element of the font that you choose, the clothes that you're wearing, the shoes that you have on. They tell a story about yourself and where you are in life and in the world.
Can I ask you to be a little bit brief?
Sorry.
Because I want people to ask questions.
I will limit myself here.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
So that's the orange economy.
Yeah, I think we understood by now. Okay, what's your engagement with the area, and how do you actually, Rasmus, it's for you still. How do you engage with the area, and what way? What do you do for our people here in this area?
What I have learned throughout, I'm actually, you would say, 56 years old, yes, from my working in the field, is that you have to have a lot of open mind, open ears, open eyes, and really realize that since it's connected to design and heritage and culture, it is so difficult to say what works in a particular region, what will actually benefit. So that's why we are always working with with local partners. We've been working with Tamkeen here in Bahrain. We've been working with some fantastic people in Kutuf.
Are you training them? What do you do? Do you finance? What do you do?
Exactly.
So
we try to train them in what they usually need, how to pitch for investors, how to access a foreign market, like how to access Germany or Denmark or the Nordics or the US, Japan. We do it all with mentors from around the world. So it really is about finding the right people to understand the creative business and then help them grow from there. And really not say that we are the people who know it all, know the contrary. We will find people who have an understanding and put them together. My job is really connecting people more than anything. I do some consulting and some helping and mentoring, but it's much more connecting the right ones.
Thank you very much. Massimo, in this part of the world, we are very proud of our heritage and culture. We have amazing history, but also Italy is not very far behind. So can you tell us in practical terms about how does the orange economy or the creative economy in Italy helps the general economy in Italy and perhaps in the EU at large? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, fantastic question. I hope I will have some good answers. Italy is a small country, basically with no natural resources, and after Second World War, extremely impoverished at that time. So during the 50s and the 60s, actually, Italy was able, in a fantastic way, may I say, able to leverage, to take advantage of exactly our heritage in all forms, in all shapes. Art, craftsmanship, very strong craftsmanship, century-old craftsmanship, as you have in this part of the world and as every country in the world has. So using that, Italy was able during the, may I say, 50s, 60s until the 70s to build an industry. So going from craftsmanship to industry. There was a huge battle, an internal economic battle, even between cities. Italy is famous for the battles between cities. You know, Rome doesn't like Milan, Florence doesn't like Venice. It's a long history. But every city has a fantastic history and a fantastic tradition. So they wanted to build, particularly in the north of Italy, they wanted to build an industry out of heritage. There were laboratories, there were artisans, there were plenty of little ateliers, little craftsmen scattered around Italy. But at one point, some very brilliant people decided that Italy should go from craftsmanship to industry. It was a painful road sometimes, but I must say that the Italians succeeded, and that's why I think that some very important brands were born in Italy. Not just out of a marketing idea, which is also fantastic, because of course we want to present an image, every country does. This is a soft power of a country.
Massimo, can you perhaps tell us more about the fashion, because the ladies here and me are very much interested in the fashion part of the culture. So perhaps you can link us to how did Italy manage to be the fashion capital of the world?
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, I was saying that Italy was able to go from a craftsmanship country to an industrial country in fashion. Yes. Particularly, it was a good dialogue between the authorities at that time with some important trade fairs, particularly in the north and in Florence, and the manufacturers. Yes. The manufacturers who at one point wanted to open themselves to the foreign world. And at that time, we always say in Italy that we were bought by the foreign buyers, particularly the Americans, because Italy at the time had fantastic production at a very cheap, price. Because Italy was, may I say, a developing country until the 60s. So at that time, we were bought by the foreign buyers, but thanks to the foreign buyers, particularly American buyers, we learned that there was something to invest on. And so Italy was not bought by foreign buyers, but started to, may I use this word, sell the Italian product.
Yeah.
So it's a big difference between being bought and selling, proposing to the world.
Yeah.
And that's why at that time some important trade fairs started in Italy. And so that's why
don't you
Italy
agree
developed.
with me, although the money might be, because I know a lot of the big fashion houses like Gucci, like Valentino, have been bought by foreign investors. So maybe the money is foreign, but the creativity is still Italian, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. The creativity is still Italian, but the one very important thing to notice is that also the manufacturing process are in Italy.
Yes.
Some foreign brands, for instance, our French cousins, we love France and we think that France has a fantastic tradition, but even some French companies, some French brands still produce in Italy, in leather products, shoes, other manufacturing processes are held in Italy, even by foreign companies.
Yes.
So creativity, of course, has to do with design. Of course, we are speaking about design and creations, but we must not forget production, manufacturing processes, know-how. The savoir-faire, the know-how.
Yes, the cutters in Italy are known. And Tamara, could you perhaps engage us? You've been living in Dubai, I suppose, and the Arab world, and you're French. Could you tell us how was your interaction with this part of the world? And how many of your students are actually from Dubai or the Emirates or the Arab world? What's the proportion? And how do you conduct your business over there? Can I please ask you to close that door, the organizers, and to keep quiet, please? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Our interaction has one word, and still one word, which is fashion. I will say fashion is in the blood of each ladies, and especially in this region, where ladies are very feminine, loves outfit, loves garments, love to showcase their personality as well. Interaction was extremely quick, and we have been really harassed by ladies. At that time, it was in Dubai. We were already living in Dubai. At that time, they were asking really, please, open a fashion institute as soon as possible.
Can I ask you one question,
wait.
Tamara? How expensive is it to come to your school? Is it just for the super rich or the upper middle class, or is it ready? Do you have any facilities for people who perhaps cannot afford? Do you have?
Of course we have. This is affordable for a middle class and upper middle class as well, but also for people who have, I will not say financial difficulties, but who cannot be able to give all their personal budget to fashion. This is why we have opened different programs and adapted our programs to the market, to the hobbies and to the capacity of everyone to study fashion. This is why. So we have a large range of products.
So what's the number of your students approximately? How many?
We have between 200 and 300 students.
Wow.
Dubai is a small country.
And how many years is the program?
How many years?
How many years?
We have a degree program, which is a 3 years program. And we have then master classes. We have workshops as well, short programs. And I have to say that today people are coming from the worldwide to study with us, because the reputation and the criteria are the creativity and the technicity. We are shaping the next engineers of fashion, and until today 98% of our students are finding a job just after their studies.
Great, maybe we should ask Mr. Rasmus here
Absolutely.
to help us.
Yes.
Jane, I want to come to you, and I've been many times to London Fashion Week, and it's a wonderful occasion, and of course Condé Nast is, and I looked at the internet and saw some of your amazing designs that you have designed. You also design for the theater, don't you? Do you design for evening wear mostly, or?
I design bespoke and couture, so
Yes.
I design for celebrities, singer-songwriters, artists, musicians, special orders from private clients.
Yeah.
So basically the brand has been going in a sustainable way since 2008.
So what is the percentage that the orange economy in the UK participates in the general economy?
I'm based in Wales.
Oh, wow.
We're the oldest Celtic nation. And so our economy has so much support for UK fashion and film, music, and obviously they all work together. So obviously when you're putting on a show at London Fashion Week, you'd have the models, you'd have the PR, the marketing, the social media content, you'd be creating the fashion, the film, the music. So all of that is really important. And also, I just wanted to quickly say that it's really important that in academic institutions that we teach exactly how you work in industry. That's really important, so that they hit the ground running as soon as they leave, and they can work in the fashion industry or ones that are in the orange economy as well. So I think that's really important.
Yeah. Can I ask you something? I always find, I'm a political journalist, so it's not really my specialty, but I read a lot. And I find always that there is, when it comes to the arts, it's very difficult to find jobs. The fashion designers, it's very competitive, the actors, the writers, etc. So do you find that in Wales, because as you say, you have some support, or maybe through the national lottery that we have, do you think we have more support in England than other countries for aspiring artists of all kinds?
I think it's difficult regardless of where you are. Inevitably in the fashion industry you have to have 2 years of industry experience. Getting that industry experience before you get a job means internships. That means unpaid internships. That's a problem for most people, regardless of their backgrounds and ethnicity. So it's really important to provide, whilst you're training and students in an academic environment, in a BA or MA course, to also give them that industry experience, which is what we're going to be doing in Wales with a brand new academy and atelier based as a centre of excellence, creating this idea of immersive fashion, innovative tech, and also being supported by the Welsh Assembly, the Welsh Government, and also the British Fashion Council.
Interesting. I should come to Wales then.
Yes.
Is red your favorite color by any chance?
Sorry?
Is red your favorite color?
No, it's just, I thought red today, the Bahraini flag, thank you.
Thank you. I want to open the floor, and I would like you all to ask questions, and I'll be happy. Can I just tell you to ask, not to tell a story, because otherwise not everybody will be able to ask, okay? And I want to give the floor to everyone that can. I'm going to start with the lady over there. Please say your names and if you're at all linked to the industry. We need microphones, please. Thank you. Thank you. Brief to the point, okay?
I'll try to be very brief. My name is Rafa, and fashion, art, economy,
I mean, it's something, it's a passion. I just want to ask the academics, when are we bringing the mentality of studying fashion into this culture? I'm trying to ask the question directly. Are you approaching ministries of education in this part of the world? I'll say it in very brief. 30 years ago, I asked to go to ESMOD in Paris. My dad said, no, it's an institute, it's not a uni. 30 years later, my daughter went to the UK, studied Instituto Marangoni, and people here in Bahrain are telling me, but why she did that? What she will work in?
So is the question directed to one particular?
I mean, it's directed
yeah.
to maybe Mrs. Jane.
Okay.
Academics, I want to know if we are approaching ministries of education in Bahrain, in the region, to have fashion in their curriculum, accepting that as
Okay, thank you, Rafa. Who do you think would like to answer this question? Jane, would you like to answer it?
Hello. I don't work with Instituto Marangoni at all. However, I appreciate your concern. I think going and doing a BA course in fashion design, coming out at the end of it, all well and good, whether it's through a private academy, institution, or a university, it's really hard to get that first rung on the ladder, getting your first job in industry, because inevitably you have to go and do the internships. I think that's essentially what is lacking in academic, in institutions. I've taught in very many of different ones. I think it's really, really important to ensure that you have the industry experience as part of the course, not just as a placement year or a sandwich year halfway through, but one that actually exists throughout the duration. So getting those placements, getting those internships is absolutely essential so that you actually do go and work in industry as soon as you leave. Was that your question? Have I heard you correctly?
Thank you, Jane. Thank you. The lady here, please.
Dr. Wahida Aldoy, board member of Bahrain Business Women Society. First of all, I would like to welcome you to Bahrain, and it's a pleasure to have you all in Bahrain. My question is direct to Mr. Massimo. Mr. Massimo, we always go to Milano exhibition. It's on April, and we love it. But unfortunately, we are a wholesale for everything and purchasing for sweets and gift items. Unfortunately, when we purchase from Italy, next week we come to Dubai, we see the same model with the same design made in China. What your government to do with such things? We are so sorry for that to say, but people now looking for the cheap. They don't like before. We look for the brand. We love Prada. We love all the brands. But now most of the people, they go for the flexible, to purchase for sweets.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please, Massimo.
So thank you for your question. If I understand correctly, you say that in Dubai you find copies. Yeah, this is a long, France and Italy, we have been battling this also at governmental level. At one point, I think that the French government did something, then I will tell you what the Italian government is doing. The French government did something fantastic. They started saying, no problem for us if there are copies. If, we know what Louis Vuitton is. If there are copies, this is even becoming a marketing for us. This is what the LVMH, the Louis Vuitton group said regarding China, because in China, and I am a so-called China expert. I lived in China many years, and in China it was a huge problem about that, particularly regarding French and Italian brands. So at one point, the customer of brands knows what is a copy and what is not a copy. So at the end of the day, is the customer's decision, and the industry serves the customer. So copies nowadays, may I say, I don't want to minimize the problem, but copies are less a problem today than they were before. People are very aware when they buy copies, and they have a different attitude compared to the people who want to buy the original thing, the original product. And the original product nowadays is not bought only because it has a brand, but because of its quality, because of the production, because of the perfection of the product. So it was, it was a process, growing up of the clients. In the 90s, I remember I lived in China, and in China you could see people, may I say, that, you could, we would say in Italy a little bit, may I say, ridiculous, completely covered with brands but now the Chinese customers know perfectly. The Chinese customers come to Italy and they buy both in China and in Italy, and as many other people do. But again, quality of the products, manufacturing of the products is the basis of the good products, not the brand. I'm not happy because I'm wearing Giorgio Armani or Louis Vuitton. I'm happy because I could afford a very well manufactured piece of clothing. So to come back to
I think you got the idea, right?
Last thing, coming back to your question, I'm sure that customers know what they're doing. And those customers who buy copies, they want to buy copies.
Massimo, I think some people also just want to wear the brand. They don't care so much about the how good it's made. Some people, I'm coming to you both. Yes. No, some people, I'm saying, I agree with you. I would like to buy quality, not the name. I try to hide the name normally. But I think it's a big problem for the manufacturers, and it's worldwide. It's not only Italian. I think Tamara wants to say something.
Yes, Massimo was well explained about the product itself. I will say this is why we are concerned about it. We have to teach people from the beginning. This is an education. And this is why we are extremely picky on the design and on the training of our students. They should start by making copies of what is already existing.
It's illegal.
This is illegal, but anyway, this is not the way. They have to find their signatures, they have to find their creativity. Of course, it's not easy, but this is why we are here, and we are here to guide them. So this is a part of education. As you know since the beginning that you will never copy, this is in your blood then. You will never accept to copy the others, and you will never accept to buy copies of something else. I think this is from the base and from the education also.
I think Rasmus, you would like to add something?
Yes, I just want to say, I think it's a huge problem. Maybe the large companies like Louis Vuitton can afford it, but the smaller ones there are many SMEs in the creative sector. In Denmark, we had a ceramist, Anne Black. She was copied by the largest retailer in Denmark. So small company, 10 employees by the largest retailer. 7 years later, the retailer lost on all levels. It ended up in the High Court, and they lost also in the High Court. But in those 7 years, this small ceramist, her company was almost destroyed because it's such a toll on a small individual creative to go through fighting the copying. So I think we should be very vigilant around copy products and educating people about that it's wrong. And you would be worried about copy products in airplanes and other places, right? So you should also be worried about it when it comes to creative products, whether it's fashion or ceramics or glass blowers. You are destroying an industry and you're destroying the creativity by buying copy products.
Thank you so much. I only wish people will do what they're supposed to do, but they usually don't anyway. The lady over there, please.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Suad Al-Suwaidi. I am the world's first Emirati and Arabic female wildlife photographer in the world. My question to you, doing what I do today as a wildlife photographer, it brought up interest in lots of companies. It's the passion that I go behind. So how do you move it from being a passion to a business? So that's my question to you.
Wow, that's a difficult one. Okay. I want to take two people only to answer. Would you like Tamara to answer?
I can answer.
Yeah. Can you be brief because I see many hands.
I will say first, your first engine should be the motivation and should be the passion. Then you have to consider the quality. Quality means studies, means the good choice of schools as well. And then there is a way. Then there is a wave of experience, especially in photography, especially if it is a fashion photographer. And then there is internships, as James was telling. This is how it goes, and this is a difficult way for everybody.
Just to add to that, I'm a speaker on the international level, and I have awards on international level as well.
So you have already the network. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Please.
I just want to say, behind every strong, creative woman, there is another strong woman. And I think
Or a
partnership, or a man for that matter, I think the value of partnerships, if you are passionate and creative, don't try to fool yourself that you will be really passionate about Excel sheets and VAT return declaration forms. So partner up with someone who is. I think really knowing your passion and your skills, recognizing them and excelling them, but please partner up and create a team around you, and then you will succeed.
Thank you so much. I have a question here, please. Oh, okay, let's take this question because you're right next to the lady, and then I come to you. No, right here, right here. Sorry, I don't know your names, but he'll come to you. Please, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Asil. I'm an interior designer, but I've always had an interest in fashion as well. I took many courses in the College of Arts in London, of Fashion and Arts in London. So I consider myself a creative person, and I want just to ask these two questions from what I faced in these two fields as an interior designer and when I do some fashion items. First of all, the social media effect, where everyone now is interested in fashion and decorating their houses. So even if they don't have any degree, they all do it. So it's like our services or our creativity is not being appreciated as much. And second thing added to it is the AI impact. Now the AI and what's happening, it's really impacting the creative people. So how are you addressing these things? What can you recommend us to do?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we got. Anybody is interested in answering? Massimo, would you like to?
Yes, thank you for your question. Regarding the social media impact, I go back to what we were saying, what my colleagues said before about passion. Okay, passion is the source of life, but beside passion, there should be preparation, a lot of study, a lot of knowledge. What is not found many times, unfortunately, I may say, in social media. I was discussing this with Tamara this morning. Unfortunately, we have to be very much aware. And don't get me wrong, okay, I'm old, but I live with young people every day at our academy. And I see that the most committed, new, fresh blood, as we say, they're not so much involved in social media. Of course, they're young and they are scrolling every day. But in social media, it seems that there is a strange egalitarian, everybody's equal as far as their knowledge is concerned. So we are pro equalitarian systems. We are all the same, but we are different as far as our knowledge is concerned. So unfortunately, you as a very good designer, as a very good creative person, you suffer from a bad influence of social media, because social media, may I say, open the door to everybody, even to people who do not deserve to show anything. So
Thank
this
you.
is the biggest challenge we have in our academy at home. The biggest challenge, because young people are young and they need time to learn that social media is the last point of the career. They should not begin from them.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Tamara, you have a very brief comment because I have many
Very
questions.
brief. Just to go in a positive way, as I will say we have to consider that thanks to social media today, because this is how you can easily sell. Few years ago, not so far, you were obliged to open a shop. You were obliged to invest a lot. Today, this says you can sell tomorrow and be successful.
Yes, many businesses thrive on social media.
This is the
actually.
first answer.
Yes. Yes, thank
Secondly,
you.
about AI, we have integrated AI in our programs, in our degree programs, and in a way that it will help the designers to go faster and to understand how you can see the fall of a fabric, how you can see a model working with your design. So it's a shorter way to achieve a collection. And of course, it's less money consuming.
I still have two questions. We have very little time. The lady here, please. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Noel Sabak. I'm very interested in fashion, and I love fashion. But the new designers or the young designers in Bahrain I can see that there is good designers, but there is always, like, when they do a design, there is a mistake somewhere. So if there is any chance to make like a society for this designer, and there is advisor from big companies, just free advice to them, so it will be at least improve that sector and take it up and put it in a different level.
I think I'm going to ask
Excuse me,
Rasmus to
say
tackle.
something. This is what we do here with Designer of Bahrain, and we are very proud to work with them. We are improving their talents, and we are going to make them having a wonderful impact globally, internationally. So this is one of our tasks. Sorry? I don't understand.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, one more question here, the lady, and then I'll come back to you. For those who have further questions, you can easily engage with the panel after we finish, okay?
Hello, I'm Bajwan from Iraq. I have a question regarding the prices of luxury goods and how it increases yearly. Is it justified, given that the resale value currently is a bit less than it used to be? For example, there are big brands such as Pollen, the leather goods, was just purchased by LVMH, and the price, there's a big price increase. Is that justified?
This is a very good question that I think most ladies here suffer from. Thank you for asking this. I mean, the average price of a good bag is about maybe $5,000–6,000. The average, I said, I didn't say that. So yes, I agree where you're coming from, and it's a good question. I don't know who is to answer it. Rasmus, maybe you're not the best person. Jane, would you like to answer this question for us?
What was the question?
It's the price, the high price of the goods, and it's going up steadily all the time. You could buy a dress, a reasonably priced dress for £2,000–3,000. I'm talking about designer dresses here. Now you can't buy anything for less than $8,000 or $10,000. I don't want to say.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's time spent on the project. I'm an emerging fashion brand. I'm not a huge fashion brand like Chanel or what have you. And yes, there is no reason why it's going up and up. And there's need, there's want, there's desire. But I think we have to strip all of that right back and think about actually sustainability and, you know, maybe buy a vintage bag rather than a new bag, where you feel that the prices are too exorbitant and doesn't value what you're actually getting. I think people are actually going back and thinking and valuing about things like time and time spent on the making of a product. And I think that's a really important thing to think about, because does the world need another handbag? You know, you have to think about the impact on the environment, sustainability, mass production, the total fashion ethics. I think that's really important. I think big brands just run away with this whole idea of want, need, commodification, you know, constantly wanting to bring this desire and this need for more and more. And I think it's the message that's really, really important, especially in this day and age, is to buy less, choose well. You know, think about the pieces that you already have in your wardrobe.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. We have the President, Ahlam, would like to ask a question. Please go ahead.
Good morning or good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being with us. عزيزتي الأخت الغالية الصحفية والكاتبة العالمية، الأخت بارعة علم الدين أو بارعة مكناس. عندي سؤال شخصي. دائما أنت معروفة طبعا في العالم كله باسم بارعة علم الدين، فإحنا نبي نسأل ما علاقتك بجورج كلوني اللي هو زوج ابنتك، ونفتخر بأن ابنتك أمل هي الرو موديل العربي عندنا في العالم، ذاك الشبل من ذاك الأسد يقولون. فنتمنى توضيح للعلاقة أو ما مدى تغيير نظرة الناس إليك قبل الزواج وبعد الزواج. وشكرا لك. Sorry, it's a personal question, but I would like to know.
يعني يا أحلام أنت بتموني لأنك أنت صديقتي. I'll translate for you. It's a bit embarrassing for me, but I'll translate. Thank you أحلام. أنا ممنونتك على هلا السؤال بس لأنك صديقتي، وأنا بعتبر البحرين وأهل البحرين وأهل الخليج والعرب أهلي وأحبابي. شوفي يعني نظرة الناس لإلي أحبابي ما تغيرت. أنت صديقتي لأنك صديقتي، مش لأنه صار سهري. جورج كلوني على فكرة أنا بحبه كتير، وسهر عظيم ورائع بس كمان أنا بارعة واشتغلت كل حياتي وعندي كتاباتي وعندي thank you. إذا بدك الحقيقة صعبت علي الأمور أكثر، لأنه صارت العالم تربط أوقات مواقفي بمواقفهم، وهن لإلهم أكيد مواقفي بتأثر عليهم. بنتي يعني أنا فخورة طبعا فيها وبتربيتها. هي بتدافع عن حقوق الإنسان، بتدافع حقوق الإنسان وين ما كان، مش بس بعالمنا العربي. ومثل ما كلكم تعرفوا كانت هي جزء من المنظومة اللي عملت المحاكمات من شان غزة ومن شان أمور تانية. تدافع عن الصحفيين، بتدافع عن المظلومين بكل أنحاء العالم، وأنا فخورة بهالموضوع. بس اسمحوا لي بما انك انت سالتيني، انا بدي اقول لكم كلكم انا عندي علاقه جدا خاصه بالبحرين. والله اول مره جيت على البحرين كان عمري 16 17 سنه مع السفير الفرنساوي. جيت لاحكي بفاشن مع كريستيان ديور، لانه اللي كان جاي تحكي صار لها قالوا لي انت مش كالجيه بتعملي مظاهرات، تعي انت احكي. So this was the first time I came to Bahrain وتعرفت على الله يرحمه ويحسن إليه الشيخ خليفة، وضليت جيت. وأخوي أكرم مكناس بحريني. بنتي فخر لإلي، صهري فخر لإلي، بس أنا كتير فخورة بشو بعمل وشو بنبص وشو قدمت وشو بعمل للعالم. شكرا أحلام، شكرا. I'm going to tell you very very briefly. أحلام here just asked me as the mother-in-law of George Clooney, the mother of Amal, if this has changed my life. They know me in Bahrain. I appear a lot on Arab TV and CNN, the BBC, as a political journalist. Not too many people sometimes link me to Amal and George, which I'm not very unhappy about. I'm happy. But the fact is, she's asking how did it change my life. It made my life very happy. I have 2 lovely grandchildren, and George is an amazing, amazing, amazing son-in-law, and I'm extremely proud of the work my daughter does in the world as a human rights lawyer. and we all need her work now. So thank you all, thank you for. I have one last question for the lady here. Thank you. Please, I need a microphone. تفضلي.
Collaborated in Bahrain and out of the blue. And Jane, I would be grateful if you could tell us what advice, 3 points or whatever advice you would give to somebody who's starting out in the industry. And finally, introduce your video, please, on the film and collaboration.
We will send you an invoice to the embassy for this advertisement. I'm joking.
Thank you, Shika. So basically, I would say it's really important as a fashion designer or somebody who's an artist to really have passion and drive about what it is they're actually creating. Really, really important to think about your heritage, your culture. As I say, I'm Welsh. I'm supported by the British Fashion Council. Every single story that I create as a fashion collection is based on Welsh Celtic heritage and mythology. And so it's really important then for me to, as a storyteller, see that vision come to life at London Fashion Week. I write my own music and I also do my own filmmaking as well. I've collaborated with Devji Oram, a fantastic family-based jeweler here in Bahrain. I was invited to collaborate with an East and West creative fusion using Celtic motifs and Bahraini culture, and we developed a limited edition using Welsh gold, lapis, malachite and diamonds here that's on display. So I'm really grateful to have this opportunity to explain that to you. Thank you, Shika.
Thank you so much all for coming and for attending and for listening. It's been a wonderful audience you are. And please join me in thanking my wonderful panel here for the big, big clap. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for this wonderful gathering. Thank you everyone who has worked in this.
Thank you so much, and please allow me to honoring the speakers. First, Mr. Rasmus Winston Cherning, مؤسس ومدير شبكة الأعمال الإبداعية بالدنمارك. David, yes, trophy. وندعو السيدة أحلام جناحي لاعتلاء المسطرة للتكريم. السيد ماسيمو تشيبولوني مدير العلاقات الخارجية والدولية في أكاديمية الموضة بإيطاليا. السيدة تامارا هوستل مؤسسة ومديرة مدرسة إسموند بدبي.
A political scientist, by the way. So I studied long ago, and then so a lot about governments and creative industries and what they could do, but that's for another discussion. So good to meet you.
السيدة جين بيرسون مصممة أزياء مستدامة وصانعة أفلام أزياء. الرئيس التنفيذي والمدير الإبداعي لشركة جين بيرسون المحدودة. أما الآن اسمحوا لي أعزائي الحضور لدعوة جميع أعضاء جمعية سيدات الأعمال البحرينية مجلس الإدارة عفواً للصعود إلى المنصة لتكريم مديرة هذه الجلسة السيدة بارعة علم الدين، صحفية ومذيعة حائزة على جوائز عديدة، محررة الشؤون الخارجية في صحيفة الحياة. حبيبتي.
شو عندها هي؟ ها؟ خليها تصورنا هيدي انا وانت. وين هنا على المسرح دومينوز؟ تعالي لا هون فوق.
حضورنا الكريم، لدينا تكريم خاص لعدد من الأعضاء. تكريم للسيدة نورة الحداد، فلتتفضل.
نورة الحداد.
تفضل مجلس الإدارة.
تتفضلوا مجلس الإدارة مرة.
ليتفضل مجلس إدارة جمعية سيدات الأعمال البحرينية للمشاركة في التكريم. السيد كريم معوض.
مبروك.
السيدة عبير البيتام. And Mr. Mokash Kavalani. الحين المذكرات.
يلا.
ننتقل وإياكم إلى توقيع عدد من المذكرات بين جمعية سيدات الأعمال البحرينية وكل من مجلس العلاقات الاقتصادية الخارجية في تركيا منصة المرأة، والمجلس العراقي لسيدات الأعمال، ومجلس سيدات الأعمال الأردني الإماراتي، ورائدات. ندعو مجلس العلاقات الاقتصادية الخارجية في تركيا منصة المرأة للصعود إلى المنصة لتوقيع مذكرة التفاهم. نعم. إذن توقيع مجلس العلاقات الاقتصادية الخارجية في تركيا منصة المرأة مذكرة تفاهم مع جمعية سيدات الأعمال البحرينية. يجري الآن هذا التوقيع.
So hi all, thanks for inviting DEIK Women Platform to do a signing ceremony with Bahrain Women's Society. I'm also representing Bank of Bahrain in Turkey and I'm their country manager. So we are looking forward to do more with the Bahrain Women's Society as DEIK and looking forward all of you to visit Istanbul and Turkey and let us know when you come. We are also there as your bank in Turkey as well. Thank you.
أما الآن ندعو رائدات أعمال الإمارات للصعود إلى المنصة لتوقيع مذكرة التفاهم المشتركة مع جمعية سيدات الأعمال البحرينية. شكرا لكم. والآن ندعو المجلس العراقي لسيدات الأعمال للصعود إلى المنصة لتوقيع مذكرة التفاهم مع جمعية سيدات الأعمال البحرينية.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا جزيلا للجهة الداعية المتمثلة بالأستاذة أحلام. جئناكم من أرض السواد إلى أرض الخلود، جئناكم من بلاد الرافدين إلى مملكة البحرين، جئناكم وكامتداد من أرض النخيل إلى أرض المليون نخلة. شكراً. المجلس العراقي لسيدات الأعمال والذي جمع الفكر والمال والعمل الآن سيوقع مع مملكة البحرين متمثل بالأستاذة أحلام مذكرة تفاهم ليكون هنالك تبادل تجاري واقتصادي كبير، ولتكن المرأة عراقية بحرينية همزة وصل لسوق عربية مشتركة. شكرا لكم، وأفخر أني ولا بد أن أذكر أن رغم أني رئيسة المجلس العراقي لسيدات الأعمال أنا عضوة فاعلة في اتحاد المستثمرات العرب الذي ترأسه الأستاذة هدايا السن. نحن كنساء عربيات سنكون فخراً، ونحن فخراً لكل سيدة في العالم. إن شاء الله نبدأ بتوقيع مذكرة التفاهم مع الست أحلام ونشكرها جزيل الشكر، ولدينا تكريم قبل أن نوقع من العراق ومن المجلس العراقي لسيدات الأعمال. وأركز هنا حسب ما ذكر 30,000 سمة دخول من مملكة البحرين إلى العراق، ونطمح أن تكون 100,000. هي وصلت 50,000، لكن هنالك فقرة صغيرة أثار الجميع الدرع بعد أن 43 مليون دولار تبادل تجاري مع مملكة البحرين. أنا لست براضية. نحن نريد أن يكون هنالك تبادلاً تجارياً أكبر بين العراق ومملكة البحرين. شكراً لك. ولا بد أن أحيي وزيرتنا ولأول مرة في العراق، وأرجو أن تحضر، وزيرة المالية العراقية الأستاذة طيف سامي، ونفخر بها أنها الأولى في الوطن العربي وزيرة للمالية، ونفخر أن تكون معنا في التكريم. نكرم من العراق الأستاذة أحلام جناحي. تفضلوا الوفد العراقي. آسفة. تعالوا الوفد العراقي. بعد درع ثاني.
شرفتونا. أهلا وسهلا.
حاج تصفيق للعراق.
عريس الحفل.
متوقعين متى متوقعين
والله يا ربي.
والآن تجري مراسم توقيع الاتفاقية المشتركة بين جمعية سيدات الأعمال البحرينية والمجلس العراقي لسيدات الأعمال. أما الآن يسرنا دعوة مجلس سيدات الأعمال الأردني الإماراتي للصعود إلى المنصة لتوقيع مذكرة تفاهم مشتركة مع جمعية سيدات الأعمال البحرينية. مجلس سيدات الأعمال الأردني الإماراتي. أهلا وسهلا. ندعو سيدات الأعمال الأردنيات الإماراتيات للصعود إلى المنصة لالتقاط صورة جماعية. أهلا وسهلا. شرفتونا
حبيبتي،
والله.
لنا الشرف
أهلا وسهلا.
والله. بالعكس حبيت البحرين اول مره جيت، بس
حبيبتي إن شاء الله مش الأخيرة.
حبيبتي ومرحبا
إحنا على
بكم
طول
بالإمارات.
عندكم في الإمارات.
اكيد
على
في
طول.
دبي.
أكيد.
أي.
وأبو ظبي بعد.
مرحبا بكم معي.
الله يخليك.
نتواصل
يسلمك.
يوم تجون ان شاء
الله
الله.
يحييك يا رب. تفضلي. شكرا جزيلا. ندعو الآن شركة رائدات سوفت وير كمباني للصعود إلى المنصة لتوقيع مذكرة تفاهم مشتركة مع جمعية سيدات الأعمال البحرينية. رائدات And then we will be back here exactly 4 p.m. Please be here 4 p.m. to complete our sessions. All the best. Hi, doctor. Hi. How are you? Please.
All the way from India. Hello, ladies of Bahrain. I'm Dr. Aparna Eraj. I would like to tell you about lymphatic drainage of the face today. So early morning when you wake up, you might have seen your face is swollen up, puffed up. You feel a lot of inflammation around your face, neck. You feel that there is water retaining within your body. Now this can be coped up. This can be coped up with a very simple Please, ladies, please take your seats. I'm going to tell you about a very important lymph drainage massage of the face and neck today that's going to really help you to reduce the inflammation within your face and neck region. Now, yesterday I had talked about powerful points on your face, on your neck, in different parts of your body, which will help you to enhance the energy and circulation within your body. Now today I'm going to talk about some specific movements which can be done on your face that is going to reduce the facial puffiness, reduce the cellulite formation within your body. And these are called as lymphatic drainage massages. Now the first lymphatic drainage massage that you can do, which is very simple, is about from your face when you start. You can see the eyebrow, right? You should always start by pressing your eyebrow. Press it for about 3 or 4 seconds. Then slowly take it up and then press it at the right side of the face. And then give a slight rotation and then release. If you can do it with both of your hands, it's much better, like I'll show you. Press at the center of your eyebrows. Give rotation 3 or 4 times. Take it up. And then move it towards the sides and press it and give circular motion. So that's the first movement. Okay? Now the second one, the same way, just below your eyebrows. You have done above your eyebrows. I would like you to do just below your eyebrows as well. Press with both of your hands and then rotate. Take it up at the side and then press again at the sides. And rotate it and then release. So that's the first movement. So first movement above the eyebrow, second movement below the eyebrows. Now third movement, you have to start at the center of your eyebrow, the eyes. Okay, these 2 tips you have to press and rotate. And then take it up around your eyes from below and then hold it for a while, rotate it and then release. Okay, we'll do it one more time. Press with both of your hands. With both of your hands. At the center, press it for a while. Rotate it. Take it down below your eyes. And then rotate it for 3 or 4 times. And then release. Now, the third exercise, you have to take it from your facial. You have the facial lines here, Take it up to the cheeks and then hold it. Rotate it. Hold it for a while. Pull your cheeks up and hold it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Release it. Very good. We'll do it one more time. Hold it here. Rotate it 3 or 4 times. Now take it up. Pull your cheeks up. Hold it and then release. Very good. Okay, so I'll go for a quick recap. First above the eyebrows, second below the eyebrows, then below your eyes, and then from your either sides of your lips till and sides of your in front of your ears. Now this part is done. Now you have drained it till here. Now you have to drain it downwards. Now the fluid has to be drained downwards. For that purpose, in front of your ears, I want you to rotate it, press and rotate it, and then take it down below your neck till your lower base of the neck. From either sides like this. From here, rotate it, take it down below, and then give a gentle pressure. Okay? So this movement you have to do it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Now one last thing, you have drained. Now there are important lymphatic systems within your either sides of your collarbone. Now this from here, if your collarbone is here, I want you to hold 2 fingers like this, and from here, just do gentle massage towards your shoulders. From the center, do a gentle massage. Your either of the collarbone should be in between your 2 fingertips, and then gentle massage towards the sides. Again from here, a gentle massage towards the sides. Now if you can do these exercises every day, your facial puffiness will be reduced, the cellulite formation will be reduced, and it enhances the collagen production within your body or within your face, head and back. Now I'll quickly tell you certain powerful points on your face. If you activate them, you're going to get good circulation to your face. Now the first point is the center of your head. This particular point, now when you have to find this point from the tip of your nose if you draw a line, and then from the in front of your ears if you draw a line at the center where these 2 lines meet. Now this particular point, as I said yesterday, it's going to prevent you from getting stroke, and it's going to improve your circulation to the brain as well. So you have to press it, release it, rotate it, and then release it. So this is the first point that is very important. The second point is a point in between your eyebrows. Okay, where the eyebrows meet. This is a very powerful point. We call it the third eye point. It's going to improve your cognitive skills, your memory, your reaction time. It's going to reduce your reaction time to external stimuli. So it's a very powerful point. I want you to press it, release, rotate, and then release. It's very good for acute migraine as well. Now, third important point is just below your nose. Above your lips, below your nose. Whenever you feel giddy, you feel that you're feeling little faint, you are getting that feeling that, okay, I'm going to faint, I don't have energy at all within your body, just press this point either with your index finger or with your thumb finger, rotate it and release it. It's going to instantly activate you. Now the third point, called as a beauty point. If you want to enhance your beauty, it is just below your lower lips. It's a very powerful point. It's going to give you that glow instantly. You have to press it, rotate it, and release it. So all of these points are in line. And one last point just at the neck. Okay, in between you can see this depression. Now this point, if you're going to press, it's going to instantly open up your airways. So whenever you have acute asthma attacks, also when you want to instantly open up your airways, just press this point, rotate it, and release it. So you'll remember all these points in line. First was center, the second one in between your eyebrows, the third one above your lips, the fourth one below your lips, and the fifth one here. Okay? So remember these points, it's actually going to be very beneficial. So press these for 30 seconds and release them One time in the morning, one time in the evening. It's going to be very beneficial. Now, one last point I would like to tell. This is a very beautiful point for all of ladies here. Now you have to find it on your legs. I don't know whether you can see me. Ladies with all of hormonal imbalance. Now you can see your feet. Okay. Okay. I'll show in all sides. Now, from your feet, there is a point, right? You have a high point at your feet. Now, from here, take 3 fingers upwards. 3 fingers are exactly. So 3 fingers you have to take it up and press that point which is inner side of the feet. This is going to help you enhance your circulation towards your uterus. So if you want a good uterine health, this point is very good. So you can, all ladies can start pressing this point. Now if you feel that point is tender, that means you have some hormonal imbalance within your body. But this is a very powerful point for all ladies. So what you have been seeing at the background is our wellness retreat center. It's called as Atmantan, where we treat or we take care of your Atma, that is your soul, Man, your mind, and your body, Tan. So it's a combination, it's an integrative practice that we do there. We deal different kinds of lifestyle diseases like diabetes, hypertension, bronchial asthma, hypothyroidism, autoimmune diseases, any kind of hormonal imbalances, infertility. We help you reverse your diseases without any medicines. So if you're interested, it's a lush green property amidst the greenery in 46 acres. So we treat all and reverse all kind of lifestyle disorders. And now I recommend a minimum of 7 days because it takes 3 days for your body to get adjusted to any kind of changes. So if you want to find a very good result within your body, because we clean your body completely from within, mentally, physically, so it requires time. Climate is very good all throughout the year. So you find your time and please come to us. And we all do. Yes, it's in India. No, it's in Mumbai. It's 3 hours from Mumbai. And we have therapies ranging from acupuncture, physiotherapy. Yes, 3 hours from Mumbai. Sure. Yes, we arrange pickup and we'll arrange all facilities for you there. And even the diet plan is customized for as per your. And as soon as you come in, we have a 1-hour consultation, personal consultation with our doctors, Ayurvedic and naturopathic doctors. After that, we give you a customized diet plan, therapies, all of this to help you with your condition. However you're comfortable. You can come in a group, you can come alone. We'll take care of you. So thank you everyone. And also we have a booth here. So if you're interested in a one-on-one session with our doctor, Dr. Manoj Kuteri, please, you're welcome for the same.
Thank you, Dr. Aparna. Thank you so much for this relaxation session. So now we will have the lunch break. It will be in the main restaurant downstairs in the hotel. مدربة القيادة الدولية وتحولات التفكير مؤسسة تشيف. Please.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the session. I hope you will enjoy it. I'm so happy to be that this room is getting a little bit more full. I would encourage you to get closer to each other so that we can really have a very interactive workshop. So don't hesitate to move closer to each other, please. That would be amazing. I'm happy to see familiar faces, new faces. I met a lot of you since I've been here. I'm very humbled to be here. Thank you so much for welcoming me in Bahrain. It's my first time. If you had told me 2 months ago that I would be here to talk to you, I would have probably not believed you. I'm originally from France, and when I came at the airport, actually, there were 2 women from Saudi at the airport, and they said, "Where are you flying to?" And I said, "Bahrain." And they said, "How lucky you are, because it's one of the most beautiful countries in the world, and it's so warm and welcoming." So thank you very much for welcoming me here. Thank you. I've already met a lot of women and men and heard a lot of people talking here, and I'm telling you that I've been very impressed by what I've heard, surprised as a new country. I traveled and worked or lived on all continents, including Antarctica, and I had never been to Bahrain before. So for me, it's a plus. And I really want this multicultural leadership workshop to be interactive. If I'm sharing a story, I encourage you to share yours or think about how you want to share yours. And I want to learn as much from you as I'm hopefully be able to share with you according to my different international experience. I also heard from the Kingdom yesterday a lot of things that were pretty impressive about women and what was being done for women in the country. Especially something that I noted was when women thrive, economy fosters. So I would, a round of applause for this. And that UNIDO believes, I'm quoting, it is smart economics to empower women who are the architects of progress. So again, a round of applause. I think it's amazing. It's one thing to talk about leadership, but it's also another thing to actually do it. I decided as a woman leader today to actually take risks. As you know, it's risky not to take risks, I've been told. So what I'm going to do today is probably not very traditional, unconventional. So I'm going to ask you, to all of you, please, if you don't mind, raise, like stand up on your feet. All of you, please. And make sure you have both feet on the ground. Take a deep breath in. Inhale. And exhale. And please let go what does not serve you today. Set the intention for that wonderful workshop, and please look to your right and acknowledge the person who's on your right. And look to your left, acknowledge the person who's on your left. And I'm so happy to see all these smiles on your faces. Thank you. Now you can sit down. In doing so, I really want to highlight the power of now. Some coaches might probably know that, the Eckhart Tolle philosophy, how to be present and the importance of being present in anything you do, and why it's so important to actually be present to yourself, to others, and to the world. Actually, in 1 minute, this moment would not be present, it would be the past already. So as leaders, sometimes we think ahead, way much ahead, or things we've done before that we should do better, but we are not here as leaders. I think also the importance as leaders to be fully connected to themselves and to others, and co-participate in the moment for a better good of humanity in a world where diversity and inclusion is so key for the success of business and interpersonal relationships. Cross-cultural intelligence has become a must for leaders. You've heard that. I would love at some point to hear your opinion about what it means to you, cross-cultural intelligence. please listen to really what's going on internally right now, externally, and make sense of it. What I'm doing here is not a yoga class or like holistic leadership, but really how to connect to yourself, how to disconnect to reconnect, to actually be and live what's going on in a fully intentionally manner. Somebody told me in this audience something that I was particularly amazed of regarding King Hamad Global Center for Peaceful Coexistence, which I was very impressed about, and I wanted to actually name this session Peaceful Leadership, which really resonates with me today. So thank you for sharing these insights, Christelle, in particular. Welcome to the Multicultural Workshop, and I'm so grateful that you actually took the time to attend. In terms of difference in culture, I was waiting for everybody to come, but in France, I would have been probably disappointed that no one was there, and in 10 minutes, the entire room is almost full, so thank you so much for being here. A little bit about myself. The reason I'm sharing my story is because I want you to think about your own story and how does it relate to multiculturalism in general. So it's not just all about me, but you have to understand where I'm coming from so that I can share the insights I'm sharing. What defines me as an international transformational mindset leadership coach is leadership beyond borders and boundaries, empowering leaders to drive transformational change across cultures. I strongly believe in the power of leadership for good, humanized and purposeful leadership, and consider leadership as an art. We're not going to discuss this today, but if any of you is interested in knowing more about this, I'll be very happy to share. I'm curious and open-minded, very agile person, and this is what I'm doing. I love to help others unlock their full potential in multicultural environments. My values are trust, talent, and transparency. Just happen to be 3 T's. And I'm fully conscious of these values in anything I do. So every time we're going to talk about values, I would encourage you to remember why these values matter and how do you actually use them in everything you do or apply them to anything you do. You have notebooks and papers, you can just write a few things, and then I'll be happy to share later on whatever you wrote that could be beneficial for others. I was born in Versailles, France, if any of you know, and I have 2 daughters who are 20 and 23 right now. I've been working for 25 plus years in communications in different countries in the world. I've coached all my life, and probably without knowing what I was doing. And since I have a servant mindset, I did media training and to CEOs and colleagues. I accompanied leaders to shine in Davos, in particular at the Thinkers 50, when professors had award-winning books or research. And I developed with INSEAD, when I was working there at the time, the Cartier Women's Initiative Awards, which is a business plan competition for women around the world. I encourage you also to have a look at this if you know anybody who wants to share or like be pushed in entrepreneurship in particular. It's actually an amazing project. I'm recognized for building and developing high-impact leadership teams with impactful personal and professional results. The reason I'm saying this is usually you don't know what you don't know. And the reason I'm saying this is if you don't know your own values, and if you don't know the values of your company, and if you don't know the values of your neighbor or the people you live with or work with, how can you make sure they are being aligned? So I'm going to encourage you to actually think about a few seconds. What are your own values? What are the values of your company? And do you know the values of the people you're working with? And how do you connect the dots? Take a few minutes to process this. I also wanted to mention that I was raised in a family of pilots, And it really resonates with me, obviously, in what I'm doing now. My grandfather was a pilot, my father was a pilot, my brother is a pilot. So I basically traveled of my life. And the first country I visited when I was 9 was Africa. Went to Senegal. And when I was in my 20s, I drove 60,000 kilometers through the Americas, South, Central, and North, to distribute school supplies to South American kids and give access to education to the minorities. I worked at L'Oréal in Canada, thinking it was French. We spoke the same French. Obviously, there were leadership issues there because the French was different, even though we spoke apparently the same language, right? Like, or the Swiss or the Belgium. So you might have, again, with your culture, even though you speak the same language, maybe differences there. And you think you know, but maybe you don't know, and there's a lot of misunderstanding and miscommunications. Then I worked for LVMH with Mr. Hennessy, the H of LVMH in the cognac industry. We went to Japan and France a lot. All of us in the team, whether you were manager, director, at every level, we had to take a protocol class to go to Japan to make sure we would not do any faux pas and understand the do's and don'ts of the Japanese culture, which was obviously very useful. Then I worked for INSEAD, the Business School for the World, in France and Singapore and Abu Dhabi, and I managed 1,000 students a year, 150 professors from 9 different domains of expertise, and we all spoke English with an accent from somewhere, and there were 180 different nationalities that we had to deal with. So you imagine the difference of culture on an everyday basis. And we used to tell the students, if you enter a room like this, go to people who do not like you. Go to people who you think might think differently. Challenge yourself, challenge the statu quo, and probably you will come up with something. There's always smarter, nicer, more beautiful, bigger, smaller. So I would encourage you to do the same, and you never know what's behind the person you see. Everybody has different sectors, background, culture. You never know. If I'm telling you my story, who knows? Like, you don't know me. Maybe in 2 minutes you'd be more curious about knowing a few things. And I'm curious about all of you. And I would like actually to ask you, just randomly, where you're from. If you can raise your hand and just tell me a few countries. Egypt, Pakistan, Bahrain, Jordan, Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Morocco, Bahrain. 22 countries, almost covering the world. There's French here. I didn't hear, sorry. Oh, Bahrain and USA. UAE. See, so just among us, let's say there's, I don't know, 70 people in the room. We're already covering at least 30 different nationalities. So I'm French and Canadian, and I've lived in many different countries. So it makes a whole of like different cultures already, right? So I decided to move to New York in 2018 because my younger daughter had been accepted to the American Ballet Theatre as a ballet dancer. And I decided to quit my job at INSEAD that I loved to actually leave my own country and accompany her and both my daughters in their respective passion. And I'm also sharing this because everybody around me told me, why are you doing this? Why are you leaving your job? Why are you leaving your country? But when your daughters are minor, they're 12 and 15, like who else more than a mother could do this and accompany them in their passion? So no regrets, great experience, tough, but also, you know, like maybe you have other experiences like this that you would love to share. I also wanted to share regarding women empowerment. My grandmother, during World War II, was a violinist during the war, and the only woman in the orchestra in Toulouse. So that was also a role model for me, and coincidentally, I have 2 daughters and 2 artists. When I moved to New York, I became the EVP Americas for a company called French Founders, and I had to deal and make happy 1,500 CEOs expats in Americas and make sure they would connect together to the local culture. I discovered my own culture in the US with French people, which was also a shock for me. The pandemic hit, I moved to Canada, and then finally moved to Miami and Boston for a biotech company, where I had to recruit 19 different scientists from 17 different countries. Also a different shock, especially in the biotech company, which is was dealing with a cure for cancer, for NK cell therapy, and they all came from the Philippines, India, the US, and every different countries, men and women. And I moved back to France about 8 months ago. Again, a big shock for me to go back to my own country after 11 years abroad. So you can understand, if you all live in different countries, travel, there's always something that happens to you because of your biases or because you think you know what you don't know. And it's always, I would encourage you to actually think about what it takes as a multicultural leader to deal with other cultures, but also when you travel and when you want to share what you can share, what you cannot share, what's common knowledge and what's not. And also feel very open to what is and ready to make a change if you want to, which is, in my job, transformational mindset, not always easy. So now I wanted to play with you a little bit, if you're ready to play the game. We talked about values, right? If you can write your 3 main values, personal values in life, that resonates with you, that are key for you on an everyday basis, your own values. So I shared mine, which were trust, talent, transparency, and I really use these on everything that I do or try to remember on an everyday basis. Then when you do this, how many of you know the company, the values of your company? We did an assessment at INSEAD when I was there, and everybody thought they knew. The result was very interesting. And then what do you think you can put in place if you don't know what you don't know regarding your teams and align the values of your teams with the companies and yours? Is everybody okay? He's asleep. Right? So how are you connecting these dots? How are you all connecting these dots? And make sure that you have the right recipe to align all these values and make the right things to work. And now when you think of this, how is it to actually live with this alignment? And if you don't know, think about this. Let's say you have your values, your people's values, your company values. How is it to actually live with it? What difference does it make? So now we're going to play an additional game. When you have to describe yourself in 3 words, when you have your values, now you have to describe yourself with 3 adjectives. What would you say about yourself? To your neighbor, to your colleagues, to your family? Starting by I am, X, Y, Z.
دكتور هدى بقى هي اللي يلا
يعني very nice to be a woman, to be a wife, to be a mother, to be grandmother, to be a sister, to be a co-founder of of the job, to influence for your friends, for your neighbor, for everyone. This is a very big plan for everyone here or everyone in the earth to be useful for the others. And that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wants to share? Anyone else?
First of all, I would like to thank you. I'm Ahlam, the president of Business Women Society. I am a mother first, a mother, because this is very important, and a wife. Then I am a leader, and I would like always to have to upgrade myself with experiences to be in the level of all international leaders.
Thank you.
I didn't get exactly what you want us to say. If we, did you say that we have to be grateful for 3 things, or what?
It's anything, the way you would like to describe yourself in 3 different adjectives.
To describe myself?
Like,
no. What I say to myself?
Yes.
Yeah, I always say is that I'm grateful, I'm blessed, I'm lucky, I'm successful. That's on a daily basis. I have to say this.
Amazing. And what does success mean to you?
Success means many things. On the career perspective and on the personal perspective, it varies. I find myself successful if I manage to do my responsibilities at the time required with the quality I'm looking for, with the results that I gain and I see. So this is a success for me. So I'll be grateful and I'll give a gratitude for this if it's happened. So this happens day to day, depends on the objectives of that day.
Well, thank you. That's great. So also see the importance of reminding how to define words, because success for you could be success for somebody else, like another definition.
Yeah, it varies from one to another. And even myself, every day I have different mission. So a different objective and a different focus. Sometimes I'm totally onto the mission that I'm focusing on and I give priority. The other day, the priority goes to somewhere else. So it depends. This is life.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank
Anybody wants to jump on this and respond? Yes?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for being with us today. I am
Thank you.
Dr. Huda Yassa. I am the president of the Arab Women Investors Union, and also I am a president for a group of companies. I see myself as a strong leader because I am managing 14,000 employees between doctors, employees, and workers. And also I see myself as a good mom because I have 4 children and I raise them on a very good way. All of them, they are very professional. And I'm very blessed from God, and also very blessed to have a very strong team and members in the Arab Women Investors Union. It's a blessing. That's
Wonderful.
it.
Thank you.
They exaggerate. No, don't believe that.
Wonderful. Thank you. Anybody else? Yes.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm
Good
Christina. I'm from the Philippines, but born in Bahrain. As a mother, I am empathic. As an entrepreneur, I am resilient. And as a woman, I am empowered.
Wonderful. Thank you. It's all impressive. Anybody else from maybe another culture or?
Hi, my name is Huda Radi. I am a member at Bahrain Business Women Society. Success for me, achieving my objectives and being resilient. So never give up. I always put objectives for and goals to be reached. And once those objectives are met, this is my success. And success cannot be done by solo. It's a collective efforts for the benefits of the others as well. Once I see other people are successful, I feel successful. If they are succeed because of my support and help as well. So I think a great leader is by having a charismatic characteristics, by helping the others to be a good leader as well.
Thank you so much. Anybody else wants to participate? There you go. Hello, another coach here.
My fellow Canadian.
Come here, come here.
It's your stage. I don't want to take
okay.
spotlight from you. That's your stage. So, Assalamu alaikum. Hey everyone, my name is Fadwa. Before that question, I would say I'm a mother. I would say I'm a daughter. I would say all these things, right? Because we put a label. But today, because of, I think you can relate to that. If you were to ask me, I would say when I remove all that, it's like a table, right? A mother, a daughter, all that stuff. But if I remove all that, what's left? That's what I go back to. Me. I am me. I am open. I'm curious. I am vulnerable. I'm amazing. I'm lovable. I'm confident. That's what I come back to. Right. So I remove all the labels. Because before I became a daughter, already I was in the womb of my mother. Right? And then when I became a daughter, I was still this Fadwa. Right? And then I got married. I had a child. But does it take it away from me? Right. Yeah. So sometimes I find that when I put labels, I lost me, Fadwa, because I was busy putting all the labels. But when I removed all the labels, it was Fadwa. So for me, I come back to you, Sophie. Thank you for reminding me to come back to me, because that's where I find my flow.
And then how do you believe what's true? I mean, how do you believe this to be true?
It's just being present. Always being present with myself and allow myself whatever I'm feeling, whatever it is, I allow it. I give myself permission to feel it and just be okay with it.
Perfect. Thank you. So I'll all want you to believe that whatever you're stating, you believe it to be true and never lie to yourself.
Thank you. That's amazing. And you are also amazing. My name is Ayla from Indonesia. I just want to add what she said. To have love and compassion to yourself.
Yes.
Love and compassion. Yes. Because it's so important, you're trying to be stage or pillar for a lot of people and you forget yourself. Love and compassion. Love not enough, because you need compassion.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I would encourage you to say something nice to each of your neighbor. We're talking about love, even though you don't know each other. Say one word of what the person next to you inspires you. Something nice, whatever it is. And then it's a gift to the neighbor. I can hear. You love her. Okay. You can share. If it's not too personal, you can share. Yes? Well, thank you for doing this. I think it was a great exercise. But you see what you can do in such a short amount of time? You can just say what you think about yourself. You can just share with others, tell others what you think about them. It's positive feedback and constructive feedback. So now you cannot stop saying good things about other people. Thank you. All right. Another thing I wanted to share. I don't know if any of you know the book from Erin Meyer, The Culture Map, and I actually brought it here because I launched it 10 years ago when I was at INSEAD in French and English. And it's how to unlock everybody's potential and discover how to give feedback, how to communicate properly. So if you want to have a look at it, if you don't know of it, I can share it. Does any of you know this book? So it's basically 8 different dimensions, and you can have it and have a look. How to evaluate yourself and your teams according to 8 different criteria. And there's actually a scale which is very interesting online. I think she's selling products, but I'm not here to sell her. I'm here to share what I've learned through that book. And the different scales are communicating in low or high context according to your different culture, evaluating how to give feedback according to these different indirect or direct feedback, persuading, which means application first or principle first, leading, are you leading in an egalitarian or hierarchical manner, deciding, is it consensual or top-down, trusting, how do you define trust in your team, is it task-based or relationship-based? So if you are in different cultures, then definitely is something important. Disagreeing, and the French are very good at this. Everybody thinks we're fighting, but we're just arguing and we're sharing, and then we have, we go to a restaurant together, but people think, are we really going after that discussion together? But well, yeah, we're arguing. But in other cultures, people don't dare sharing the feedback, or because in public you don't do this. But the French are not very good at this. And then scheduling. How do you define scheduling? Is it linear or flexible time? And we encountered with different clients, when you don't have the right definition of scheduling, you can absolutely miss projects because you don't have the same definition, and what's important to you is not important for others. So imagine situations for yourself within your companies where you faced some of these issues, which were actually either lost in translation or lack of understanding. The meaning of the word was not defined properly. Listening was not correctly done. Or how do you define the power, the illusion of power? Misunderstanding of the agreement. So think about one situation, and if you had to do it again, what would you do differently in that context? Does that resonate with any of you? Am I boring you? You're sleeping or thinking? So now I want to ask you, maybe you can also note if you're interested, what does leadership mean to you in your context? How do you define it? And what does multicultural leadership mean to you? Maybe if I come from France and you come from Nigeria and the Philippines or Lebanon, maybe it's a different definition. And maybe you interact only with local people or maybe with international people. What's your definition of power? Does it matter? Or not? Right? I see you nodding. Yes? It does matter? So what does matter in that context? You need a mic. Sorry.
It's about basically using power in the correct way. It's like if you're in a powerful position, you need to encourage this kind of entrepreneurial spirit in other women too. It's like supporting other women and being happy with their successes. Or if they are powerful, you also should be rejoicing in their success and power. So that's really important.
But what does it mean to be happy in that context?
Yeah, it means to be happy is when you see other people also prospering, other women also. It's like a sense of achievement that you supported them and you're happy. It actually makes you a really, really fulfilled and a wonderful person inside. So that's really important.
And I see a big smile on your face. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wants to share about power?
Would you like to?
I think the power and the success for leadership is how to create loyalty of your team, your employee, the group you are working with. This gives enormous happiness and full satisfaction to the leader.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And anybody on the back?
For sure, I want to tell something about Dr. Hoda. She really make loyalty for all of us with her because she shared her successful and she lead us to become her successful partner, not only staff. Thank you.
A round of applause. And I'm glad a man is sharing this. Thank you. Anybody else wants to share? The microphone.
Hello, my name is Lina Sultan, and maybe I'm the youngest here. I was enrolled leadership with age 20. I had a position to lead 500 employees in my company, so I learned what the definition of leadership by practice. I understand that leadership isn't about only work, it's about how to communicate in life with your families, with your loved ones, with your employees, how to solve problems, how to communicate, and how to push further to solve and to have a one unity to work toward the future. So while working with leadership, I had many challenges with myself because there is Lina and there is Lina who had to lead. So I understand that if you want to be a leader, you have to let your ego, your personalities beside, and you have to be the one who take the charge and take the charge to solve the problems and to take the responsibility to create the environment and culture you want to have inside your teams and inside your company.
So how do you create this environment?
I didn't hear.
How do you create this environment you're telling us about? How do you create this environment?
Yes, by letting go of the titles and by being very vulnerable with your people, and by the most communication is the most important thing, to let all the negative things beside and to create a stronger environment and stronger team.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Actually, vulnerability is also a key component of leadership. And how can you show your vulnerability in different cultures? Anybody has a comment on this? Can you show yourself vulnerable in some context or not? Depends. But it's something to think about for yourself. Yes?
Hello everyone, my name is Tosin Arowejolu, originally from Nigeria, living in Bahrain for 15 years. And vulnerability has different meanings in different places. In Nigeria, vulnerability is not something that is encouraged because it's may be seen as a sign of weakness. If you show that you are vulnerable, people may look at you and wonder, why is this person talking like this? But times are changing. And being comfortable with yourself and recognizing that just because you're the leader doesn't mean you have all the answers. When you show you're vulnerable, and I learned this because I lived in the US and I saw one of my leaders, one of the people I looked up to, explain that, look, I need your help. He was a leader of, he was a leader of my church, which was like 10,000 members, and he was asking us to help him because he was being vulnerable. That was one of the first times I had seen someone at that level be vulnerable. And I learned from him that being a leader that is able to be vulnerable shows people that you're human. And it also allows people to recognize that it's okay to be vulnerable. Because if I am at the top and I'm being vulnerable, then why not you? And so it has different contexts in different cultures. And what I've learned is depending, you can set the tone of how you want to be vulnerable, regardless of your culture.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Anybody else wants to answer about vulnerability? No? All right, so now I think we're reaching a point where I'd love you to actually share one takeaway from this session according to something you know now that you didn't know before, or that you would like to work on with your teams going forward. And if you don't want to answer, it's going to be your homework and commitment going forward. But if anyone wanted to share, that would be wonderful. Yes? What do you want to commit to going forward in a multicultural environment as a leader? Sorry, we can hear. You can introduce yourself as well.
Khulud from Amman Chamber. I would tell them to be themselves. Just be yourself, because it's all in you.
Thank you. So actually it's a good transition, because you know what my favorite quote is? Be yourself, everybody else is taken, from Oscar Wilde. Thank you. So I think that would be my last word, and also another quote that I love. Oh, you want to share something? Oh, great. You want to ask? Okay.
I don't know if there is anyone from Bahrain Chamber here. Okay. Bahrain Chamber won a prize that it's the best environment to work. I saw that on LinkedIn. So could you share with us how and why?
Great question.
I'm Layal from the Arab Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, so we are brothers.
Thank you so much, Yani. It's my pleasure to talk about it, especially for me, because it's my very first experience working in Chamber of Commerce. And now I'm a head of board of director in Bahrain Chamber. Actually, to win this trophy, you have to suit with so many stages. Otherwise you will not have it. Bahrain Chamber of Commerce, to be honest, they taking care a lot for us, the employee. I mean, they supportive us. They have so many lovely things to do it with us. They have also, we have a committee that taking care of celebrating so many events and national days in Bahrain also. And we have also, of course, the medical insurance. They have also yeah, and they have a training course for all of us yearly. Last year, around maybe more than 40 training course actually for all of us. And they always encourage us to participate in so many events and forum. Also, there is something good I can mention, that they support us. They have, we have a loan without any interest. They can allow employee to have it, and they cut it from the salary, but not, yani, around less than 10% from the salary. So there is so many things that makes you loyal and appreciate that you are working in your organization, such as these things that I mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes. Exactly. Yes, of course.
Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks to allow me to say that. Okay.
And what I love about you all
Thank
is
you.
you dare to share, and you are impressive leaders in terms of, like can you apply whatever you're learning to others and be vulnerable. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to interact with you all. So yes, do be yourself, and also I've heard that also yesterday, like be the change you want to see in the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Miss Sophie Badri. And we would like to have something. Sayyida Ahlam Janahi, please. Honor our speaker.
I thought it was somebody else. I thought you were welcoming somebody else.
Merci.
Thank you, merci. Avec
Thank you
plaisir.
very much.
Of course, my pleasure.
تفضل.
Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. يسرنا أن ندعو السيد جمال ياقوت للتكريم. عليكم السلام. شكرا جزيلا. حضورنا الكريم، إذا بس تسمحوا لي في 4 ملاحظات حابة إنكم yes of course بس ملاحظات ما عليكم أمر. ندعوكم طبعا لزيارة المعرض المصاحب في العديد من المنتجات المتميزة. اليوم آخر يوم للمعرض، وأيضا في طبعا راح يتوفر باص لنقل المشاركين اللي حابين ينضمون لحفل العشاء اليوم في فندق الشيراتون، والتجمع راح يكون في الساعة 7:15 عند البوابة الرئيسية. ملاحظة ثالثة هي دعوة عشاء خاصة فقط بالسيدات غدا بإذن الله في منزل السيدة صفية كانوا. طبعا ضرورة الحضور مع جلب الباج، نشدد على جلب الباج إذا سمحتم. الباجات بليز. أوكي، إلزامي حضورها إحضارها. وملاحظة أخيرة بخصوص الزيارات الميدانية المحددة يوم غد صباحاً، اللي راغبين طبعاً بالمشاركة في هذه الزيارات بليز التسجيل في المنصة الخاصة بالتسجيل. أوكي، طبعاً الحضور في المواصلات راح تكون 10:30 الصباح إن شاء الله. نعم. طبعاً نكون مشكورين إذا حصلنا على التقييم للفعالية. والساعة 6:30 مساءً راح يتحرك الباص بإذن الله غداً أوكي لزيارة مركز صفية كانوا قبل موعد العشاء. هو مركز فني نعم للسيدة صفية كانوا. So ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to encourage you to visit the exhibition the last day here. And regarding the site visits, tomorrow we will be having the transport in the main gate in the lobby at 10:30. Okay. ننتقل الآن وإياكم إلى الجلسة القادمة، الذكاء الروحي في إدارة الابتكار، السلام والتنمية وأزمات المناخ. ندعو السيدة كانيكا ديوان والرئيس التنفيذي لشركة KA Design ومجموعة برانكو للصعود إلى المنصة. Please.
Hello? Can you hear me? No. Hello? Is this working? Yes. Oh no. Hi guys. I'm very afraid of the sleep that sets in after lunch. So we're going to do something before I start, which is everyone stand up. You stand up too. Elam is going to do a little dance. Please come here. Okay, I want you to breathe in and then just go, put your hands up like this. This is just to wake you up. And go, and do that 3 times, really loudly. Close your eyes. This is your chance to sleep while standing. Okay, now we'll start. I'm going to go back and forth. We are going to have a little bit of audience participation, so there might be prizes afterwards, so stay awake. I'll tell you moments where you can sleep in between. All right, there's a little story that I want to tell you, which is in the Indian scriptures. It is an ancient story where a guru is trying to tell a member of the royal family how to do archery, and he's supposed to select the best part of the royal family. Whichever boy is going to be the best archer is the one who is going to be able to go to war. So he asks 3 of them, there's a little bird, I don't want you to kill the bird, I just want you to look at it, point your arrow and tell me what you see. The first member of the royal family says, I see the trees, I see the bird sitting on a branch. The second member of the royal family says, I see the sun, I see the clouds, I see so much. So look, I can see wide and I should probably be the main person who leads the army. And the third one, Arjuna, says, I can only see the eye. That's all I could see. I couldn't see anything. So guess who was chosen? Who do you think was chosen to be the main leader, to be the main archer? Can I have a volunteer? Huda, please stand up. Who do you think was chosen? Was it the first, the second, or the last who could only see the eye? And why? That's an interesting one. Okay. So she says the eyes cannot lie. So apart from the fact the eyes are the window to the soul, that is an interesting take on that, is that they wanted him to focus. So it was the third one, because they said we need to prepare ourselves from a time in crisis. And that focus is required in a time in crisis. So what we're actually going to talk about today is how do we manage in a crisis-driven world? And I would like you, and this is now where we're actually beginning the real journey, now that you're awake, I would like you to close your eyes and imagine, as I walk you through a certain scenario, please imagine and feel, sit in silence, and think about what you feel when I say the following scenario, when I'm going to be speaking. So please close your eyes. This is your opportunity for lunchtime sleeping. Don't go to sleep. Just close your eyes, and someone's going to have to stand up and tell me how they felt at some point later on. "1960 was the world's horrendous, highest magnitude earthquake, 9.5 on the Richter scale in Chile. LA fires, we all know, just happened in 2025, the worst fires in history. Lots of my friends living right there. The bubonic plague, 1300s. COVID, 2019. The first war recorded in the 1300s in Mesopotamia. After that, we had Palestine war, then we had the war break out again, 2024. Tell me how you feel. We have been, keep closing your eyes and think about this. We have been, for eons, in a crisis loop. Whether it's been health, whether it's been war, which is man-made, nurture or nature, both have created crises. This crisis loop has led to many solutions. We've tried to think how to solve them, and we keep talking about them. We create, we destroy, we preserve, we create, we destroy. This is where we are, and now we've reached 1.5 degrees excess heat, and now we end up having 29 COPs to make sure that we try to amplify climate solutions, but yet we've already exceeded 1.5 degrees centigrade. So therefore, what's predicted is the end of the world. So what are we doing about it? Well, we have some solutions. You can open your eyes now and wake up. The solutions, you need to be very on top, is mission to Mars. So who's going to be wow, great. You know, humans are amazing at coming up with solutions, right? We have lots of frameworks to come up with solutions and innovation, and we have the global political environment to help as well. So the mission to Mars, who's going to be on it? Well, fellow Wharton alum Elon Musk, I think, is going to be on it. Richard Branson, I think, is going to be on it. How many of you here are going to be on it? Please raise your hand. Okay, I see no hands, so I think you guys haven't got the invitation. Okay, we have one hand. Maybe one person has an invitation. What does that mean? That means that in the moment of crisis, when you need the mission to Mars, because everyone is predicting the end of the world, very few of us are going to be on that flight to Mars. It's probably going to be based on who had the most monopolistic structure, who had the highest income, who had the best AI solution, who had the best tech solution. But many of the women sitting here, unfortunately, no matter how good you are, I don't think you guys have got the invitation to the mission to Mars. So what does that mean? That means we're going to escape, we're going to leave. What happened to leave no one behind? What happened to the UN SDGs? Well, does that mean that we're just going to escape? Well, here's what we see. The solutions that are coming out to fix crises, to manage crises in the future of managing crises, are unequitable, as you can see. The responses have been traditional and Darwinian, which is fight or flight. We either fight, we go to war if we're in a crisis, whether it's religious or political, or we flight, and eventually now we've come up with this escapism rule. So is this something that will keep us, is this longevity? We're always going towards longevity of the individual, but is this longevity for the earth, for us as a complete collective consciousness? How do we get there? Well, it isn't. But guess what? It's not all dooms. I'm not trying to make you get completely depressed and bury your head in the sand, because one thing that our society is good at, which every soul is good at, is that though it's inevitable that life in its physical form will be over, death is inevitable. That's the one thing that never changes, life and death. So what happens? Well, the one thing that also doesn't change is hope, and hope never dies. Every soul continues with hope. So either in hope we find solutions as we did to escape fight or flight, or in hope we hope to either stay on this planet and eventually find a solution. But how we need to, in order for hope to be successful, we need a new hope, a new type of hope. #regenerate, which is the latest hashtag apart from sustainability, I think needs to be changed and moved to #renew. Renew needs to go further to recreate. So how do we do that? And who does that? Well, I want you to again close your eyes and listen to something for the moment. Close your eyes and have a deep breath and listen. God creates dinosaurs. God destroys dinosaurs. God creates man. Man destroys God. Man creates dinosaurs. Dinosaurs eat man, women inherit the earth. Just sit there and think about how you feel about that whole scenario. Women inherit the earth. Well, I didn't just make this up, but this was a very interesting dialogue between the two protagonists in Jurassic Park. Though it might have looked like a children's movie, it was a very philosophical take on the beginning of the world and the end of the world. And here is where hope comes in. This is possible, and that's what needs to be. Woman inherits earth. How and why? Go back to ancient philosophy. We need to go back to the source. Florence Nightingale, the lady with the lamp, she founded nursing in the middle of a war, in the middle of crisis. Even now in the LA fires, everyone who's using their celebrity power, it's mainly women. Women have come out with initiatives to save every soul. The dogs, the animals that are trapped in, which because of human propagation, as humans believe that we're superior, have left them there or have been told to leave them there, they've come out. Jennifer Garner is using her celebrity power to make sure that people are housed. It's all these solutions are coming from women. So it's not a surprise that this dialogue said that at the end of the world, women inherits earth, and this is where we need to be. But why? Why do you think it is that women who generally come up with the solutions during a crisis? What do you think happens and why? Well, why don't we do a quick dialogue just now that I have a guess and I want to come up with why you think women and what are those characteristics, because we need to hone in to get to that source. Well, I'll start you off. Creation. Woman creates life. Life is a creation. The body manages to recreate and the body manages to rebuild. When you have an illness, the cells manage to rebuild. Creation is in every part of life, in every part of the soul, and in life itself. So there is a DNA that women have to be able to understand how you recreate. In the cave age, the man went out, as you know, it's a very cliche story, you know this, and the woman stayed in. But why could she create, and why could she, what was her responsibility? Well, she had to not only take care of the children so she could multitask, but she had to balance the outdoors with the indoors, not just remain outdoors. So she had reached a level of harmony. So it's not just about creation, it was how do you harmonize? And harmony is what you need in a moment of crisis. But how do you get to that? Well, I can guess, I haven't interviewed all these women in the past, but I could guess and give you a little insight into what framework I developed for myself, giving you stories of crises that I went through and what happened in those moments. And this is where the title of the session comes in as SQ. There are two things that I came up with. The spiritual quotient as an ideology for myself, and the harmony quotient. The spiritual quotient and the harmony quotient, and what does that mean? I'll give you some stories to define that. Well, we have, imagine, oh, here it is, okay. So this is just some things that it stays in your mind. The issue at the moment is that our hope, why have we not come to solutions? Our hope is less than fear. So our fear is greater than hope at the moment, which is why you see wars repeatedly break out. Natural disasters, many are also created by man. And we can go through a series of those. Climate change, created by man. So there is a fear that envelops us constantly, which is why we look towards escapism. Escapism in every way, whether it's looking at new projects that are irrelevant to the soul or going beyond that. Imagine yourself on a mountain. This is literally what's happening. We get a shock, we have a crisis, you're on one side, you need to get to the other side and innovate to make a change so to be able to manage the crisis. So how do you get to the other side? Well, you need something to push you, and it's simply physics. The whole universe works with physics. If you guys remember your physics, force times distance is power. How do you get to the other side? You need an impetus of force, and the amount of force that gets you to the other side is based on what I call the spiritual quotient, which is a factor of 3 components. intuition, intention, and identity. The spiritual quotient is something I say is individual. The harmony quotient is something that I say is holistic. So how do you get to, in order to make sure that we can contribute, all of you have come up with so many different challenges, so many different projects, all of you engaged in saving the world in different ways. Because women are about recreation, about creating life. And that's why there's so many women here. I've hardly heard any woman over here who is not about getting the world to a better place. I haven't seen that. In anyone I've spoken to, all of you are about, let's help the world. So how do you help the world? Well, you first need to help yourself, which we know is a common saying. So I say, focus on the spiritual quotient for yourself and then the harmony quotient. So let me give you an example. Let's start with intuition. So in Bahrain, we had, due to a political crisis, we had a major financial crisis, and in our company here, which is involved in zero waste infrastructure, from causeway building to circular processing of aluminium to mining, steel recycling, to lots of things. So the intention was great of the business, everything was there, and suddenly there was a political crisis, and we found that our workforce was coming in, clocking their cards, going out, not working there. Our managers had started taking kickbacks. Our things were being sold, our limestone mining, whatever we had mined, whatever was in aluminium, was suddenly cash exchange was taking place. And suddenly there were strikes all over the place. And every day I'd be like, everyone's on strike. And I'd be like, why? Oh, look, you have to advance these cash flows. Like, okay, sure. Here. If you haven't accounted properly here, give all this money to all the workforce. Then again, there was wait a minute, but we're now there. Everyone's in advances. How have we not paid them? No, what it was people from other companies were coming, and working in our company, was clocking their ID, but they actually never worked in our company. So from my experience while building the Delhi and Mumbai International Airport, I said, okay, we need to audit this. So I had started doing raids, and we found wads of cash hidden in the supermarkets of our workforce villages, etc. And so I became the most hated leader in our company as one of the owners, because they're like, she comes in and she literally catching all of us and finding all this stuff. We need to do something. So finally they were in cahoots with the clients. And I suddenly I'm having a meeting with my managers in Asghar, and this is about 5 o'clock in the night, 5 o'clock in the evening, and it's about dusk. And suddenly I see our client stealing big pieces of carbon in our carbon processing unit, which is, by the way, also recycled. It's sustainable. So we're not polluting the earth. We're trying to reverse the pollution. So what happens is I get out of the car. I'm actually going for a meeting. I suddenly say, that's not our big JCB. I get out of the car and stand up like this in front of the JCB. And I'm like, stop. Who are you? What's going on? So suddenly what happens is, we say, okay, we need to get other people in. My managers come in, and suddenly one of their supervisors comes to my car 10 minutes later, gets in my car because the driver's not there, and starts driving off the car and says, I will see you because you stopped our people. So what happens is I stay put. The managers don't help me because they're in cahoots. I'm in the car, and I then have to call and say, I have to call the police. No one helped, and it was nighttime. The police didn't answer the car, and didn't answer the phone. I was going to be attacked. What did I do? I sat still and I surrendered. When I surrendered, the intention of my intuition that I would be saved worked. And eventually help came. And eventually I got out of that situation. And eventually we resolved the situation. The next part is intention. When I was building the Delhi International Airport, the Mumbai International Airport actually, we had tons of containers coming in with stone stuck at the tax border. And what happens in India is people are used to asking for a bribe. So they said, so the administrator said, we want thousands of dollars of bribe per container. And there was about 200, 300 containers. And they stopped the container. And my accountant calls and says, ma'am, there's a zero bribe policy. You have a zero bribe policy, but our containers can't go. This material was all manufactured in Bahrain because I wanted to show oneness to the world. After that, what happened was they said, you can't move. The client, we have an owner to a model, the client, GVK said, we're going to cancel your contract if you do not make sure that this material reaches today because the PM is going to visit. So we said, wait, what do we do? They said, we have to pay the bribe to let it go. I said, no, we're not going to do that. We waited 24 hours. He says, how do we do that? I said, you tell them to call the boss, give us an official receipt, which didn't exist. They got so fed up because the intention was pure. It did take 12 hours, but eventually they let all our containers go. They never asked for a bribe again because the administrator said, this company is so crazy, they're not going to give us, they'll sit here all night, they're not going to give us a bribe. So here is one example. Identity. What makes you happy? So I always ran away from art. I was a finance person. I was an economics person. I ended up learning to sketch. I found I would start sketching in moments of crisis and moments of stress. And I would calm down. Maybe this was because in August 2nd, 1990, I'd been displaced for the Gulf crisis. We had to move schools. We had to leave the country. So maybe I had learned that from an early age to just go into calm or find a way of calming myself. So I started sketching. We ended up going into zero waste art from all the waste that was left over from our infrastructure projects. We ended up in the Guinness Book of World Records. The King of Oman commissioned us for the world's largest portrait. So why? Because I realized through this process that what makes me happy, what gives you joy, is what your identity is. So we just talked about I am. So what am I is not necessarily ego, but what gives you joy in a long-term basis. And so that is important in the spiritual quotient. Now we work to the harmony quotient. So what did this all allow? What it allowed me was to get to a situation where the spiritual quotient allowed me to do what we're doing now, which is develop a model, which we've done. Had a conversation with the Dalai Lama to develop a model of sustainable happiness. Sustainable happiness means interdependence, intergenerational, interspecies. Use the word inter because it's oneness. So harmony quotient is based on a net positive value where you're all about oneness. So if you eliminate borders, you're one. And this is where we say we are creating a world. We've done that in our infrastructure projects and we're going beyond. Where for Ukraine war, we've developed sustainable mobile housing, used it for peace development, hard and soft infrastructure, and we invite all of you to be a part of it. And then also the Colombian government for their coal crisis, the same thing. They've now called us in COP to do the same. And give me 2 minutes, just 2 minutes. So basically what happened was that they've invited us and we have to deal with the coal crisis because an entire village is going to be washed out. And it was this spiritual quotient which allows us to be involved with the harmony quotient. So what does that mean for you, which is what I want this 2 minutes for, is the harmony quotient is something that you, once you go through your spiritual quotient, can contribute to, and you are. And you can contribute to that bigger issue where we actually solve management and crisis. And so I want to leave you with these words because Bahrain is the right place to do this. It is a feminist nation. Give me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. Okay, so I wanted to leave you with this quote though. Can I leave them with this quote? Yeah. Bahrain, I call it a return to the womb. And because that's how I feel whenever I land here, even though I've been in a global environment. And I say that here is where you can really do, with the Business Women's Society, you put them together in this format, will allow this launch to come forward. And I want to leave you with these words to be able to do that as this closing speech. If there was no dark, we wouldn't know the light. We know that. We wouldn't define the opposite as light. If there is no death, we wouldn't appreciate or value life. And if there is no woman, there would not be a man. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now let's honoring Ms. Koninga. كانيكا ديوان الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة KA ديزاين ومجموعة برانكو. Thank you very much. والآن نبقى مع توقيع مذكرة تفاهم بين جمعية سيدات الأعمال البحرينية وشركة رائدات لتقنية المعلومات. إذن توقيع مذكرة تفاهم بين جمعية سيدات الأعمال البحرينية وشركة رائدات لتقنية المعلومات. ملاحظة بسيطة للمشاركين الذين أبدوا رغبتهم في زيارة بورصة البحرين ومراسي ومنطقة الحد الصناعية. يؤسفنا إخباركم للتو، أخبرونا بأن الزيارات هذه تم إلغائها، فيمكن أيضا اختيار زيارات أخرى متاحة. شكرا جزيلا. حضورنا الكريم، مع اقترابنا من إسدال الستار على هذا المنتدى المميز، لا يسعنا إلا أن نعبر عن عظيم امتناننا وتقديرنا لكل من ساهم في إنجاح هذه الفعالية الاستثنائية. نتوجه بالشكر الجزيل لأصحاب المعالي والسعادة والمتحدثين الكرام والضيوف الأعزاء من داخل البحرين وخارجها، الذين أثروا جلساتنا بحواراتهم القيمة وأفكارهم المبتكرة. نبقى الآن مع الكلمات الرئيسية الختامية للمنتدى، ويسرنا دعوة معالي السيدة إلينا كالينينا، رئيسة معهد سان بطرسبرغ الاجتماعي والاقتصادي ورئيسة فرع اتحاد النساء الروسيات في سان بطرسبرغ وسفيرة مدينة سان بطرسبرغ. دقيقة واحدة. يسرنا أن ندعو سعادة الدكتورة هدى ياسا، رئيسة ومؤسسة اتحاد المستثمرات العرب، رئيسة جمعية سيدات الأعمال للتنمية في مصر، عضو المجلس المصري للشؤون الخارجية، فلتتفضل.
مساء الخير جميعا. أنا عارفة صعب جدا، كلنا تعبانين ومجهدين من يومين عمل جاد شاق لكن جاد وفاعل. يسعدني في البداية ويشرفني إن احنا نقول صباح عربي أصيل، صباح من قلب مصر، دولة مقر اتحاد المستثمرات العرب. صباح الخير علينا جميعا ولو إننا مساء، لكن نقول صباح عشان كلنا نصحصح كده ونبقى مع بعض ونقول المرأة تقود، المرأة تقود الأسرة، المرأة تقود المجتمع، المرأة ستقود التنمية الشاملة المستدامة، إيديها في يد الرجل. فلو هتكلم النهاردة هتسمحوا لي بداية قبل ما نقول كلمة نهني بخالص القلوب المخلصة حضرة صاحب الجلالة الملك حمد بن عيسى آل خليفة ملك مملكة البحرين بمناسبة ذكرى العيد الوطني للبحرين، تلك الذكرى الوطنية الغالية على قلوبنا. كل سنة والبحرين حكومة وقيادة وشعب دائما في شماخة برايتها، زاهية بإنجازاتها، قوية بأبنائها وبناتها، يدا في يد واحدة. والشكر خاص موصول لصاحبة السمو الملكي الأميرة سبيكة بنت إبراهيم آل خليفة، رئيسة المجلس الأعلى للمرأة. الحقيقة كلنا فخورين بوجودنا النهاردة تحت رعايتها وبرعايتها. معلش شايفة ناس بتتكلم، استحملوني 3 دقايق اللي بيكلموا هناك نسمع بعض. عايزين نقول كلنا ايه هو الموضوع بالظبط، ايه اتحاد المستثمرات العرب ده ومين دول؟ احنا منظومة نسائية تعمل اقتصاديا في دعم التنمية الحقيقية على أرض الواقع من خلال التعاون والإيمان بأهمية المساواة. ومن هذا الخصوص قام اتحاد المستثمرات العرب بتأسيس لجنة رجال الأعمال، والنهاردة في الاتحاد معنا لجنة لرجال الأعمال يقودون ويعملون، بل كمان مش بقوا رؤساء لجان بس، لا كمان دخلوا في الانتخابات الأخيرة وفاز رجل في مجلس الإدارة معنا. نحيي هذا الرجل السيد علي زين العابدين رئيس لجنة الطاقة بالاتحاد. بس احنا على فكرة مش أي رجل أعمال بيدخل معنا، لازم يكون مؤمن ومقتنع بدور المرأة في التنمية وإنها شريك حقيقي في التنمية من أجل مستقبله، مستقبل ولاده، مستقبل بلاده. حطوا ايديهم في ايدينا وبيقودوا العديد من اللجان. البعض من جمعيات سيدات الأعمال لا احنا نساء فقط. طبعا احنا نساء وبنقود ومجلس إدارة قوي، لكن احنا عشان بنبص لمستقبل ولادنا، مستقبل بلادنا، تنمية شاملة حقيقية على أرض الواقع، فأنشأنا هذه اللجنة. أما اتحاد المستثمرات في قطاع المسؤولية الاجتماعية قام الأسبوع اللي فات بالتأسيس والإعلان عن لجنة اسمها لجنة حقوق الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. أشخاص ذوي الإعاقة ليهم حقوق، مش بس نقول إيه إحنا هندعمهم هنمكنهم، لا هم ليهم حقوق. وبعدين كمان please give me a chance, maximum 5 minutes, then I will stop. I will not talk too much, but give me 5 minutes. Donnez-moi juste 5 minutes et je vais fermer tout de suite, je ne vais plus continuer. Mais donnez-moi 5 minutes, un peu écoutez-moi, d'accord? It's okay, you will wait for me 5 minutes, then I will close. عايزة أقول إنه المسؤولية الاجتماعية مش بس لذوي الاحتياجات، مش بس الأماكن الأكثر فقرا وأكثر احتياجا، لا، في أطياف كتير في المجتمع ليهم حقوق علينا، وإحنا نستفيد قد ايه بامكانيات. كم من الاشخاص ذوي الاعاقه عندهم العديد من المواهب، من الفكر، سياسيا، اقتصاديا، اجتماعيا. الحقيقه اسسنا لجنه حقوق الاشخاص ذوي الاعاقه برئاسه سعاده العين آسيا باغي من المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية. نحيي المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية وقيادتها وتعاونها على أعلى مستوى. مجلس أعلى الأعيان فهو مجلس استشاري كبير بالمملكة الأردنية تبع صاحب الجلالة الملك. وأيضا بإنابة القبطان ولاء حافظ من جمهورية مصر العربية، وتحية كبيرة ليه من القلب. أنا بتكلم بسرعة عشان عارفة كلنا تعبانين. طب مسؤولية اجتماعية عمل إيه اتحاد المستثمرات غير كده؟ عمل أكتر من 550 مشروع للأشخاص اللي هم أقل حظاً في المجتمع، من المجتمعات الأكثر احتياجاً. وده تم في جمهورية مصر العربية، في جنوب مصر، في الصعيد، وفي اليمن بالتعاون مع الدكتورة فوزية الناشر، نحييها، رئيسة مجلس سيدات أعمال اليمنيات. وفي الأردن بدأنا مع السيدة هديل عبد الهادي عضو مجلس إدارة الاتحاد. أيضا على فكرة فوزية مؤسس من مؤسسي الاتحاد، بنحييكي. وأيضا السيدة هديل عبد الهادي من المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية. قمنا بعمل العديد من المشروعات للمسؤولية الاجتماعية، وحاليا يعني يتم الترتيب لمشروعات كبرى بالمملكة الأردنية الهاشمية بالتنسيق مع مجلس الأعيان. أيضا أنا عايزة الأول فعلا أقول حاجة مهمة جدا. يا ريت كلنا نحيي رئيس جمهورية مصر العربية الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي. تحية من قلبنا، تحية من مصر، تحية من الدول العربية، تحية من قلب كل امرأة، لأنه داعم حقيقي بقوة لدور المرأة في التنمية. ففخامة الرئيس دايما بيقول إيه في كلمته، كلمة مقصورة له، إن معلش اسمعونا ثانية يا أحلام، أحلام الرئيسة الكبيرة بتاعتنا، ادينا فرصة نخلص. بقول ليه سعادة رئيس جمهورية مصر العربية؟ بمنتهى البساطة، لما يقول مقولة دائمة إن دعم وتمكين المرأة ليست مسؤولية اجتماعية فقط، إنما بل هي التزام سياسي. برافو عليكي، التزام سياسي. في إيه أكتر من كده؟ ندى سيدات مصر قال علينا إيه؟ عظيمات مصر. ده غير الرؤية. أنا عايزة أقول ليه بقول على أرض الواقع. لما رئيس الجمهورية يقول حاجة زي كده، أكيد بقى غرف التجارية واتحاد الصناعات وكبار رجال الأعمال بمصر وخارج مصر عملوا إيه؟ بقت نظرتهم لينا مختلفة. كانوا زمان يقولوا إيه؟ سيدات الأعمال دول بتوع المشروعات الصغيرة ومتناهية الصغر. لا لا لا، احنا معنا سيدات أعمال كبار بيشتغلوا في قطاع المقاولات بالعشر كومباوندات يمتلكوها، قطاع البتروكيماوات بالملايين بل وبالمليارات من الجنيهات. فعايزة أقول إن دعم المرأة وتمكينها بيمكن المجتمع كله، لأن النهاردة وده نظرة ثاقبة، لأن النهاردة لو بنعطل نص المجتمع، طب معلش نص المجتمع ده مش نص المجتمع فقط، بل هو مؤثر على قرار النص التاني. معلش أي رجل أعمال موجود معانا هنا لو عايز مثلا يروح يصيف في لبنان ومراته عايزة تروح البحرين، هيروح فين؟ لازم يروح البحرين، غير كده هتنكد عليه وعلى الفاميلي وبالتالي عايزة أقول المرأة بتؤثر، لأن هي زي ما بنقول الصدر الحنون للأسرة كأم وكابنة وكأخت وكزوجة، فهي ليها دور مؤثر في المجتمع. فالاستعانة بيها ودمجها فده دمج تنمية اقتصادية حقيقية على أرض الواقع. فمن هنا بنقول كل الشكر ليه، وأيضا الشكر موصول للسيدة عظيمة، للسيدة انتصار السيسي، لأنها دائما تقول إن تمكين المرأة فهو تمكين المجتمع واستقراره. فالحقيقة أنا مش بقول ده لأني مصرية، بقول ده لأني عربية ودمائنا أفريقية وانتمائنا دولي. اتحاد المستثمرات العرب تم تأسيسه في 1/6/2005، وتم إعلان هذا التأسيس بمقر جامعة الدول العربية بقرار مجلس وزراء خلال اجتماع مجلس وزراء العرب بقرار 1272 للمعلومية بس. ومن ذلك التاريخ واحنا بنعمل يدا في يد بين زميلاتنا وزملائنا بالوطن العربي، ثم أدركنا شيء مهم جدا وأعلنا عن مبادرة مهمة. أول ما رئيس مصر قال عايزين أفكار خارج الصندوق للتنمية الاقتصادية، كل الدول في الفترة دي والعالم كله بيمر بأزمات اقتصادية، عايزين مبادرة، عايزين أفكار خارج الصندوق. رجعنا وفكرنا واجتمعنا، ثم قلنا أطلقنا مبادرة عشانك يا بلدي، ووحدتنا العربية وتعاوننا الدولي. حي وجود السيدة إلينا كليليني والسيدة إلينا ماتيفا ووفد روسيا اللي موجود ومشرف، ووفد اليونان. الحقيقة عايزة أقول هو ده التعاون الدولي. فإحنا كاتحاد المستثمرات العرب لا نضم فقط دول عربية، بل لدينا لجنة اسمها لجنة التعاون الدولي بتضم منتسبين من كافة دول العالم، عشان نقول إحنا لوحدنا عايزين نحط إيدينا في إيدين بعض كلنا، كل سيدات الأعمال، كل المستثمرين والمستثمرات. أطلقنا هذه اللجنة، واللجنة النهاردة بتشتغل بفعالية وقامت بعدد مشروعات كبير، اللهم لا حسد. أنا عايزة أقول كمان إن من خلال المبادرة دي تبقى عبارة عن إيه؟ منقسمة لثلاث أقسام. عايزة أقول حاجة مهمة جدا، إن دعم السياحة ليس فقط لقطاع السياحة، فلما ندعم السياحة بنقدم دعم ل 360 صناعة حوالين هذا القطاع. يعني معنى كده أنا لما أدعم السياحة بدعم صناع الموكيت والإنارة والكمبيوتر والكهرباء والأخشاب، بندعم المجتمع الصناعي بالكامل. وبالتالي مبادرة قمنا بعمل من خلال هذه المبادرة السياحة العلاجية والاستشفائية، السياحة التعليمية والثقافية، والسياحة الروحية الدينية. إذا كنا هنتكلم على المقامات اللي في العديد من الدول وعلى الأزهر الشريف، أو بنتكلم على السياحة المسيحية اللي هي رحلة العائلة المقدسة، وليس فقط من مصر، ولكننا قلنا إيه للمسيحيين في العالم؟ تعالوا إلى مصر وسيروا على خطى العائلة المقدسة، واطلعوا مع موسى إلى جبل نيبو في الأردن، وحجوا في نهر الأردن. وهنا تخطينا أزمة التعاون مع الدول الأخرى قد يكون لديها بعض المشاكل. وهنا بندعم السياحة مش بالشكل التقليدي من خلال مكاتب السياحة فقط، إنما من خلال أعضائنا ذو المناصب رفيعة المستوى بأفريقيا وبأوروبا. على سبيل المثال وليس الحصر، فبنتشرف بوجود حرم من أوروبا، حرم رئيس جمهورية صربيا بنتشرف بوجودها معانا، حرم رئيس الكونغو، حرم رئيس حرم رئيس موريتانيا، وحرم رئيس أوغندا. الحقيقة شرف كبير لينا بوجودهم معنا في هذا الكيان الاقتصادي الذي لا يهدف لأي بعد ديني ولا أي بعد سياسي، إنما بعد اقتصادي، دعم للسياحة. فهنا اللي احنا بنفكر ان احنا عايزين نفكر كلنا خارج الصندوق، ازاي ندعم بلادنا بعيدا عن اي انحيازات او بعيدا عن اي رؤى قد نختلف فيها مع بعض، لكن احنا في الاخر where is the end of the story؟ هتنتهي الموضوع فين؟ هنكسب منين عشان نقدر نعيش ولادنا حياة كريمة؟ أوطاننا في عز وشرف وكرامة ومحدش يتحكم فينا. لازم ندعم البعد الاقتصادي. مع كل احترامي طبعا لوجود السادة المسؤولين، وبنحيي وجود سفيرة مصر معانا في هذا الملتقى، وجودك شرف ودعم لكل مصري ومصرية بل والكل عربي. أنا الحقيقة غيرت أما قعدت مع سعادة سفيرة مصر في البحرين، حسيت بالغيرة شوية، معلش أنا برج الثور فإحنا بنغير شوية. بتحب البحرين قوي وعمالة تتكلم على البحرين بقوة. لا حضرتك ده مين احنا الأول؟ قالت لا، البحرين ومصر أخوات وإيد واحدة، وإحنا في الوطن العربي كلنا واحد. فالحقيقة بنحييها فكرها الراقي والداعم الحقيقي للتنمية. المهم دي المبادرة اللي عملناها من خلال الثلاث أفرع المبادرة. بالنسبة للسياحة التعليمية والثقافية فدي مهمة جدا، وقمنا بعمل العديد من الاتفاقيات مع جامعات عربية ومع مركز تدريب سان بيترسبرغ في روسيا ومركز تدريب في ماس سكسس انترناشونال، والعديد من الجامعات زي جامعة صاحبة السمو الملكي الأميرة سمية بنت الحسن للتكنولوجي وجامعات في مصر، من ضمنها جامعة بنها الأهلية وجامعة القاهرة. أخيراً وليس بآخر، عايزة أقول تاني من الأنشطة المجتمعية اللي عملها الاتحاد، عملنا في جمهورية مصر اللي هي دولة المقر مبادرة اسمها مصر بالألوان. يعني إيه هو اللي مصر بالألوان؟ هنلون مصر؟ لا، إحنا علمنا الشباب الصغير إزاي يدهنوا بيوتهم في المناطق الأكثر احتياجاً، فاديناهم صنعة وجبنا إحدى الشركات اللي تمتلك مصنع دهانات دخلت معانا، والحمد لله النهاردة مصر بالألوان بقت يعني عاملة مبادرة كويسة جداً في جنوب مصر. وده كله لدعم المرأة والعمل على تمكينها، لسبب بسيط ان احنا يا سيدات لازم نفكر. اذا كنت انا بروفيشنال وومن او بشتغل في مؤسسة كبيرة او كده فده مهم، او انا سيد اعمال برضو ده كويس. اهميته ايه؟ ان من لا يملك قوته لا يملك قراره. فكلنا لازم نعرف نملك قوتنا، وبالتالي نقدر ناخد قراراتنا في حياتنا واحنا اصحاب القدره على هذا القرار. في الاخر عايزه اقول كلمه واحده، هيا بنا كلنا، اتحادات وجمعيات، مجتمع مدني، ممثلين حكومه، كلنا ايدينا في ايدين بعض عشان بكره بتاعنا يبقى افضل ويكون فعلا تنميه مستدامه خضراء. كل سنه وانتم طيبين. اسفه على الاطاله.
شكرا جزيلا للدكتورة هدى ياسا. تكريم، ندعو سعادة السيدة أحلام جناحي لتكريم الدكتورة هدى ياسا. الله يخليك. تفضلي حضرتك.
عايزة أقول أنا بعتبر السيدة أحلام جناحي مناضلة، فهي منذ زمن طويل بفتخر إن أول بروتوكول تعاون بين جمعية سيدات أعمال البحرين من 20 سنة، كان عندنا طبعا 5 سنين، من 20 سنة احنا صغير قمنا بتوقيع أول بروتوكول تعاون، وكان ليا الفخر والشرف إني أكون أول المتحدثين من 20 سنة مع أحلام جناحي المناضلة الوطنية القومية التي تحارب لتأكيد دور المرأة البحرينية على مستوى العالم كله، ودايما وراها الكثير من المشغوليات والضغط من جهات كتيرة، لكن دائما الحمد لله جمعية سيدات أعمال بحرين في القمة ومن أعلى لأعلى، وربنا دايما يوفقك.
طبعا مجلس الإدارة خلي يتفضلوا مجلس إدارتنا بعد. يا أهلا وسهلا مجلس إدارة الجمعية، تفضلوا. طبعا إحنا هدى أنت القيادية العالمية نقول العربية اللي نفتخر فيك من مصر أم الدنيا، فأنت تعلمينا ونتعلم منك. شكرا لك.
شكرا جزيلا. شكرا. والآن ندعو السيدة إلينا كالينينا رئيسة معهد سان بطرسبرغ الاجتماعي والاقتصادي ورئيسة فرع اتحاد النساء الروسيات في سان بطرسبرغ وسفيرة مدينة سان بطرسبرغ، فلتتفضل مس إلينا.
Conclusion speech must be only 3 minutes. Sorry. Okay. Dear Ahlam, dear friends, please allow me to congratulate the Society of Businesswomen of Bahrain on the 25th anniversary successful work. 10 years ago, delegation from St. Petersburg was here in Bahrain, and Ahlam and me signed cooperation agreement to behalf of St. Petersburg branch of Russian Women's Union and the Bahrain Business Women's Society. Since then, numerous contacts have taken place between businesswomen of our countries, including participation in conferences, exhibitions. We were interested to learn about the outstanding experience of Kingdom of Bahrain on terms of government support for women and women entrepreneurship. It is highly respected that Her Royal Highness Princess Sabika bint Ibrahim Al Khalifa personally patronizes of activities of the women's business community and the events held. Large delegations from Bahrain visited our city many times, got acquainted with the history and culture, and were received by government and business circles of the city. This allowed us to get to know the culture and capabilities of our countries better and establish useful contacts. You know, these 3 days we talk too much about women's role in our modern world. But now maybe it's time to say some words about men. If you don't mind, I'm ready to talk to you about one my lovely story about men. 3 men walk on the beach of the city, of the beach of the sea, and found a bottle. They opened it. It was gin in it. And he said, "Thank you very much for my freedom. I am ready to realize wish everybody from you." The first man said, "I would like to be rich." No problem, gin made him richer. The second man said, "I would like to be more clever." And no problem, gin made him richer. Third man said, "I am rich, I am clever, I would like found more successful way from every difficult situation." And gin made him a woman. It's a story about really role in modern life. You know, very famous French diplomatic Maurice Talleyrand once said, "Woman is policy. It's absolutely true. Woman is soft power, woman is strong power. And it's need meet each other and discuss modern questions, important questions for development. And for this, we organize conference like this one. During this conference, we can experience our countries, our organizations, for change opinion, change experience. For this, we organize a conference every year in St. Petersburg. You know, I'm founder of the St. Petersburg Social and Economic Institute. 32 years ago, we founded this institute. For this year, 400,000 women were our students and participants of our event, our conferences, our exhibitions, seminars, B2B meetings, and so on. This year will be our 30th conference. The motto of this conference, Women Who Changing the World. It's too important. World change us, and we changing the world. And I hope that the delegation from Bahrain, like usually, will be participant of this event. In our beautiful city, culture capital of the Russia. This, I think, I'm absolutely sure that our hospitality country, our hospitality city will be opening for new contact, for new business contact, for new private contact. And I think that you can see when you will be in St. Petersburg this November this year. I had only 3 minutes. Thank you very much for your attention.
honoring Miss Elena Kalinina. السيدة أحلام جناحي تكريم السيدة إلينا كالينينا. تفضلي على المنصة.
She has many friends in our city. She was 5 times? Yes. The delegation from Bahrain. Likes people. It is another.
Just last word I would like to say. Okay. She is first of all friend and sister from St. Petersburg. She is the ambassador of St. Petersburg, but we have a long relation. The first one, which we signed an MOU with them in year 2014. So it's more than 10 years ago. And we are together maybe not on daily basis, but per month we send messages together and we chat, and whenever she needs me, I am there. Whenever we need her, she is here for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And you know, Ahlam, I must say thank you very much for new contacts. You know, once we asked Ahlam, please recommend it for us interesting speakers for our conference. Yes, she said, and Dr. Holler was for our conference. And then delegation from our city was participant, a very important forum in Cairo, in Egypt, in Aswan. It's very important private meeting. eyes to eyes. And it's too important that we have now a new agreement with different countries. And thank you for your friendship. And I hope that it will be continuing. Welcome to St. Petersburg, waiting you. Okay.
Of course, Bahrain loves all the countries, and we are, Kingdom of Bahrain is very well known with the peace and love and respect to everybody. So I hope a peace will come to the worldwide, and we will be happy, and especially the business people, they will increase their businesses in future, and I'm sure that the past is gone, the future is coming, and we will do a great job, not as only women, but private sector, and it will increase the global economy worldwide. Thank you very much.
شكرا للسيدة أحلام. أعزائي الحضور، توصيات المنتدى يتلوها على مسامعنا الآن السيد عفيف البرهومي، خبير ترويج الاستثمار بمنظمة الأمم المتحدة للتنمية الصناعية، مكتب ترويج الاستثمار والتكنولوجيا. يرافقه فريق العمل الدكتورة لولو المطلق، رئيسة جولدن تراست ورئيسة BMS وعضو مجلس إدارة ومساهم في الجامعة الأهلية. السيدة دوريس مارتن، عضو مجلس إدارة جمعية سيدات الأعمال البحرينية وسفيرة وومن إنتك، والرئيسة التنفيذية لشركة دي مارتن للاستشارة، عضو المجلس الاستشاري في الجامعة الأمريكية في البحرين. والسيدة عبير البيتم، خبيرة إدارة المخاطر، مستثمر في تطبيق بليبوك، محكم معتمد، خبير في المنازعات المصرفية والمالية، وشريك مؤسس في شركة كونسلت برو، وعضو جمعية سيدات الأعمال البحرينية. فليتفضلوا.
اوكي، مرحبا جميعا. اول شيء بس في كلمه للدكتوره هدى ياسا ولسعاده السفيره المصريه. انا جيت على البحرين بدي اقعد سنه او سنه ونص. انا صلني بالبحرين 22 سنه ما شاء الله، فيمكن السفيره تضل. It's very strange for a male to read the recommendations of a women event and standing next to him are three ladies. So the idea is because we are a United Nations, which means we are non-biased. Okay, so allow me to read very quickly the recommendations. First, I want to say that the conference has had something around 400 plus participants over these 2 days, with more than 50 speakers from more than 30 countries. And it's astonishing for me, as a person who organizes conferences, to see this much amount of people in a room at this time. Generally, it rarely happens. So, we, the Global Women Economic Forum, brought together leaders, entrepreneurs, advocates to discuss critical issues affecting women on the global economy. The panel, now, the whole conference was built on 6 main pillars, and I'm going to address them one by one because this is the recommendations. On leadership and development, there is a great need to develop more women leaders who can cope with new challenges and lead towards vision's achievement. So this is on the issue of leadership. On the issue of financial empowerment, public and public-private partnership is essential in the business community. Benefits of PPP, promoting human capital, support funding to entrepreneurs, microfinance, VC funds, crowdfunding, promote diverse economy, economic growth, job creation, increase efficiency, cost savings, access to expertise and community engagement. On the pillar of government and diplomacy, the forum discussed ways on how we can promote gender equality, and the Egyptian ambassador is a role model of that. Our Saudi ambassador to the United States is another role model of that, that support women's rights and representation in diplomatic positions. Although there is a number of women in the diplomatic positions and the diplomatic corps, However, there is a high need to continue on empowering women to take role in diplomacy, decision-making, and contribute to countries' development. This is a side note. Women in diplomacy in Bahrain, we have a lot of cases. Sheikh Haya, we have, you know, there are so many that we can think about. Now, on the pillar, so many, you know. But the thing is, and in my view, we need to showcase these ladies, not in the political arena only. You know, like the Saudi ambassador to the US, she's a very good speaker, but we need to utilize these expertise to unleash, you know, other women entrepreneurs and other women who are still in the early stages who aspire to become a diplomat, you know. Education is good, but you also need the mentorship and counseling. And so many people tell me I talk too much, so I have to stick to the speech. Entrepreneurship. The forum showcased successful women entrepreneurs who shared their experiences and challenges, advocating the support for an ecosystem, okay, that would foster female-led businesses, male-led businesses, youth-led businesses. This is not written, I'm reading it extra. Entrepreneurs should get the support from organizations and should be more innovative, and creative strategies should be provided to support these entrepreneurs to grow and expand and deliver further. Within the entrepreneurship pillar, there are two recommendations. One is the establishment of the Gulf, Arab, and Global Women Business Council, which is mainly to enhance cooperation and share experiences among women entrepreneurs in the GCC countries, and at the same time within Arab countries, and then eventually on the global scale. Hold the Women Business, Cultural, Economic, and Craft Forum, and I would change this to the Orange Economy Forum, because this is the new trend. These recommendations aim to strengthen women's role in the economy, enhance collaboration among women entrepreneurs through the Ministry of Industry and Commerce of Bahrain and associated countries. So this could be a good leading position. And on the pillar of artificial intelligence and technology, there has to be a stronger role for education and encouraging women leaders to join this sector. There should be an increase in cybersecurity issues. The government has to play a major role into that, because more and more we receive these spam emails from all around the world, winning millions of dollars, and then it's a scam. Foster financial education at an early stage. Financial literacy is a major issue. So starting from the school level, all the way up to university, and because the culture we live in, I'm sorry I have to explain this. In our days now, kids don't know how to save. I remember my father maybe used to say, they used to give us a gift only on Eid. They used to buy us new clothes only on Eid. Now we buy clothes every day. Every single day. Gifts are given every single day. So the idea of saving, financial management, STEM education for women, girls in coding, supply chain, tech startups, and etc. These things, these technology areas that has to be indulged in women. Enhance internship, training on cybersecurity. So these are areas. Encourage more research and business development between businesses and higher education. Lastly, on pillar number 6, networking and collaboration, the panel discussed the power of networking. And I will tell you this, it is know-how, you know, know-how will help you start a business. Know-who will help you grow that business. So المعرفة بتخليك تنشئ مشروع، ولكن أن تعرف من هو اللي بيخليك تنمي وتطور هذا المشروع. So the recommendations promote innovation, creativity in the fashion, orange economy, design sector, request to regulate brand companies, brand copies and consumer rights protection, حقوق الملكية الفكرية وغيرها, and then promote orange economy within younger ages. The Global Women Economic Forum concluded with a call of action for all stakeholders to invest in women economic empowerment, ensuring that their voices are heard and valued in shaping a more equitable global economy. This is the recommendations. I have two more things to say. And I said this, والأخت من الإمارات, زميلتنا من أختنا من الإمارات, maybe will remember that. I know her, بس نسيت الاسم. عذريني كبر وسكري وحالة. I said it in a conference بالإمارات بدبي بوجود الأخت مريم الرميثي اللي بيعرفها. Women raise boys and girls. It's not the man. I don't see my kids. It's not me who raised the kids. It's my wife. If she plants in them gender equality, automatically they will grow gender equal people. So the blame, and I remember the conference, I don't know if you remember it, there was a lot of, it's the woman who raises the kid, even if she works. It's the role of the woman to instill gender equality and that a woman and a man are equal. So this is just a general idea. Now I would like to...
Ethics, values and ethics as well.
Value and ethics for sure. Now I would like to invite you all. We as UNIDO, we are launching two initiatives. One is called the Global Entrepreneurs Alliance, تحدي رواد الأعمال. Two is a global call on the orange economy, which are in line with the conference. This is happening at 8 o'clock in the Sheraton Hotel. And we have arranged 2 buses to take you ladies and men to the Sheraton and then bring you back. فالأخت Noura is aware that 7 o'clock the buses will be outside. First bus is full, it will move. The second one will also do the same. We extend this invitation once again. It's written on the agenda of the program. Okay? Thank you very much. شكرا. اعذروني.
Thank you.
Yeah, one last thing. أحلام إذا بدك تكرميني ما تعطيني الدرع أنا بدي هاي. Okay? سلام.
هذه بتعطيك المصممة ليست لي يعني. تستاهل. يا عفيف، الأخ عفيف، أنت تستاهل مش هذه أكثر من هذه، بس هذه ملك المصممة اللي كانت موجودة معنا. مساء الخير، لو سمحتوا بس في استمارة لتقييم المؤتمر، فإذا ممكن تملونها وترسلونها، هي موجودة عندكم في جوجل كجوجل الباركود وكذلك بنرسلها عليكم على الإيميل. أوكي؟ شكرا لكم، تسلمون. شكرا لكم، شكرا.
والآن مع تكريم الأستاذ عفيف البرهومي. تكريم. أيضا الدكتورة لولو المطلق تكريم. وندعو السيدة دوريس مارتن أيضا للتكريم. والسيدة عبير البيتم. حضورنا الكريم، وصلني للتو خبر. أوكي. فقط أود التنويه بأن وصل عدد المشاركين من مختلف أنحاء العالم عبر تقنية الاتصال المرئي خلال اليومين الماضيين للمنتدى أكثر من 1000 متابع على قنواتنا في الاتصال المرئي. ألف مبروك، هذا النجاح لمنتدانا طبعاً، وندعوكم لالتقاط صورة جماعية. جروب فوتو. أكيد. طبعاً نثمن جهود جميع المنظمين والشركاء والداعمين الذين جعلوا من هذا المنتدى واقعاً مشرقاً. نأمل أن يكون هذا المنتدى قد أثرى معارفكم وألهمكم لتحقيق المزيد من الإنجازات، وأوجد روابط جديدة للتعاون المثمر من مختلف الأطراف. حضورنا الكريم، نراكم قريباً بمشيئة الله في مزيد من الفعاليات التي تجمعنا على دروب الإبداع والابتكار. الدعوة طبعاً لالتقاط صورة جماعية للجميع، الرجال والسيدات. شكراً لكم. نتمنى لكم جميعاً دوام التوفيق والنجاح. باقي تروفي واحد، باقي تروفي. وماسكو. ايه شغال.
To our amazing MC, Layla Shakir. Thank you so much for the tremendous job. Thank you.
ندعو فريق العمل لالتقاط صورة جماعية مع رئيسة جمعية سيدات الأعمال البحرينية. فريق العمل الصعود إلى المنصة.
فريق عمل نورة الجميلة، يلا يا شباب.
يلا. وهج أفضل مجموعة شبابية في أي إيفنت في البحرين. Thank you.
إذا الباص الذي سيقل المشاركين من الفندق هنا إلى فندق الشيراتون لحفل العشاء التجمع 7:30.